Right. Hey, you guys, it is the big festoon. The date is here. Oh, my goodness me. I thought what I would do is I would press go live 15 minutes, 20 minutes beforehand just to get my nerves out of the way, just to start the day going right, just to shake it out. How are we doing? Are you all right? I know loads of you are going to be joining at 8 o'clock because everybody knows that it's 8 till 8. But if you are joining me, quick for the preliminary brew, please do comment along. I need you guys with me. I have got my face on. I'm not putting my face on this morning. I have done it all. My eyebrows have turned up for the occasion. How are you all doing? Oh my God, come and give me a cuddle. Oh, come and give me a cuddle, everyone. This is the marathon. It has started. I've been for a nervous wee. I've been for a nervous poo. I've had an egg butty. I've had a brew. That was all a rhyme. I didn't even know. Good morning, Lisa Wynn, one of our proud sponsors today. How are you, my angel? Manders, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Gemma. Good morning, Emma. Good morning. I thought I'd jump on a bit early just so that I can say good morning to you all, because once we start, that is us. We are in and going. Oh my God. Right. What are you all saying? Let's ease into the day. Welcome to the Big Festoon, everybody. We will be starting at bang on 8 o'clock. I just thought I would get in here and shake off the nerves and just come and get settled and get comfy so that when Jess Cunningham joins us, I don't jump down her throat because, you know, it is what it is. I've got such a lineup for you today. Such a lineup for you. Shall we just do a bit of a recap on what is coming up over the course of today? I think it is only right and proper if we do. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the actual graphic up because as it is on the Big Festoon page, they're all over the place because we didn't get the final lineup and the final timings until I think about 4 o'clock yesterday. So thank you so much for all of your messages of support in the first instance. Queen Bees particularly, thank you. We're streaming in 2 places today, and I need you guys to be sharing, watch partying, share this in your group, share this with your audiences, share it with your friends, getting people's messages. We are... Give me 1 second. I can't start the banners just yet. I'm not going to start the banners until 8 o'clock because all of our sponsor banners are going to go along the bottom. We've got Wallace floor managing today. Wallace, are you there? Turn your camera on, Wallace. Let's bring him in. Should we get Wallace to say good morning to everybody? Good morning, Wallace. He's like fuming. Look at him. He's mad.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you? I've been a grumpy bastard this morning, haven't I?
Yes, you have. Yes.
So you're getting me all smiles. I just thought we'd bring Wallace on as we start the day. He's not ready for being on camera. I know he's not.
No.
He's got the coffee on the go. You got a t-shirt to put on in a little bit, haven't you, Boo? Selfie Queen. I love that your cup says Selfie Queen. But just as a quick topper to the beginning of the day, because we won't be able to do this later on, but everything that you see that is anything to do with the Queen Bee, the Big Festoon, Wallace has created. Everything that you see that is happening on the screen that is not me talking, Wallace has arranged. So give him some love and sponsor because Wallace is amazing. Wallace.
Yes.
I'm sorry I'm a grumpy bastard.
That's all right. I accept your apology. I love you too.
I'll see you on the flip side, my love. I need you to keep me hydrated and fed through the day. Is that all right?
That is perfectly fine, yes.
I love you. I'll see you in a bit.
Love you, bye.
So yeah, we are going to be getting going in just under a quarter of an hour with the first of our lineup. The absolutely wonderful Jessica Cunningham from The Apprentice is going to be joining us. Now, I say Jessica Cunningham from The Apprentice. Actually, she has created an amazing business off of the back of it, and we're going to be talking about money blocks. We're going to be talking about getting out of our own way and becoming successful even on the other side of this crazy time. So if you are watching along, here's the thing, here's the message for today. Yes, it is giving. I want you to dig deep. I'm not even going to lie. I'm going to be shameless about what I'm going to be asking you to do today. I want you to go to virginmoneygiving.com/the big festoon and empty your pockets is what I want you to do. We have a target of £50,000 today. We have a target of £50,000. I don't even know how. I think I pulled that figure out my ass. I don't know. But We have a target of £50,000 as it stands right at this very second, and donations have already started to come through for this morning. We are, including gift aid, over £9,000. That is at the start of the day. Can you believe that? So total raised so far, 8257 with gift aid. It's 914750. Oh my God. Wallace is going to be in the background. He's going to be updating us through the day. At the end of each segment, we've got raffles, we've got competitions, we've got freebies from our for donating. We've got freebies from some of our guests. We've got so much going on today. You can win a Mulberry bag today from Lisa Johnson. You can win a year's subscription to Espresso with Dan Meredith later on today. You can win. So if you donate over the course of Jessica's segment, you will receive an incredible PDF from her, and we'll tell you how to get amongst that as we go along. But there's some really amazing prizes up for grabs, as well as loads of stacks of value from the best business minds I could get my hands on, and they are incredible, and some of the most wonderful celebrities with the most inspirational stories as well. So let's go to the lineup. I am stalling for time because I've lost the program. I haven't lost the program. Like, I know what the program is in my head, but I don't want to get it wrong. All right. So 8 o'clock in just 10 short minutes time, Jessica Cunningham is going to be joining us at 8:30. Toby Alexander-Smith from EastEnders, who plays Gray Atkins, a perpetrator, is going to be joining us and telling us about the incredible work that he's been doing with Women's Aid. As an accompaniment to the work that he's doing over on EastEnders. We've got the incredible toxic relationship and trauma recovery expert Caroline Strawson joining us at 9 o'clock. We've got the customer whisperer Kate Hardcastle joining us at 9:30. 10 o'clock, the phenomenal Alice Living. I've got to think of all sorts of superlatives for each of these people, because they're not just all incredible, they're all amazing and wonderful and fantastic. We've got the indomitable. I want to use the word indomitable, and I feel like Alex Fox is the right person to use it for. Her command of the English language is second to none, by the way. Also, her command of sexual knowledge is second to none, and we're going to be having an absolute scream together, talking about relationships and sex and everything in between. At 10:30. At 11 o'clock, the UK's #1 motivational speaker, Brad Burton's going to be joining us in the house. He's been poorly this week, so we're really blessed to have him with us, pulling himself out of his sick bed and coming to join us for the big festoon today. We're so blessed at 11:30. We have got the UK's first government-appointed domestic abuse commissioner, Nicole Jacobs, joining us straight from the House of Commons. At 11:30, we've also got, during that segment, one of our more local grassroots provisions joining us at SafeNet Lancashire. They're going to be talking to us about a national initiative that they have created. We've got Stephanie Hurst. I was talking to Stephanie Hurst at length last night about all kinds of stuff. I'm so excited to share her with you. She's an incredible radio DJ. She's going to be talking to us about all things music and podcasting and how things have changed in the radio industry since the start of lockdown. Then you are in for a treat. We have got the incredible Sam Barefoot is going to be joining us. There is nothing that this woman does not know about social media and building audiences on social media. So we're going to be talking all things Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Then I'll take a breath. We've got TV presenter Jenny Powell joining us, talking about her podcast, Hot Mess Mums, and all sorts of other things. I'm sure we're going to have an absolute scream. I had the pleasure to work with Jenny last year, really, really briefly, and we had a laugh. It was fantastic. Then my friend and my colleague and my love, Natasha Hamilton from Atomic Kitten, is going to be joining us, talking about how she went from being told she was irrelevant within the music industry to completely pivoting and becoming a really successful health and wellness entrepreneur. That's at 1:30. At 2 o'clock, the glorious, the beautiful, the other superlatives. I can't give me superlatives. Like, I need you to help me with my words this morning. I'm too excited to get all the right words. Sophie Austin is going to be joining us, telling us about family life in lockdown and how she and Shane have been getting creative over the course of lockdown and what they've got going on as a family. It's really exciting. That's 2 o'clock. Sophie Austin, the beautiful and the gorgeous Frida Shaffi, food blogger Frida Shaffi, is going to be joining us at 6:30, telling us all about her story from the UK to Australia and back again. Don't miss that. Her story is so inspiring. Then we've got my friend, my business mentor, Lisa Johnson is going to be joining us. She is one of the most successful businesswomen in the UK with the fastest growing business. And please join us for that. She's going to be sharing with us how she has changed thousands of lives, especially since the start of lockdown. So please do join us for that. Stay with us as much as you can, by the way. Keep us playing in the background. Keep us playing in the background like we're the radio. It's like, imagine like you've got like kind of talk radio type thing going on. That's what we're going to have going on today. Or you can sit and watch and dip in and out however you want. We're doing it in 4 sections. So you can only stream to Facebook for 6 hours at a time. So we're going to do 4 sections, 3 sections, 3 4-hour slots. So this is slot number 1. So then in the afternoon, Emma Sale is going to be joining us, talking to us about women's empowerment and how she has created a sexual revolution within the industry. We've got over from New York. We're going to be heading on over to As America Wakes Up. They will be joining us. Sherry Teigman is going to be joining us. She is one of the most creative, innovative coaches I've ever come across. We are going to have an absolute scream. I've bought an outfit particularly for Sherry's slot, so you're going to want to stay around for that. I died yesterday. We finally secured it, but Tessa Sanderson, CBE, is going to be joining us at 4:30. I'm like, that, oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm going to try not to fangirl. She's an absolute legend. She's at 4:30. And I'm still going. The About Time magazine, Angelica Malin, is going to be joining us at 5 o'clock, talking to us about everything she's getting up to. We've got Carla Balu joining us from over in LA. She is a medical healthcare professional within the US industry. So she's going to have loads and loads of insights with regards to what's happening over there. But also, she is a stylist and transformational coach. So we're going to talk about how all that fits together in her busy life. Then we've got the incorrigible, I think is the right word, Dan Meredith joining us at 6 o'clock. He's going to be bringing the fire. He's going to be sharing with you the 3 things that you need to do to get out of your own way, even when you don't want to. So he's going to be talking to you about being shameless, being selfish, and getting structure in your day to help you become more successful. Then, again, I die. We've got Dr. Ranj is going to be joining us. Dr. Ranj Singh will be joining us at 6:30. Then at 6:15, we've got Double Bubble in that half hour. The fabulous TV psychologist and This Morning resident, Emma Kenny, will be coming in for a brew and a natter. And then we've got Elaine Lukatis joining us. Oh my God, you guys, like this lineup doesn't let up. Elaine Lukatis is going to be joining us. She's just posted. She's about to go to bed. So she's about to go to bed and she's just posted Instagram saying, oh, tomorrow. I'm like, girl, it's today. So it's going to be the morning time by the time we get to Elaine Lukatis at 7 o'clock this evening. And then we are going to round the day off with the beautiful Natalie Anderson. I'm going to need a friendly face by the time we get to the end of all this. So Nat is going to be joining us to pop the champagne and celebrate what we are getting up to. So let's have a little breather. I want to remind you what we are doing today. I'm interviewing all these people and our incredible sponsors. I'm going to be welcoming one of our sponsors on in just a second. But we are going to be raising money today for Women's Aid, and we're going to be raising money today for Gallup, which is the LGBTQ Domestic Violence Initiative. Now, as a survivor myself, some of our guests today are survivors. Some of you guys are survivors. It is an opportunity for us to link arms, being on the other side of our situations. Now, I put a call out yesterday saying, urgent, if you are a survivor and you feel safe to do so, please would you send me a selfie like this, holding a sign saying I'm a survivor. And a crazy amount of people, a shocking amount of people put a B in that comment. And for every single B that was on that thread, there was a very quick thread. It's not strong in terms of algorithm. There's 27 B's just from that one ask. 27 people who I know, 27 people who are connected to me. I asked the same question a couple of weeks ago. 55 people put a B in the comments. 55 people who I know, in addition to the 27 people. And that is how much this is a part of our lives, and this is how much this is a part of what is going on out there. Since the start of lockdown, you guys, 700% increase of calls to the National Domestic Violence Helpline. All day long, by the way, we're going to be sharing the number to the National Domestic Violence Helpline along the bottom. If you know anybody that needs it or you need it yourself, please do call. If it hadn't have been for the National Domestic Violence Helpline, I would not have got through my own situation. So I know how important it is in terms of getting things like non-molestation orders put in place to protect yourself from counselling and everything in between. Please, 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 please remember what we are doing today. We are raising money for those people who, since the start of lockdown and before, come on, let's talk about this, and before, since the start of lockdown, have not been able to escape their situation. There are lots of things happening in the world right now, a whole lot of things that are happening in the world right now. A whole lot of things, and today is our opportunity to make a difference in this space, to make a difference to so many women and children's lives. Right, oh my goodness, I'm going to get Instagram up just to double check, because some of my amazing people who are going to be speaking to us this morning are over on Instagram, and I just want to double check that I'm not losing anybody. Yes, all right, so we're going to have Jess joining us any second now, so hopefully, fingers crossed, she's got her link. She has got her link, which is amazing. I'm just going to double check and pop her link over so she knows to come and join us any second now. But before we do, I'm going to invite onto, I know she'll be sat backstage being all nervous and stuff, our first sponsor onto the stream. Can you please give some love to the amazing Amanda Lawson? Good, Amanda, you got your t-shirt on.
I've had to do the back of my chair so you can see it all.
Amazing. So Amanda Lawson-Stone is from the ALS Health and Safety Group, and I'm so proud of you for coming along and helping today. What made you want to sponsor, Amanda? Tell us.
It's just the whole, I've always been behind Women's Aid and the support that they give out. I know domestic violence impacts more than just us as women, but it impacts many, but I've always been behind Women's Aid as a charity and the work that they do. So
well,
to be a part of today.
Thank you so much, because it is no small feat being a part of this, and I know you'll be really nervous joining this because it's a big thing. Tell us a little bit more about what you do.
So I'm a health and safety trainer and consultant, offering your full-on training, classroom training, but virtual at the minute, online training, consultancy, advice, anything related to health and safety. I'm your go-to woman to help you comply.
And you absolutely are our go-to woman for all things like that. Thank you so much for joining us this morning as well, because I know you were saying to me before, like, how do I get onto the StreamYard? What do we do? And I'm like, it's dead easy. Apparently, it's dead easy. You just click a link and hopefully all goes well. But if people want to come and hang out with you and find out more about what you do, how do they do that?
I've got my Facebook page is my front cover, so you can go to @Alls Group or Alls-UK.
Yeah.
Come and join my group, which is Alls Health and Safety.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. So along the ticker, along the bottom, are all the ways that you can get hold of Amanda and find out more about how you can support you and your business with health and safety, keeping you guys safe. Now, Amanda came and spoke at Be Inspired back in February and absolutely smashed it out of the park and really made me think about what I need to do within my space. I don't think locking myself in my bedroom for hours and hours on end is very helpful. But Amanda, our time is through. It is time for our first guest. I love you. Huge kisses and blessings to you, Amanda Lawson-Stone, everybody. And now it is time to get cracking. Are you ready, everybody? First guest of today. She is incredible. She's been on The Apprentice. She has got such an incredible business. We've got loads to talk about in the next 25 minutes or so. Please welcome, in lieu of the applause button, press the like, the love, the share, go and donate. Good morning, Jess.
Morning.
I knew you were going to come and bring the fire with me this morning. When you said 8 o'clock, that's fine. I was like, yes.
Yeah, this is the best thing. I'm usually up at like 4 or 5, and today I was like, fuck, it's half 7. Oh, better get up. You need me coffee. Oh, are you okay?
Oh, I am so glad you're on first. I know we've only had a few messages between each other, but I just thought, I feel like I've known her for ages. I'm here.
Vice versa. Do you know what I was thinking? I was like, man, this poor girl, she ain't going to be able to have any breakfast, any lunch, any dinner. You're literally back to back, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I've managed to have an egg butty and a nervous poo, and I'm fine.
Yeah, you've got to have the MP in the morning. That's why she's been shooting off all day.
I thought there's no way, there's no breaks, there's not enough time for me to go anywhere. So Jess, thank you so much for joining us today for the
No, thanks for having me on.
I'm so honoured that you're our first guest today to just get everybody fired up. We were having a little chat about what we were going to talk about today. There are loads of things that we could talk about. And the whole point of today is to really not just raise money for incredible causes, but to bring the fire to some of our entrepreneurial friends who might be feeling a little bit wobbly right now, right?
Yeah. Well, do you know what I was going to say to you? I've got two. For every person that donates, and they donate, they can, if they actually, it's up to you if you want to set a target. But I do weekly money mindset workshops, and I also do weekly self-sabotage workshops, which basically gets rid of those limiting beliefs. The price is £35, and then I've also got a PDF which is worth £17, so it's like plus 50 quid. Right. For anyone who donates, they can come in to one of those sessions completely free. But literally, and also I'll send them over the PDF of anything, the PDF of the self-sabotage. So it's like the 7-step method.
I like that.
To completely get rid of like self-sabotage. So for anyone who donates, if you send me their email address, I'll email them when the next Money Mindset one is on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. And then the self-sabotage one is a week on Thursday. It's like 2 weeks yesterday.
Got you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a caveat on this. There is 72 people watching, which means...
wow, bloody hell, hello everybody.
Which means that, and people will be dropping in and out as well and sharing. So, which means that what I'm going to do is for this half an hour, so that we can manage it, whoever donates during this half an hour, and what I want you to do is I want you to go to Instagram, and I want you to tell us, I want you to screenshot that you've donated and tag Jess and tag me in. And then we know. We can see in our stories then.
I'm going to tell you what then, I'll make it interesting. For anyone who donates more than £20, they can come to the Money Mindset Workshop, which is 35, and have the 5 grand blueprint. So it's a free blueprint. And they can also come to the self-sabotage one and have the £17 and 7-step method. So it's worth over, what's that? It's worth of like 100 quid. But that's, they can have both if they donate £20 plus.
Plus £20,
but
right.
Honestly, like literally, the stuff that we'll go through now, they'll understand how it works. But the limiting belief stuff, all it is, when somebody doesn't feel good enough, when they don't feel valued, when they're worried about money, they're being triggered and they've got a belief around money, around themselves, around the worth, around the value. And what these sessions do, it removes the trigger. Yeah, that's it. But anyway, I'm taking over. I'm going to let you talk.
Hey, you're my guest. It's your job to come and take over. Flipping heck, otherwise it's just the Danny show, and that's no good.
I don't know, you are fun.
Thank you so much for that. So, like, just to recap, what I want you to do is go and donate £20 because you want to get £100 worth of prizes right now. And that's for everybody who does it, so it doesn't matter. There's no one going in a pot here. So if you it's ticking along the bottom, you can either go to iamthequeenbee.co.uk/thebigfestoon or virginmoneygiving.com/thebigfestoon. Go and donate over £20 because it's absolutely worth it for that kind of training. So let's talk about money mindset, because I know this is something that you are an expert in. Like, I don't know whether you know about me, but I grew up on the council estates of Preston. It's something that I talk quite freely about. The community that I lived in, nobody really broke out. Everybody worked hard, but didn't necessarily work smart, didn't necessarily make lots of money. Or if you did earn money, it had to be hard won. And even then, it was on the breadline.
So this is the thing. So what a money mindset is, I remember the first time I heard somebody say, "Oh, you might have a money blog." I was like, "What the f is a money blog?"
I want loads of money. I'm not blocked now. I want it.
I love the money. What do you mean I'm blagging it? But this is it, right? And it took me a while to kind of get my head around what it was. And then with all the training that I've done since then, I now understand what it is and how you can get rid of it. So you have to excuse, I've got 4 maniacs in the back. I've got Alex, my partner's like, shh, your mum's alive.
It's all right. It's only us. It's fine. They used to my kids coming in and out of this lot.
Oh, that makes me feel better. But with the money mindset, so if you can imagine, if you've got a business and you're selling products, but you're underselling them because you're worried that, do you know what, maybe that's a little bit too expensive, even though you know it's not that expensive, but you're worried that no one's going to buy it. You've got a money block. So imagine if you didn't have that fear and that anxiety of like, oh, what if nobody buys it? You take away that fear, you take away that anxiety, you start charging what your product's worth. So if you have 100 people coming through to your website and you're only charging a tenner for something because you're scared no one's going to pay 20 quid, then you're going to make like whatever that is. Whereas if you've got 100 people coming through to your site and your product's worth 20 quid, well, 50 quid, and you start charging that, automatically you're going to make more. And it's the same. If you get worried asking for invoices that people actually owe you, or if you get worried picking up the phone asking for a sales call, you've got a money block because you've got an anxiety to do with money. So as soon as you get rid of that anxiety to do with money, you're on the phone. Listen, I've done the work. I want bloody paying.
I've got the things.
Come and pay me.
Well, this is it, and it's really interesting. When I first started out in business, I started invoicing for stuff. People would say, "Oh, drop me an invoice and I'll pay you," and it just became an impossible task.
Yeah,
like it would be on my list of things to do, and it would be the last thing I get to because in my mind it's a ball ache, and actually it wasn't. It's because my relationship with money wasn't right. Last year, I've launched the first of my public speaking packages and one-to-one packages, and I created a whole event. I was like, I'm going to make an event. I'm going to get a videographer in. I'm going to create my assets. It's going to be A's. And I stood up at the end when it got to the bit where I warned everybody, I'm going to tell you what my prices are at the end, and I'm dead nervous about it. And I nearly cried. And then I look at my prices then, and I look at my prices now.
That's it. But this is the thing, that when you're brought up in not poverty, but when you're brought up in the lack of money, how are you going to feel comfortable with it? It's like, I remember. So when I did some work on myself with these money blocks, I often tell this story on my lives. And my mum, so we all went to private school, right? But my mum and dad could definitely not afford to send us to private school. My dad had a second-hand shop, and he used to sell like things over and over again. So he'd sell like a bed, and then someone would come in, they'd be like, "Oh, I want a bed." He'd be like, "Oh, I've got this bed here to sell," but he'd already sold it twice before to two other people, but he needed money for the fees. And then there's two moments that stick out to me that have been massive blocks on my money. The first one, I went to the Spar shop with my mum, and I really wanted a magazine or a chocolate bar. It was something like a couple of quid. And she's like, "No, Jessica, you can't have that. Let's just pay for the milk." And then as soon as we got outside, so she's all nice in the shop, like to the cashier. As soon as we got outside, she said, "Don't you dare ever ask for that again. You really embarrass me." So I was like, little 5-year-old Jessica. I was like, oh. So 5-year-old Jessica, in that moment, she's made this belief about herself that can't ask for money, it's dangerous to ask for money. Yeah. And then another time, when I did all this tapping work to find out where my other money blocks have come from, every time I had large chunks of money, I always used to get worried. I didn't like spending it because I thought, oh, God, if I spend it, it's all going to go. Someone's going to take it away. But then what would happen subconsciously, I'd spend it on shit like chocolate bars and like paper. Yeah, but what happens, because we used to have bailiffs knocking at the door, we'd hide behind the settee. And so we'd be like, "Listen, I can hear you in there. The TV's on." Yeah. So in that moment, I'd made a belief, when you've got money, it's dangerous. You need to get rid of it.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's so similar. I remember Provident Loans. Provident Loans with that insane interest. And I know it helps people out if it needs help. But in the interest rate is absolutely insane. But I remember the Provident guy coming and knocking on the door. We would hide behind the settee, and it would be, "Turn telly off, don't say this, shh." We'd have to be quiet. And I wonder why, when I ever did get money, I just didn't keep on. Even when I had an incredible job within corporate, and I ended up homeless. It was just all like this all the time. So I was good at making it. I wanted it and I loved it. And I was like, I could see all these things, but I couldn't keep hold of the bloody stuff.
Yeah, because you've got that belief.
Yeah, it's so funny how so many people are saying in the
I can't see any comments.
Oh, if you click on the right hand side, are you on your phone?
Yeah. Oh, is it the chat? I've seen it. I've had to do left and right.
It says comments on this side.
Oh wow! Look at all this. Oh bloody hell! Hello everybody.
Yes,
this is fantastic.
So we've got Joanne Smith is saying it's so relatable. Tracy Tullman, oh my word, this so resonates.
But this is it, ladies. The first step of overcoming your money block is to donate to Danny, and then you get to come into the money block session for free. But honestly, I've had people, so when they've had one session, miraculous things energy is a very real thing. The law of attraction, even if you think it's whimsical, it's a very, very real thing. And you can't attract what you want until you feel it, either comfortable with it, because when you feel comfortable with it, there's no pressure to have it, because you feel comfortable. And this is what it's about. And also as well, there's a money song which we sing. And now if everyone's up for it, actually, do you know what? Remind me, Danny, we'll save the money song for at the end. Right. I guarantee you now, and get people to message you. Every time you sing this money song, it raises your vibration, and you'll get unexpected money or an unexpected opportunity. I know it sounds mental.
I am here all day for the money song. I'm a singer. I'm going to sing this all the time now. That's it. I'm putting it in my sets. I'm putting it in my sets. what I was going to say then? I was going to ask you about fear around money, like debt as well. So anything related to money. So when you get a letter through the door, you know, if it's a brown letter, if it fills you with fear, then you've got some sort of block, haven't you? You've got some sort of issue around that. And so many people are like, oh, I don't like it when the postman comes anymore because it's going to be some sort of letter. I don't like answering the phone because it's going to be someone answering.
So my assumption would be they have been in situations when they were younger where mum and dad were fretting, you know, the postman's come, they've got the post, they've seen that look, or someone's been on mum and dad's phone asking for money. I was the same. I remember mum and dad, like, letters coming through the door. So I used to hate it. But then rationally, like when you're 18, 19, you haven't really got that much debt. But letters are coming through the door for you. Why would I have this like fear? But again, the way to get over that is by working through that. So I'm a practitioner in something called EFT, matrix reimprinting, and NLP, and Reiki as well. But the three that I mentioned first, they're the ones that really get to the trigger and remove it. So with the money mind,
the tapping, isn't it?
Yeah. So what the tapping does, the tapping gets rid of the sickly feelings. The tapping gets rid of that anxiety feeling. So if you get triggered, you can tap, and then it removes that feeling. But Matrix, I love Matrix. I'm not going with Tibetan bells. I usually have little Tibetan bells which are bangs. It gets to the subconscious and like a singing bowl. It's like, I love it. I've not got them here though. I've usually haven't got the kids always take them. No, I've not got it. What that does? What were we on about? Then I've lost my train of thought.
We were on about when you're tapping.
The tapping. Yeah. So with the tapping, that gets rid of the emotional response to the trigger. So the anxiety, the panic, the fear. But then what Matrix does, if anyone's feeling like a bit anxious now, just thinking about talking about money, if you just tap on the crown of your head and you state the emotion like, oh, feeling really anxious to do with money, feeling really anxious to do with money. If you keep repeating that statement or the statement which is true to you whilst tapping your head, a memory comes up, right? And even if you think that memory is completely unassociated, it's not. The memory that comes up is always directly linked to the emotions that you're feeling. So what we do there, it gets really complex. When the memory comes up, we call the memory that comes up the matrix, okay?
Right.
You in that matrix, so your memory of you in that matrix, we call the echo, and we refer to the echo as a third person. So it might be little Danny, who's literally, Providence is there at the door, she's hiding behind the settee. And what we'd get you to do, we'd get you to talk to your echo. So you now would say to your echo in the matrix in your head, Danny, how do you feel right now? And your echo, you don't have to worry about what you think she would have said. Your echo always answers you. And more often than not, you're like, what the? You don't expect what your echo's saying. But essentially all this is, we're just talking directly to the subconscious when you're like 5 or 6 years old. And every time you have a traumatic experience, whether it's a big trauma like abuse or a small trauma like being told off, you go in fight or flight. And you create a belief in that moment. So whether it's a belief to do with money, a belief to do with your self-worth, you've created that belief. So what the matrix does, we go back to the subconscious, the echo in that time, and we finish off that belief because it doesn't. The old belief doesn't serve you. And rationally, looking at it now, when you look back, you're like, oh, do you know what? Well, mum and dad, they couldn't afford this, couldn't afford that. But that doesn't mean that I can't afford this, I can't afford that. But at 5, 6 years old, you think, oh, we can't afford, money's bad, like we can't have money.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
And some of the work that I've had to do, it's funny you should say, when you relax around money, when you get the energy right, and money is just as much of an energy as anything else is. And it was funny. I went on a very, very short holiday with my business coach, Lisa, last year. It wasn't intentional. We weren't going to talk about business. It was just a bit of a girls' holiday. Yeah. And at the time, I had like 200 quid in my bag. That were it. I had nothing. Yeah. And but what I did know is that all of my singing work paid my bills. So anything else that I did on top of that, anything else that I did was going to be gravy. So it didn't matter. I had nothing to lose. If I did anything else, I knew that any of my fear money, I guess I would call it, was around singing. I had to go to work. I had to sing. I had to Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night. I was like gigging my ass off for pennies, working hard. It was hard won. It was hard
money block again,
right? So then, as soon as in my mind, I was like, right, my bills are paid. I'm not scared actually now of anything that I do upward from here. Yeah. And then I'm starting to kick out multiple 5-figure launches like this. I'm thinking, okay, what's happening? And it's because I wasn't worried about paying my bills, so much so that, you know, when the lockdown happened, the whole singing leg of my business got kicked out. that I was no longer afraid because I knew there were other ways to make it. And it just getting that energy right, being able to
believe, I think as well, the one thing that when we are in the fear mode and the lack mode of money, we see money really serious because it's to do with serious stuff, you know. Paying our bills is serious, you know. Having money to eat is serious.
I lost my house, it's serious. I were homeless, it's serious.
But it is. And the thing is,
I was used to myself.
Oh, you're so inspirational, Billy. That's freaking epic. Like, it's not epic that happened, but it's epic, like, what a character you are.
I'm talking to you. It's epic. Like, all paths have led me here, Jess. I'm made up.
Oh, I love you. I'm talking to you. My paths led me here too, Janet. But no, you're so flipping. You're absolutely epic.
Thanks. Oh, I didn't mean it for that.
I know now. I don't know what else to say. I'm like, oh.
But you were just, like, if we go back a minute, because one of the things that I talk about is having a shit suitcase. Is that as you're a kid, you get given. So I have a poo emoji. I have loads of poo emojis. I have an Aldi bag full of them, Jess. And so when I'm on stage,
they all get donated and you get a poo emoji pillow.
But what you were saying is really interesting. Is one of the things that I share as well is that when you are a child, your suitcase is empty. Yeah. Your suitcase is empty, and all of these money blocks or these blocks that you have around your own success or your own self-worth are placed in here, and you get to choose to carry them around, or you choose to put the bag down and empty it. And it's so interesting that you've got the techniques and you teach the techniques to help you put that bag down, that bag of shit.
And you know what's interesting? So with the techniques that I do, I may have got a cough. Sorry, not coronavirus. But with the techniques that I do, this is one thing. This is a belief I used to have. I used to think if you had an issue, you'd have to talk to people. You'd have to go through years and years of therapy to get rid of that issue.
Right.
You don't. That is a very common misconception. And the reason being, all your issues and all my issues and all everyone's issues all stem back to experiences of trauma that they have had throughout their life. That's pretty much it. Now, again, every single trigger or every single irrational thought or feeling you have, again, is a build-up of these experiences. With the work that I do, I can get literally right to where the freaking belief started. And once you break down that belief and once you re-imprint a new positive belief that bloody well serves you, it's instant. Yeah. So it's not a case of spending thousands upon thousands of pounds going to therapy for 10 years. It's a case of coming to a session, understanding how your brain works, going back to the memory, finishing the memory off. You're like, oh, you survived this, you got through it. And literally instantly, and it is instant, it is the most oh, look at that. Well done, Emma.
Yeah, Emma Roscoe's shaving her head today for the big festoon, by the way.
Oh, amazing. What time's that? I'm going to make sure I'm watching.
I'm not even sure. I'm trying to find like gaps in the day. There aren't any, but we'll find one. We're going to do over 10 minutes.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
But, oh, God, look at this. She's so amazing. Isn't everyone amazing? Oh, I've got all giddy now. I'm like,
that's why I'm sat in my bedroom like this. I don't even know how I've pulled this bloody thing off, but I haven't. We're here, so let's do it.
You've got some cracking guests as well. You've got some absolutely unbelievable guests.
I can't get over it. Joanne's just saying, Jess, you're so full of fabulous, sassy energy, blooming brilliant.
Oh, thank you. As if I woke up this morning, like, do you know when like I slept with my hair like this, and do you know when you're like, oh yeah, I look fine. Like, I keep looking. I've not even brushed my hair this morning. I'm like, geez, I'm usually up at 4 or 5, and then today I was like, it's so Jesus.
I am here for your hair. This is a mane of glory. I love it.
Get my fingers through it. I'm like,
Joe Swan's just saying, I love that you can fix this stuff, Jess. Like, let's just stop all this nonsense.
But this is it. It's so true. You can literally, you can fix it. What I think, if you're not aware of, oh my God, my hair. If you're not aware of how you can fix it, people grow up thinking, oh, do you know what? Maybe I'm just doomed to be a failure. Maybe this is just me. Maybe I've always been anxious. Maybe this is just me. No, I used to be the most anxious person ever. So I had some really bad stuff happen when I was little to do with a close family friend. And I didn't remember any of this stuff up until like two weeks before I went into The Apprentice. And I was like, oh my God!
People block it out, don't they? They like delete it as a means of survival.
But I didn't know this. So I'd blocked all this stuff that had happened. And then because I was under so much pressure with like 3 kids, 2 businesses, writing this business plan, my little girl triggered me and it all came back. And I was like, what's happened?
Yeah.
And again, it was like this horrific moment, but also this amazing moment where I was like, oh my God, now I understand why I did X, Y, and Z. And that, I've always been into self-development, but that, actually, no, that's a lie. I've always been into self-development. But when I found everything out, because I was going into The Apprentice, I nearly didn't do it. And literally, I blocked it out again. I suppressed it again. And then when the girl's father passed away, that's when I really went on to a massive self-development. Like, I went really deep. I was like, right, I've got this shit. I need it to come out.
You've got to go deep to get there, haven't you? You've got to rip the lid off in order to get the things that you want, because otherwise you're just going to hit that glass ceiling every single time.
And that's it. And I think the past 2.5, 3 years is when I've really got rid of all anxiety, all panic, all worry, all fear. Don't get me wrong, I still get triggered a little bit. Prior to that, I'd just get really down for days, and I'd just be like,
oh, hang on, Jess. Don't. You're in the middle of telling us incredible things. Whoa, no. Our first technical hitch of the day. I don't know if you guys are like, is Wallace there in the back?
Oh,
are you
I'm
there?
back.
You're back.
I'm back.
Oh, praise Jesus.
We're at the key moment there too.
Right. So when this girl's dad died, is that right? Was that where we were?
Yeah. So it's so the 3 girls lost their dad like 2.5 years ago. Right. And when that happened, that's I was like, Jesus. And to be fair, I'd come out of The Apprentice, come out of Big Brother, and because all this stuff had come up, I was suppressed it, and I was prattling around. Like literally, when I came out of The Apprentice, I was prattling around chasing TV because I needed to feel validated. I needed to feel good enough. But what I didn't realise at that time, I needed to feel validated, I needed to feel good enough, was because of all this past shit. So I'm like twaddling to London, and then when that happened, and I was like, fuck, what the hell have I been doing? I need to be there for the girls, like for my kids. Yeah. And literally, that's when I started going into like the proper self-development. So everything up until that point that I'd learned about self-development had always given me a resilient mindset, had helped me to think positively when I used to think negatively. But doing the work that I do helped me to get rid of anxiety, because for 30 years I thought, this is just me. This is who I am.
I'm an anxious person. I worry, I care a lot.
Yeah, but I'm not. Like, naturally, I'm not an anxious person. Naturally, I'd get life by the fucking balls.
Yeah.
But all this stuff is when you work on the trigger and you do the tapping and you go into the matrix, instantly it goes, and it's painful. Don't get me wrong, because if you kept on to shit for so long, it's not going to be painful.
It's like being constipated. It's hard work, isn't it? Getting rid of that shit.
But it's true, and I think it's like that. The most profound 5 days was when I did all my training, because I literally, it was horrific for 2 weeks after, because I was getting rid of so much. I was like an angry dragon, and I'd done the work on the girls. So poor Alex, my partner, like I tapped on myself like constantly 5 days, got rid of all these limiting beliefs. Then I've been tapping on the kids to make sure they weren't upset, to do with everything. Well, they're obviously going to be upset, but to make sure they weren't as upset. So for like 2 weeks after, me and the 3 girls were like, rah! Alex and Dig were like, just okay.
I felt, because in a similar space, I've when things were really bad for me, there was a real question over my sanity. There was a real question over, did I want to even be around anymore? I couldn't make any good decisions, and it was in that moment that I started to do that self-development work really actively. Someone had introduced me to personal development years and years and years ago, but then when I was in this moment, I had to choose: was I going to start happening to life, or was life just going to continue to happen to me till I couldn't put up with it anymore? And I, like you, started to scratch the surface, started to read things, started to get the mindset right. And then when you get the mindset right, it's like peeling off a layer. You get one bit, and then there's another bit to work on, and there's another bit to work on. We're all works in process. And then when we get down to that stuff, the stuff that you've been carrying around with you since you were a kid, it's the most difficult stuff. They're your roots. You've got to uproot some of that stuff, and that uprooting process is painful, but you're so much lighter at the end of it, and so much more open to receive and give when you do that work, which is just amazing that's what you do now.
I tell you what is it's for anyone who's listening who has a natural negative thought process, or who talks like crap to themselves. All I want you to do, just for today and tomorrow, for 2 days, this is all I want you to do. Just notice how you feel now, then notice how you're going to feel after 48 hours. Every time you catch yourself talking to yourself like shit, I want you to stop, and I want you to picture yourself as a 4 or 5 year old little girl or a little boy, whoever we've got on the line. I don't know if we've got girls and boys.
Yeah, we've got all kinds of people on the line.
but I want you to imagine yourself or see yourself as 4 or 5 years old. And then I want you to talk to that 4 or 5 year old how you would talk to a 4 or 5 year old, because my guess is you're not going to say, oh, just get over it. You know, your jobs are stupid. Yeah. You're just not going to say that. Talk to yourself, because it's this sounds really cheesy, but it's the inner child that needs the love, the subconscious from the inner child. So talk to yourself kindly. And then another one, this is how you start forming new neural pathways. At the moment, if you think negative, then you have another negative thought, then another negative thought. Your brain's wired up that way. The beauty of this is you can create new neural pathways which rewires your brain in a different way. So when you have one negative thought, you get this feeling. You've then got to give me 5 positive thoughts. 5, it could be related to the negative. You've got to switch it to 5 positives, but you have to think of 5 positives, because what happens, the positive thoughts create a new feeling, which create new neural pathways. Mm-hmm. If you do this every single time you have a negative thought, you replace it with 5 positives, you will start automatically thinking positively. But like anything, it does take a little bit of practice. But there's loads of techniques I could teach this. Another one is incantations.
But we are running out of time. I can't believe it, because Jess, I could speak to you all day long, and I'm sure this is not the last of the conversations that you and I are going to have. I've got no doubt in my mind. But for everyone that's donated over £20 during this session this morning, please make sure you tag Jess on Instagram, tag me on Instagram with the screenshot that you've donated, and you will be able to access one of Jess's workshops. We'll have more details coming up a little bit later on today. But Jess, you are wonderful and glorious. Love you loads. Cheers. Take care. Bye-bye, my darling. Oh, my goodness, that was guest number 1, and we are away. That is it. Wallace, give us an update. Where are we at? How are we doing? We've got people with tears streaming down their faces. We've got people who are saying this is just an epic start to the day. It's insane. We all need to get a little bit of Jess Cunningham in our lives. Isn't she just fantastic? Right, let's go. We've got the next sponsor in the house. Fidel Bohill, good morning, the modern man.
Good morning.
How are you, my angel?
I'm really good, thanks. I'm really, really good. That was an inspiring interview, wasn't it?
Isn't she just amazing? I was
cool.
She's just like pow after pow after pow after pow. So Fidel, tell us, thank you so much, by the way, being a man representing in our big festoon. Like, a big up to all the dudes, because as well we know, and as well you know, with all the work that you do, that this isn't necessarily a gendered situation for people. It happens to men. Domestic violence happens to women. It happens to non-binary people, gay, straight, trans, like all sorts of people. So thank you for repping the dudes today. Tell us about what you do.
My pleasure. Yeah, so my name's Fidel Bohill. I'm the modern man coach. I work with men who have been through divorces and breakups and things like that. And I also run a large men's Facebook community called the Modern Man Club. And in there, we talk about this stuff. One of the things I think is really important about modern masculinity is about owning your stuff, whatever that might be. And I'm really interested in working with the perpetrators of domestic violence as well. Mm-hmm. And I support a range of charities that do that. I think it's really important that we're able to have a conversation and start looking at it differently, because that's the way we're going to really have an impact on this, is actually looking at perpetrators and treating them kind of differently, as difficult as that might be. We need to start having that conversation rather than putting it all on women on how to escape and how to get out of it. We need to start
absolutely getting to the root of the problem, isn't it? And it starts with education in schools. It starts with education with our boys. It starts with education with relationships. All of this sort of stuff that isn't key. It's not key. It's not taught as a key skill. You get the mechanics of sex and the mechanics of relationships, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Right. So, Fidel, we've had our 2 minutes. I can't believe that's gone so quickly. We have got your logo is going to be here for the whole way. I want to give you a big squeeze and tell you thank you so much. You can get in touch with Fidel along the bottom. It's on the ticker, themodernman.org.uk. I love you. I will speak to you after the show later on. You're amazing.
Day, Danny. Have a great day. You're awesome.
I love. Bye. All right, on to our next guest, my darlings. We are flying through this today. I can't believe we're on our next guest already. We are so lucky to have our next guest on. His job, as it stands, is particularly difficult. He's an actor. He works on EastEnders and is doing a phenomenal job of playing Gray Atkins. Please welcome into the big festoon. I hope you're ready. I see you backstage. Toby Alexander Smith, good morning.
Hello, how you doing? You all right?
I am so good. Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem at all. Congratulations for getting this all together. So much going on for you.
It is crazy. Honestly, Toby, I've done this from my bedroom. Like, sat here 5 weeks ago, and I said to my friend Joe, we need to do something. And then here we are, and here you are, and this lineup is blowing my little mind. And I'm just
here 5 weeks.
I know, I'm just doing my little shit telly show from my bedroom. I don't know.
The power of lockdown.
That is exactly that. If I look at the lineup, there's just no way on God's green earth would I have been able to gather so many incredible people like yourself, you know, like Jess, and Jenny Powell's joining us later on. There's so many amazing people. But let's talk about you.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
I was like, I better check what am I allowed to ask and what am I not allowed to ask. So you play Grey Atkins in EastEnders, and you must get asked this all the time. And I was really conscious when I was thinking about what to talk to you about, because you must get asked the same questions every single time, and it must get really effing boring. But the work that you're doing is really, really important, bringing to life Grey and you're not being a perpetrator, but having him be a perpetrator within that storyline. How have you found getting to grips with that? And I know you'll be asked that all the time, but I think as an awareness piece, it's important that we talk about it.
It is really important. The thing is, it's ever changing. When I first started in the job, we knew, me and Jess, that it was going to be a domestic abuse storyline. Mm-hmm. We didn't know specifically how they were going to play it out, how they were going to paint the picture of this family. And so for the audience, for the first few months, they were seen as this perfect, happy, picturesque Instagram family.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was only about sort of 4 months after that, we saw behind closed doors, basically, and we saw the abuse unfold.
Yeah, so the insidious coercive control, all that sort of stuff that happens underneath.
And I think what's been difficult about it is Grey covers the whole spectrum of abuse. It's not just physical. It's verbal. It's economical. It's sexual. It's everything, you know. And I think
the insidiousness of the whole thing, isn't it? Because it completely, as a victim, as a survivor, it infiltrates every core of your being. It makes you question everything around you, and sometimes it isn't even conscious on the part of the perpetrator. It's a control thing. They're trying to control their situation.
And that's exactly what his premise is. He's just obsessed with this power and this control. And if anything slips out of line, that's when he slips into this intimidating, aggressive, horrible mode that we see so often. But that's where the sort of research has really had to come into play for me, because I think we all have an understanding of what domestic abuse is.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people, unfortunately, there is this stigma of what an abuser looks like.
Right.
How they behave, that, you know, he's only an abuser if he does this or he does this. That's not true. You know, there's so many tactics, there's so many behaviors that can equate to being an abuser. And I think the great thing about what we're doing with the storyline is, because Grey covers that whole spectrum, it makes it so much more relatable for people watching it.
And you know, you're playing it absolutely beautifully. I mean, it's heartbreaking to watch. But you are just doing the most incredible job. How have you gone about getting ready for that? How have you gone about getting your head around that? Because obviously this is not you. This is, people are inviting you into their living rooms, and often when you're in a soap, it's really hard for people to separate the man from the character, right?
Yeah.
So let's be really clear. This is Grey Atkins is a character, and we've got Toby, the incredible, wonderful, beautiful, gorgeous human being, with us. How did you get into Grey's headspace? How did you manage that?
Again, it's stemmed from the research. I mean, when I did the audition, I kind of had an idea what I could bring to this, but I had no idea to what capacity you know, that was going to be on. And I've been very fortunate to work with Teresa Parker and Women's Aid, and I've been in touch with them a lot, who have been absolutely aming.
They've been ace. Like, we would not even be having this conversation were it not for Women's Aid. So like, they're just wonderful.
And first and foremost, I started doing a lot of reading. There's this book as well from a counsellor called Lundy Bancroft. I don't know whether you've...
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to write this down because we want to share these things.
Brilliant book. So the minute I got the job, I basically started looking through this and did my research, and it's become my Bible, basically. It covers everything and all the kind of elements and components why an abusive, controlling man goes to that place. And I think that was the thing. I had to initially look at the character Grey Atkins as a human being. He's a human being.
Yeah.
Why is he slipping into these modes? Why is he doing that? And so that was the thing. I just had to find what those trigger points were.
Yeah.
And then in terms of getting myself into that space, as you say, it's very far removed from me. I'm not a sort of, you know, I'm a very placid human being.
So
getting it's very hard. And, you know, I do things like I'll use music and things like that. And I'll just give myself sort of 10, 15 minutes before we do those kind of heavier scenes to just get myself focused. And me and Jess who plays Chantel, we got on really, really well. And we got a really lovely trust and relationship and chemistry.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously her safety has to come first. And so every time we do those scenes, we have to coordinate them, usually with a stunt coordinator as well. And we just mark them through really slowly and everything's very controlled. But I think that comes into play a lot. It's the trust that we have as well.
Yeah. And the thing is, I guess, when you're an actor, you have a number of different types of scenes that you'd have to play, like a romantic scene or a sex scene or a going out with your mates kind of scene or a violent scene. And just like with, say, a sex scene, it is orchestrated. You've got loads of different people looking at you. So having that focus time and having that trust and that chemistry and being able to break state afterwards and just sort of decompress a little bit, I guess that would be important. How do you then get out of that? Because for so many actors, I know being in the entertainment world, so many actors live in that space, especially if they're method, but but live in that space and then need to do something to break state. Is there anything that you do afterwards to help you just kind of take Grey off, I guess?
It's taken practice. I mean, I'm definitely not one of those actors, not that I, you know, disregard anyone who has that kind of method.
Of course.
But I can very much leave it at the door, and it is acting. We are just pretending, especially within this context. And so usually me and Jess will go for a coffee afterwards. We'll go back and we'll just have a laugh and, you know,
just go and just debrief.
You just have to, because it is a very emotionally and physically taxing role for both of us. And it would be too exhausting if we carried it around everywhere we went, you know.
It's like anything, and you know the things that you're talking about are traumatic. The things that you're doing, you know, in that space at that time are traumatic. So to be able to go and like decompress afterwards. How have you been received off of the back of this? So like, because people do find it hard, especially within the soaps. You are members of people's family essentially in their houses every other day. How have people responded to you? Have they been kind to you? Have you had some knobheads? Like, what's going on?
Well.
You can be diplomatic, it's fine, it's all right.
when it first came out last summer that Grey was the abuser that he is, it was very loud on social media. There was a lot of noise, which is brilliant, and that's exactly what we wanted. It was starting to get a bit personal at times on social media. As you say, the thing with soaps is it reaches such a broad audience and people are so immersed into it, and you know, some people almost treat it like real life. I mean, they buy into the world so much, which is brilliant, and that's the power of soap. But then, as you say, it becomes difficult then when you're trying to differentiate yourself between the character and the actor. But as time has gone on, people are starting to understand that we've got a sort of duty to raise awareness, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do with this story, is to solely raise awareness and do that.
That's it. You're in people's houses, so what better platform is there to introduce these concepts to people? And then to, you know, if you out there are experiencing these behaviors yourself, you might not have even recognized that was the position that you were in. So it's such an important job. And there's so many people in the comments that are saying it's such an important job that you do this. What I've seen you do, in working with Women's Aid is supporting Women's Aid as well, and obviously coming to speak to me today is part of some of the work that you're doing, and in agreeing to do this. There are some other things that you're doing as well to raise awareness and to raise funds for Women's Aid. Am I right?
Yes. So
you crazy fool.
Well, that's the thing. So I was supposed to be running the London Marathon in April, and obviously that's not gone ahead, which is a massive shame. But as it stands, it's been postponed to October. So fingers crossed that's still going to go ahead. So I'm still training for that. Amazing. Still gratefully receiving donations and things, and I'm looking forward to it. I just really, really hope it goes ahead.
Yeah, like fingers crossed for all of it. It's been crazy. So what's filming look like for you now? What does work look like for you since the start of lockdown? Because the whole, again, part of my job's being a singer. The whole singing leg of my business has been kicked out from underneath me. Television is now happening like this.
Yeah,
there's only like, we created this because it doesn't look dissimilar from actual proper television.
Yeah.
So how's that looking for you guys right now?
I mean, it's so we're due to go back around about a month's time to resume filming, and obviously we're going to adhere to sort of government guidelines. So we're going to be doing obviously 2 meter distance filming, which is going to be a new skill set for everyone. And
that'll be interesting for the editors. That's going to be interesting. Like for the whole team, that's going to be interesting.
Exactly, and the new norm for everyone to adopt this kind of this skill and this way of working. But I've kind of got my head around it, and I think you've got to have a lot of trust in the fact that the producers and the cameraman and everyone working, all the crew, they know what they're doing. They're very clever. They'll have put this through. There are ways around it. So we just have to trust, because it sounds like that they've worked it out. So
yeah, and the thing is, there's a whole smoke and mirrors thing that goes behind creating anything for television, and these people are masters of they've been doing it for decades. I mean, particularly in EastEnders, they've been doing it for decades. So I'm interested to see how that's going to look for everybody and how that's going to look to us at home. It's exciting more than anything to see what this new is going to look like for actors, what it's going to look like for the entertainment world. So is there anything else that you've got coming up that you're looking forward to?
I mean, to be fair, literally going back to work for me is a big deal.
Right? For so many people.
I feel so lucky. I've got so many actor friends who are in theatre who at the moment are literally at a loose end. They don't know when they're going back to work. And I feel for them, and I feel very grateful. And if there's one thing I've gotten from this lockdown is a real sense of gratitude. And some people have had a really, really tough time. So I've just been able to count my blessings, really. And the fact that, I'll be going back to work soon, and thankfully all my family and friends are safe, and so I think just getting a bit of a normal routine back together.
Just pulling it all back together. And it's like everyone's got to work out what this new is, not just you, like I have, like the people that are watching. What are you guys saying out there? Let's have a little look. Fidel, who is a Modern Man coach, so he helps me. I don't know if you caught the beginning. Fidel from the Modern Man Coaching Academy has sponsored this particular slot. So thank you to Fidel. Raising awareness is so important. As a man, I had no idea the scale of the problem until I started to have these conversations. It's interesting to see. We've got James Perryman. Oh, this is a long one. He's blocked us out. Let's have a look. I spent 9 years in a relationship not seeing that I was being abused, about what I wasn't earning, my ability to be a man and be generally controlled. It is weighted against women, particularly if you look at the statistics. But it does happen to men. It's part of your research. Did you come across any of that, or was you just kind of just focused on?
No, I mean, as you say, it doesn't. Abusism doesn't discriminate, and it's. I think just before I came on, you were saying, sex, race, it doesn't matter. And yes, certainly in the research, I've definitely obviously seen the statistics that it's very much weighted on women, as you say, but it's across the board, and there's services out there for everyone.
So thank you so much for your time. I will not keep you any longer. I know you've come along and you've come to chat to me for free today, and I'm just so grateful for all of the work that you're doing and raising awareness in this way. It's such a meaty role to get your teeth into. So congratulations for just smashing it out of the park. Toby Alexander Smith, everybody, huge love to you, my darling. Take care.
Everyone. Take care.
Bye. Toby Alexander Smith, and breathe. Oh my goodness, you guys, right? How are we doing? How are you feeling? Have you taken some value from that session? You must have done. You must have done. And if you have, what I want you to do is I want you to go to imthequeenbee.co.uk/thebigfestoon and go and donate. I told you guys, I'm going to be shameless today. Absolutely shameless today. If there are any men that are watching, the reason why, when we talked about sponsorship, that Fidel came and sponsored this particular spot is so that we could talk about this. there is very little provision for men and their mental health in order for them to be strong enough to maintain these relationships. That's why they find themselves in this position, either as a perpetrator, or it's not about perpetrator shaming. This is about finding out how to manage ourselves better. Right. So I'm not about shame. This is not about shaming anybody. You know, even from my situation, it isn't about shaming anybody. It is about trying to support as many people as possible to do better, to be better. So please do check out modernman.org.uk for the wonderful, wonderful work that they do. Please do get in touch with them if you've got any concerns, or if you want to get some support in this area. Loads of you have been saying that you had a great time with Jess. Of course you did. Isn't she wonderful? You can find her on Instagram, The Prodigal Fox. If you have donated already, you will be able to, as long as you go onto Instagram, tag me, tag Jess Cunningham. Do you know what I just saw? I can't show you, but I just clicked onto the update screen, and that ticker that's been counting down now says 0000, because we are here. We are in the big festoon. We are just over an hour in already. We are 10 minutes away from our next guest this morning. So let's have a look. Do we want an update? How are we doing so far in terms of donations? It does take a little while. The current total is stop it. We are I don't want to cry. We are over £10,000 already as a running total, which is just absolutely phenomenal. I know there's still sponsorship money to come through as well, so it's actually higher than that. I'm going to try not get emotional every time we do this, because that's just a phenomenal amount of money that is being split directly between Gallup, which is the LGBTQ initiative, and also Women's Aid, who, can I say, have been just so supportive. That is really, really difficult for me to not get emotional at this point. Our target, we are far away from our target yet. We have got a long time to go. We are 1 hour in 12. We have got 11 hours to go together, and I want to make sure that we are keeping a running total over 10k. We are only an hour in. This is just phenomenal, you guys. I need you to keep sharing. I need you to have watch parties. We need you to donate. If you find that, here's how I want to put it. Look at this lineup. Look who we've got coming up, and tell me you would not pay some money to go and see that lineup, giving you the kind of value that we've had already. So look, you've already had access to, even if it's for a tenner, access to money block workshops with Jessica Cunningham. Just for, I think it was like 20 quid, something like that. You have already seen the incredible work that Toby Alexander Smith as Gray Atkins is doing, bringing this awareness into people's front rooms so that they can see, and so that they can have an idea or create an awareness of whether, is that my situation? Is that what we're in? And then they can go and seek help. That's some incredible work that he's doing right there. Let's have a look. Who's coming up next? We've got Caroline Strawson. Okay, so next up, coming up in just under 10 minutes, we've got the gorgeous Caroline Strawson is going to be joining us now. Caroline Strawson, yeah, that's right, I got it right, is a trauma and toxic relationship recovery expert. Now, she's a recovery expert. There is nothing that this lady doesn't know about getting over and getting through and moving on from and becoming successful and flying anyway after experiencing domestic abuse and after experiencing traumatic or toxic relationships. So it isn't just about abuse, isn't it? Isn't that amazing? Over 10k already. What I need you to do is make sure you're sharing this on Instagram. If you've got a t-shirt, I want you to tag me at the Queen Bee Danny. It's across the platforms. So if you go onto Instagram at the Queen Bee Danny, we are streaming over on YouTube. If any of you YouTubers out there and you want to share, please do. The more people that we can get involved in this, the better. We've got £50,000 to smash today. Are we going to do it? I don't know. It's going to be up to you guys. I've done all I can to bring you these incredible people. So let's talk about what's happening for the rest of the morning. My God, you guys. Oh my God, you guys. This is insane, isn't it? isn't it? Can we just all stop and have a little breathe? Can we all just stop and have a little think about what we are achieving right here? Isn't it just incredible? So let's go. Next up. In the next 10 minutes, we have got Caroline Strawson. We've got coming up after that, the wonderful, we're so blessed, Kate Hardcastle MBE is going to be joining us to talk about her small to medium-sized business project called Access for All, and also how the future is female. Now, we're not singling out the ladies out there, my darlings, but her project is wonderful. You're going to want to stay around and find out how you can get involved in that. I winked at you then. I didn't mean to. I feel better now I've done it more purposefully. I feel like there's nobody on yet where I can have a change. I have costume changes today. I have costume changes. Do I have time right now to change my top? Can I trust you all there for 1 second while I dart behind here and change my top? I don't know. I might wait. Wallace. Oh, look at him. He's keeping me hydrated. Snaps for Wallace, everybody, isn't he, a ledge? Do you want to come and speak to everybody whilst I change my top?
No.
No, no, he doesn't. I don't have a wee break. We don't have time for that. I can't drink too much water. My T-shirt is arriving today. Do it on screen, extra donations. If someone donates £500, I will do it on screen. So you donate £500 and then show me. I will change my top on screen. I'm going to be shameless about this. I'm not. It'll be closest action he'll have got since the start of lockdown. I'll tell you something, which is why I'm really glad that at 10:30 we have got Alex Fox joining us. She is Radio 1's sex ed expert, and we're going to be talking about sex, love, relationships, and everything in between. She is bringing props, which I'm very excited about. Before that, though, we've got Alice Living, fitness influencer, author, and survivor. She is absolutely beautiful. She's going to be joining us at 10 o'clock. Moving on to 11 o'clock. We've got the UK's #1 motivational speaker, Brad Burton. He's going to be talking to us about how he has managed to completely pivot his entire business since the start of lockdown. It's been no mean feat. He's going to be sharing with us how he's gone about that and what that looks like now for him. Then at 11:30, we are going to be joined by Nicole Jacobs. Now, Nicole Jacobs is the first UK #1, the first UK government appointed domestic abuse commissioner. So she's been doing some real incredible work right now, pushing bills through, helping raise awareness, bringing the voice of survivors to the government. And it's such important work. That will be at 11:30. Then we're going to round off the first of our live streams. We can only stream for 6 hours at a time. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 4-hour chunks. There's not going to be any breaks in between. I'm just going to switch between broadcast studios. So just as an FYI, what you might need to do is when we get to the end of Stephanie Hurst, so we're going to have an absolute screen with Steph, I've got no doubt. When we get to the end of Stephanie Hurst's segment, we will pause the stream and jump straight onto another stream, and then we'll be joined by Sam Barefoot. So that's what's coming up this morning. Chezzy is saying, thank you, Chezzy. I've seen the lineup, looks amazing. I'm a bit worried about you having some lunch. If anybody wants to send any snacks to the house, that's fine. Wallace will sort you out with our address. I don't know. I don't feel hungry. I'm running on adrenaline. We'll have a curry later on air. I got some champagne on ice for later on as well when we celebrate smashing those targets. So many of you, if any of you want to get involved in this, by the way, we will be doing a survivor segment a little bit later on. Where I'm going to be sharing with you a montage of survivors. It's going to be a really respectful, really beautiful piece a little bit later on. If you want to get involved with that, if you DM me with a picture, I need a shiwi. You're right, I do. If you would like to get involved, then I need you to send me a selfie. If you are a survivor and it's safe for you to do so, hold up your sign, stand proud, DM me a selfie of you saying I am a survivor, and you can be a part of our survivor segment a little bit later on. Joanne's going to pop some shampoos with me later. Broadcast studios, you're so famous. It is. We're just popping between chairs like I'll see you in the studio. It's like right now in the green room, we've got Caroline Strawson just getting herself all comfortable. I see you, sister, backstage. backstage in the green room, in the chill out area. I'm so famous in my own bedroom, you lot, for the right reasons as well. So I know lots of you. A puppy pad. What are you trying to say, Joanne? I know lots of you have been waiting for this next segment. I know lots of you are tuning in specifically for this next segment. It's like I said to you before we kicked off this morning, when I've done a shout out for survivors and when I've spoken to, you know, groups of women, members of the LGBTQ community, men, I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked at how many people find themselves in toxic relationships, how many people find themselves in positions they didn't even realize. You know, we were saying before about Toby and the work that he does with these enders, bringing into people's front rooms the awareness of what these behaviors are. And once you're aware that these behaviors are there, you're like, well, what now? How do you get through that? How do you alleviate that? How do you escape that? How do you, off of the back of that, fly anyway? How do you not carry that with you in your, look at this is ridiculous, your suitcase of shit? And this is one of the things that I've had to work on. This is one of the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, is one of the ways that I can fly anyway is by helping make sure that as few people as possible either go through it because they're aware, or that once they come through the other side and they're surviving and they've escaped their situation and their relationship, that they are able to not put the house of cards back together, but to build the house again from the really good core foundations up. So without further ado, I am going to bring our next guest in. Quick, have a sip of your brew. I can see you. I'm going to have a quick sip too. I'm so honoured to have met this lady about a year ago. One of our mutual friends, Abigail Horn of Authors & Co, had a launch event that I was really privileged to sing at. And Caroline was one of the speakers. And I knew when I heard Caroline speak that one day, I didn't know when, I didn't know it was going to be today. And I said this to her on the phone when I asked her that we were going to do some sort of work together. There was going to be a point in time when we were going to share a stage or share a screen or find a way to link arms. And today is that day. So I'm so blessed and so honored to welcome to you guys, to share with you guys the incredible, the fabulous, the glorious Caroline Strawson. Good morning.
Good morning. God, I don't know whether I can follow that. I almost feel like, hold on a second, who are you talking about there?
I'm talking about you, sister.
I'll pay you later.
You could donate if you want.
Absolutely, because this is what it's all about, donating and raising awareness of this incredible, all three of these charities are so important to people. They really are. They're lifelines.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for joining us. I know you're super, super busy now, more so than ever. Caroline, tell us a little bit more about what you do.
Okay, so what I do is probably a little bit different to what a lot of people do, because I suppose I've personally experienced domestic abuse myself. So 10 years ago, I went through my own divorce, diagnosed with complex PTSD, depression, anxiety. I used to self-harm the tops of my thighs with my toothpaste because I bit my nails. So I didn't even have any nails to do that. So I just used my toothpaste. And just as you were saying, Danny, I considered myself to be an intelligent woman, and I would recognize the signs of that.
Of course you would.
Stay in a relationship like that. But of course, when we're talking about domestic abuse, it isn't obviously just physical abuse, there's psychological abuse, and that can be very insidious. So it can be over a period of time and chipping away at your confidence. So when I came out of my marriage 10 years ago, I was really at rock bottom, and I've always said if it wasn't for my children, I wouldn't be here today. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's been a learning journey of what works, what doesn't work for my own healing. So I'm a little bit obsessed really with trauma, what goes on in our brain, in our body, because I was trying sort of various talking therapies and I just wasn't getting better. Mm-hmm. And I saw from some of your guests already, when we go through abuse, domestic abuse, we actually have physiological changes that happen in our brain. Now,
and this is the thing, isn't it? Like, there's actual changes. People say, we're going to talk about this. People would say to me all the time, just fucking leave him. Just leave him.
It's not as easy as that. You wouldn't say to somebody who'd broken their leg, just get up and walk.
Just walk.
You wouldn't say that. But because we don't see the changes. Now, I also want to reassure people, yes, we get physiological changes in the brain, but they're all reversible. So we can reverse them back. But what happens is our brain's number one job, Danny, is to keep us safe and to protect us and to move us away from pain. So when we can understand that, so many people feel such shame and anger and guilt at themselves. Why did I stay in the relationship? What was I doing? Everyone's telling me, ignore them, leave, do this, do that. Why am I not doing that? Why am I going back? And it's really what I try and teach people is, you know what? Let's understand your system. Let's understand what's going on in your nervous system, what's going on in your brain, so that when you actually understand this, we have 4 trauma responses when we're dealing with domestic abuse. So everyone will have heard of fight, flight, and freeze. They're the kind of usual,
the kind of
responses.
Obvious ones.
Yeah, but actually there's a 4th one when we're dealing with domestic abuse, and that's actually called fawn, or the appease response. And that is, it's almost like you hear other words like trauma bonding, Stockholm syndrome, and that is when you are in that abusive relationship, your brain goes into, what can I do to protect myself the most? Okay, so that could be fight, flight, or freeze. But actually the 4th response, fawn, and we see this a lot in domestically abusive relationships, it's doing everything you can just to get through that day. So I won't say this back, or I will try and do everything around the house, or I'll try and make everything okay.
Or I will allow the affair, or I will...
Absolutely. Because your brain is just literally in survival mode. And it's not your fault. Your brain is doing this based upon judgments of your external environment. And this all comes from as well our childhood. So our brain is like this filing system and computer, and all of our past experiences then go to shape who we are today with our relationships and how we react within those relationships.
It's so every time, and it's funny how this is. I think this is going to be a thread all through the day, all through the day, is the things that happen to us in our formative years. And our formative years may not necessarily be our childhood. It might be our teenage years. It might be even be in our 20s. I was still like forming shit in my 20s. But I'm going to spend the day cuddling a shit cushion, aren't I? Like this. But it's the stuff that we hold on to. The domestic abuse that I experienced in my childhood informed the decisions that I made when I was older about every single relationship, every friendship, every job, everything that I did. It informed all of that. It's only by doing the work and starting to research it. And I think that, there was times when I would go to talk therapy, and I thought, well, there's only so much talking about this that I don't want to talk about it.
I'm quite vocal about talk therapy. It has a place, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
But talk therapy only accesses 10% part of our brain. The other 90%, our subconscious beliefs, our limbic system, our brainstem, where trauma is formed, we don't access that in talking therapy. We're only accessing that 10%. So it's all well and good going to see a counsellor and a therapist, because don't get me wrong, you can get that validation and of course it can help. But sometimes it keeps us actually stuck in a trauma cycle, because no matter how much you keep saying to yourself, I know I'm worthy, I know I'm enough, I know I'm safe now, consciously and cognitively, if we don't feel it, and again, trauma is a mind and body experience. You don't think anger, think anxiety, you feel it. So it's all about, a lot of the work that I do, so using things like EMDR and RTT, we're accessing the subconscious beliefs and where that trauma is stored, because between the ages of 2 and 7, that's where our beliefs are formed. And then when our beliefs are formed, we are scanning the world beyond that to keep reinforcing them. So if we have beliefs in our childhood of maybe not feeling worthy, then it's no surprise we are magnets to relationships that are toxic, because we're always seeking that external validation all of the time. And of course, in a domestically abusive relationship, normally at the start, there's a lot of what we call love bombing. So they're going to fill all of those gaps, or a hole in your soul, as I call it.
Filled with petals and getting on. For mine, it was
wow, they're amazing.
It was for me. I was a single parent. I was in a vulnerable position. I had just had my partner leave, so it was unexpected but necessary, and he just left. And I was in a vulnerable position, and the guy is a narcissist, and what he did was ingratiate himself. I was a single parent. Poppy was tiny at the time; she was like 8-9 months old, and I was desperate to be loved because I felt so unlovable. And he came in, and he stayed over, and he went. Do you know what? It was I remember the bit that made me fall in love with him. He got up in the night and put a dummy back in so I could sleep, and it was the first time in 9 months that I'd managed to sleep through the night, and it was that sort, and he was like, I'm here, I'm going to make it all better now, redecorate my house. He did all sorts of lovely, lovely things. And then so I was in, like 4 or 5 weeks. And he'd done all these things. Oh man, I was just in, I was knee deep in him. I just couldn't. I was in awe of him. And I thought he was this handsome guy. And I was fat. Well, I'm fat. I'm not arsed. But at the time, I didn't look like what I wanted to look like. I'd always been a size 10 or a 12. And then now I'm a size 18 to 20. And at the time, I'd not done the work on myself. So I'm not enjoying how I'm looking. And this handsome guy is treating me like gold. And within 5 weeks, he's having affairs.
Wow.
And he's completely anchored me in. And that started in the December. By the May, I was pregnant. 4 months later, that's when I was in. And it's when you go back and look, it's like a tick box.
Correct. It's all of these red flags. But again, because your starting point is maybe feelings of not feeling good enough, not feeling worthy. And there's 2 elements to this. So one is our subconscious belief. So our subconscious belief is, just as you say, I'm not lovable, I'm not enough, I'm not worthy. So we're going to seek that external validation, which we call codependency. So when we have that lack of self, we don't know just for who we are that we are amazing and we are good enough. We're always looking for somebody else to make us feel like that. And the other aspect is what we call somatic memory. So somatic memory is actually trauma that is stored within our body that in a present moment, a trigger in the present moment, elicits a physical response in our body, taking us back to certain events that have happened in the past. So you might walk into a room and even smell something, and all of a sudden you think, God, I'm feeling something here. Or someone looks at you a certain way and you feel it's stored in the body, which is why very often as we are domestic abuse, we're back again. After we're healing with domestic abuse as well, we can still be working on things from a talking perspective, but we've got to clear that stored somatic memory from our body so we can think like an adult and feel like an adult, not keep thinking like an adult and feel like the wounded inner child teenager aspect of that. We've got to get them both married up together. So it's really important. And what you highlight there as well, Danny, when you were saying about, you know, within 5 weeks you were hooked and everything.
I was there.
There's an addiction. And again, a part of our brain called the hypothalamus will secrete these neuropeptides, and we actually become addicted to the struggle. We become addicted to feeling like this. Now, remember, our brain doesn't recognize whether things have happened or not. It just wants to keep us safe. And when we are addicted in these relationships, our brain just thinks, well, I know it's not great for you, but hey, you know what? You didn't die yesterday, so it must be kind of okay. So we're just going to stay where we are. Because
you're not dying now, it's fine.
Correct.
We're fine.
It's just focused on really keeping you alive and away from the biggest pain, so to speak. So we get addicted to feeling these things, which is why no contact is so important. But you've got to think about the safety aspect and all of those. Safety is the priority when we're dealing with domestic abuse, because, you know, in the first week of leaving a domestically abusive relationship, that's where actually the most murders are. So you've got to make sure that at any stage, if you're looking to leave a relationship, safety is your priority. It's got to be that as a number one. You know, and it's so difficult because, again, from a domestic abuse perspective, it will take people on average, you know, over 50 times before they will then go and report it. It can take over 7 times of doing that before you eventually leave. But with all of this, having people say, just leave, just ignore them. If you imagine that person already in a domestically abusive relationship already doesn't feel worthy or good enough, you then saying to them, just ignore, just leave, you're actually going to push them further down that trauma response.
Yeah, because you're not making good decisions.
Yeah, you're reinforcing, see, you aren't worthy because you're not even leaving.
You can't even make a good decision for your kids. No. You can't even make a good decision for work. You can't make a good decision around your finances. You can't, and this was where that's where I was at, and slow, not even slowly, it was quick. This whole experience for me happened within 2 years.
Yeah.
From the beginning to the end of the relationship, where we had to get an injunction to separate ourselves from each other.
Yeah,
because it wasn't that it was getting more and more dangerous. It was just we was just on a roller coaster together.
Correct.
The entire
You're
time.
A magnet. You're like a magnet to each other. And the same, you know, I had my house repossessed. I lost everything. I had over £70,000 worth of debt. Yeah, I was having almost my phone next to me, checking all the time for messages. And it was almost like when a message came through that was aggressive and abusive, it was like, there we go. That's what I know. That's what I know. And then I'd be like this, going back, trying to get them to have this epiphany, you know. And again, you mentioned the word narcissist, you know, it's an overused word in our society. You know, a lot of people will say, my ex is a narcissist. Well, if you've been a victim of narcissistic abuse, you will know about it. And actually bandying that word around, just saying your ex is a narcissist, does a lot of damage for those who are genuine victims of narcissistic abuse, because it strips you to the core. It leaves you feeling broken. And just then, if someone says my ex is a narcissist, but then they're getting around looking like they're coping and getting on with their life, someone then who's been a genuine victim of narcissistic abuse is thinking, again, I'm not worthy because look at them. They're saying their ex is a narcissist.
They're managing just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's a real overused word. And, you know, for those genuine victims of narcissistic abuse, it can be horrific because it doesn't just end again when the relationship ends. It carries on, especially if you have children as well. It's really challenging.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there's a couple of things that and you know, I could speak to you about this all day, and it's so important. And I'm just as a nod to the comments, people are saying this resonates on so many levels. This is amazing what you're talking about. Some people are having epiphanies now, understanding that it's fight, flight, or fawn, has made people realize in the comments
it's not their fault. It's not their fault. Their brain is doing what they think it should do to protect themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just trying to think, what do I want to ask you first? So I think because we're talking about narcissism specifically, because I know you help specifically people who have experienced a relationship with a narcissist and are recovering from that. How do you recognize that? And I mean, I know it's like how long's a piece of string, and it's quite a lot to speak on, but as quickly as you can, is there anything that we could be looking out for that would denote narcissistic behavior?
Yeah. So narcissism is on a spectrum. We all have narcissistic traits anyway, but narcissistic personality disorder is actually a mental health disorder.
Yes.
It's listed in what we call the DSM, the Diagnostical and Statistical Manual, but there are 9 traits that are warranted to be classified as a narcissist, and you have to have 5 of these 9. So it's on a spectrum. So you could have someone with 5, you could have someone with 9. Now, 2 key things here. One is a narcissist will have 0 empathy, none. They don't have it. And the other thing, and a really good test for this is, and I always say this, if you're wondering whether your partner or your ex is a narcissist, imagine if you were sitting on your lounge floor and you were telling them that you had a terminal disease, that you'd maybe got cancer or something. What would their reaction be if they were on their own with you? And what would their reaction be if you had any friends or family around? Now, I know certainly for me, when I was on my own with my ex and I told him various things of times, when he was on his own with me, it would be blank. There would be no empathy. There would be nothing. If my family were around, he was the perfect husband then.
Right.
Oh, I'll look after you, Carrie. Don't worry. Don't this. Because, of course, then my family were like, oh, he's a great husband.
What a great guy.
Amazing. He's fantastic. So really, for me, yes, we've got the clinical diagnosis, and therein lies the problem, because no narcissist in the world goes, I think I'm a narcissist.
I think
need
I'm
to
a
go and get
narcissist.
a diagnosis. You know, I get loads of messages from people saying, am I the narcissist? And I said,
Is it me?
well, by nature of you asking me that, I know you're not, because
No.
there's no narcissist ever. Am I a narcissist? So, you know, I already know that they're not with that. But really, for me, it's the empathy. And if you were sat on your own on the lounge and you told them something where it's just you and them, how would they react? And if you were with other people where they're then got the facade of showing who they are, how would they react then? And for me, they're really good analogies for that.
And it is a disorder, and I maintain this to this day, that even the guy that was my perpetrator, I genuinely believe there was the illness involved, some degree of unwellness and some degree of trauma, because he didn't actively, for our situation, and everyone's situation is very different. He didn't actively, until the arguments happened, he didn't go at me. It was all about him and what filled his cup up at the time. And he was like a kid in a sweet shop with all sorts of...
They're like toddlers. They are like toddlers.
There's everything was risk-taking behaviour. Everything was risk-taking behaviour. And the fact that he had an anchor allowed him to take those risks.
They will project onto other people. So their behaviour is very much about projection. You know, they have a deep lack of self, but they will never, ever admit it. And just as you say, there has been trauma in their childhood because of this. And trauma just means overwhelm to the system. It doesn't have to be major abuse or anything. It is trauma is actual just overwhelm to our system, you know, our coping capacity as well. So they will project onto you and expect whoever it is to behave in a certain way. And we call it, from a narcissistic perspective, we call it narcissistic supply. So their goal is, their drug of choice is narcissistic supply. So they need to go around their business about doing this. I did a live in my group yesterday, actually, and we were talking about pregnancy, actually, from this perspective, about how many then went off and had an affair when you were pregnant, because of course the supply then to that person isn't on them because you're pregnant. So really they're always scanning for supply, and that moment they don't get it off you, you can bet your bottom dollar they'll be getting it off somebody else, and they will be scanning the world to do that. And as yet, there is no scientific research out there to say we can cure narcissistic personality disorder. There's no, at this point, any genetic link to narcissistic personality disorder. It is formed in childhood. You're not born a narcissist. It's formed in childhood with various things that can happen. But as yet, there is no cure, because no narcissist will ever admit that they have an issue. If they do, it's because they're trying to get supply. It is trying to get something from that. It's not actually genuinely, they think, what can I do? How do I do that? So, you know, from somebody who maybe thinks they're with a narcissist, and I did this for many years, hoping they'd have this epiphany and go, Caroline, I'm so sorry. You're
trying to help them all the time.
Oh, God. You know, never going to happen. And I always say, you waiting for that to happen is like you drinking rat poison and expecting the rat to die. Crazy. It's not happening. It's not happening.
And that was the realization that, you know, I maintained, because I knew of his past. I was like, I can fix him. I know he's experienced trauma. I've experienced trauma. Then I can make him well again. I'll love it out of him. You know, I'll forgive him all of his sins because I know why he's doing them. That's all right. I get it. No one else could have me anyway. And he's a handsome chap, and he's good around the house. And
I'll show him.
Yeah.
So I'll make it all right. Yeah.
Right. And it's so many people find themselves in that situation now. So you went through this particular situation, and then you made it, Caroline. This is what I am just in love with about you. You then made it your life's work to learn. And I think that most recovery happens in learning as opposed to, I say the therapy. I've got to be very, very careful. Therapy works for people. Talk therapy works for some people. CBT works for some people.
It all helps. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like a stack of tools. It's like an arsenal of tools that you can use. But I always find the more that you understand about the situation, the easier it is for you to get to grips with your own. So when people understand implicitly, understand really integrally what is happening and the mechanics behind it, it's much better. You deal with what you know. And when you know better, you can do better. And you went and I don't know anybody who knows as much about this as you. You are so educated in this field.
I've always been an avid learner anyway. I love learning. I'll be a lifelong learner, definitely. But for me, then it was about finding things that would really work. And again, I've got this deep fascination with what goes on in our brain, in our body, whilst we're thinking and feeling these things, because I kept finding, that's really helped, but I'm still feeling like this, or that's helped, but I'm still thinking all of these things. So again, for me, everybody that I deal with has symptoms of complex PTSD. It's not just PTSD like a soldier or anything like that. We are talking trauma. Domestic abuse is trauma. Let's not make any mistake about this. It is trauma. So we've got to take it seriously. For me, I'm really passionate because I use things like positive psychology in what I do. There's a phenomenon we call in positive psychology called post-traumatic growth. So I'm really passionate about helping people have higher level living because of their trauma. So the growth. So I know I am living a more joyful, connected, happy life because of the trauma I went through. Because actually what the narcissist did for me is shine a great big spotlight on all of my inner wounds that were actually already there anyway. He was just this great spotlight going there, like a
magnifying glass for it.
And it gave me the opportunity to heal them.
Yeah, and this is what we talk about. We talk about it within the IATQB movement. Like this quote comes back. It always comes back to the wings of the bee not being able to get the bee off the ground, but the bee flies anyway. And this is what we talk about. This is the perfect example of flying anyway, that all of your adversity leads you to this moment, and you get to choose going forward how you pay. Do you pay your adversity forward, or do you pay your strengths forward? And in doing things like working with people like yourself, you get an opportunity to pay your strength forward. And, off of the back of working with you, there are so many people that go on to have incredibly successful businesses, that go on to form incredible relationships with their families, incredible friendships. And it's just a testament to the work that you do, your knowledge of this, and it's like you have a set of keys that when people work with you, it teaches them how to unlock those doors. And like you
it's funny, my logo is a key and a butterfly.
Right. My God. Yes. I love it. We got the butterfly and the bee in the house. Christine Wright saying, holy shit, this woman is amazing. Isn't she?
Oh, thank you.
Isn't she, you guys? We've currently got about 150 people watching us right now. And so many people are going to be watching on the catch up. And it is just, honestly, what we are doing today together, you and I, the whole lineup, you guys by turning up today is going to have such an impact. If you are finding this helpful and you are watching, I want you to go to iamthequeenbee.co.uk/the big festoon and go and donate now, because this money is going to go and help people that are experiencing what me and Caroline are talking about right now.
We need to be talking about this more. We need to stop brushing it under the carpet. If it goes on behind closed doors, we need to shout loud. We need to talk about it, because when you heal yourself, we heal the next generation as well. We really do. It's so important. Please go and donate.
It is so important. Right, Caroline, how do we come and hang out with you? So how do we come and find out more about what you do? Because there are people baying for this. They want more of Caroline. So do I.
So come and join me on Facebook. So obviously come and follow me on my business page. I've got a free and private Facebook group, Heal the Trauma After Narcissistic Abuse. Come and follow me on Instagram. I've got a book, Divorce Became My Superpower, literally going into the details, gaslighting, all of this. I'm sure many of you will relate to it. I get so many messages. Oh my God, it's my story as well. And also on my website, I've just got a new website this week, so I'm a bit excited about that.
What's the website? Tell us the website.
So the website is www.carolinestrawson.com, and I'm actually launching a brand new program in September called Narcissist Free School. It's going to be unlike anything out there. It's going to be about your nervous system. It's going to be parts therapy, EMDR, RTT. It's going to be insane. I'm really excited about it, because I want to facilitate change, not just change up here, but change in the body as well. Both. I want people to go on and thrive after abuse.
So if anything that you have said today, Janet Haddon's saying, listening to Caroline has made me realise I've been in a lot of these types of relationships. So interesting. This is why we are doing this today, Janet. This is why we're doing this today. Because if we are bringing this, just like we was talking to Ben Atkins, flipping heck, fucking hell. Toby
you're
Toby
still
Alexander
only at
Smith.
9:30.
Oh God, we're not even 2 hours in. You know, we were talking to Toby Alexander Smith before. We've got an opportunity to bring this into people's living rooms, onto their phones. If something has resonated with you today, go and find out more about what Caroline's doing, carolinestrawson.com. Go and find out in the groups. Go and be a part of those communities, because when you link arms, just like we're doing now, you raise each other up. It is so. Nicola Liggins is just saying, Caroline has helped me so much. I cannot recommend her enough.
Oh, she's the one who did my website as well, and she's amazing. Her growth is incredible. She's brilliant.
Her growth, Nicola, your growth game is strong, sister.
Oh yes, baby.
So please do go and seek Caroline out. It is, the work that she does is truly incredible. It's truly amazing. If you have found, and I'm imploring all of you after every segment, if you have found value in this, go and donate now. virginmoneygiving.com/the big festoon, or iamthequeenbee.co.uk/the big festoon. Oh my goodness, this is just amazing. You are phenomenal. I love you. This isn't the first conversation or the last conversation that we will have.
Definitely not.
We have got much to do, my friend. Thank you so much, Caroline. Caroline Strawson, everybody. Give her some love. What an absolute angel sent from heaven above she is. What an absolute diamond. Thank you so much, Caroline, for joining us. Right. Here we are. We are at 9:28, just a couple of minutes away from our next sponsor and our next guest. So we are really super blessed to have our next guest on. And before we do, we will have a word from our, if that will be, I don't think so. Before we do, I do want to just implore again, if you have found value from any of these conversations that we have today, please do go to virginmoneygiving.com/the big festoon. Wallace, do we have an update? How are we doing? We just smashed the 10 grand point at last check, and it made me nearly do a cry. So I've just got to be careful that I don't do a cry. Wallace, are you there? I'm in Wallace's ears. I don't know what Wallace is doing. Is he there? Is he going to do it? I'm going to find it. Do you know what? Get a woman to do the job. Oh, he's done it. Thank you so much, Wallace. Okay, so we've got £10,349.75 is our current total. Thank you. The day is young. We have much to do to get to our target. So please make sure you are still donating. Actually, we have a running total with gift aid as it stands right now on the site. It's 10,466. It's gone up even since Wallace has created that for us. So thank you so much to everybody. Right. All right. We are heading on into our next guest. We are so blessed to have this lady joining us. The work that she does for the business community is phenomenal. You will have seen her on telly. She's known as the Customer Whisperer. Please welcome onto the big festoon, the fabulous Kate Hardcastle. Good morning.
Hi, Danny. How are you doing?
I am so good, and I'm so pleased and thrilled that you're joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for inviting me. Well done on the total so far. That's fantastic news.
Oh, I'm trying to keep myself calm. I know I've been emailing you frantically over the last couple of weeks, and you know, I don't know if you can feel the energy, but this is exactly where I'm at right now. So I'm just gonna bring myself down a little bit while we talk about some of the amazing things that you're up to.
Well, you've got to pace yourself. You've got a long day, so I hope you've got people bringing much coffee and chocky biscuits and everything you need.
I'm hoping Wallace is going to bring a fan and some grapes so he can feed me whilst I'm interviewing people.
Nice. We can all learn from that.
So we were introduced through a mutual friend via it was Ruth, wasn't it, from Network She who did the initial introduction for you and I. And when I got in touch, and one of the first things that you did was like, sure, like let's make this work. And that's been the response I've had from so many people. So thank you for your time today. What we're going to talk about, though, are the things that you're getting up to. Because when I did more research into the things that you're doing, it's just phenomenal what you're doing particularly for small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and for women in business. So can you tell us a little bit more about the Access for All project that you're working on?
Sure. So we run an organisation called Insight with Passion. And we work with some of the world's largest organizations, but some medium-sized businesses, some startups too. And we help them understand more about the customer, because one thing that's for sure in any business, and I'm literally talking from the baby products businesses that we've helped through to the funeral care businesses we've helped, is it's all about us as a customer, right? We have this need now to have our voice be heard. We want to see things like more diversity in shop mannequins, in advertising. We want to hear our voices. We want to see ourselves represented. And that's the work we're doing. That's what the Customer Whisperer work is. It's all about being the voice of the customer in the boardroom, making sure that these businesses understand they have to be respectful to earn our business. Now, obviously, the customer isn't always right. That might be one of the big taglines that comes out today. Customer says the customer's not always right.
They're not always right.
Of course, we're not always right. You know, sometimes we've got a beef that we've got from the morning, and then we get on the phone line to an energy provider, and we think, no, that's it. I'm going to have a full blowout here. Yeah. And we have to do a lot to protect those businesses too, and the teams that work there, who most often than not are working really hard to try and serve us as customers. So that's the work we do, trying to pay for my children's Shreddies and Cheerios habit. That's what pays the bills. I have 3 children. But we give 20% back, which is massive for a small business like us.
It's huge for a small business.
Really big. And I've got to tell you, Danny, when we started out, that was a heck of a commitment. I had no realization of what I'd taken on.
Yeah.
Trying to grow something that was very different. We don't look or feel like a normal consultancy. We're not those grey-suited people. We're not there to tell you your business. We're there to collaborate and work with you. And that was hard yards. But we did it every single year. And that means that now, 12 years on, I can tell you that we have supported for free over 1,000 micro businesses. Normally, the type of businesses we work with are female entrepreneurial businesses too, which is fantastic, because I was blessed to have been mentored by Anita Roddick for a very small amount of time, one of the most amazing women I ever met, who talked to me about the importance of I had to learn my craft and my art first to get this platform to do this. But I can tell you the work we do for free as part of that pro bono, as part of that give back, is some of the most rewarding, fantastic work we do. And in times of crisis, particularly right now, helping businesses see that there's going to be some future for them and how there's that future is incredibly important, because sometimes when we are an entrepreneur, it might be a micro business or a small business, that is heart and soul you, right? You know, you and your partner, you're working there at home, you're juggling all of these things, and your business is heart and soul you. And it can be really difficult when there's a bad day in the office, because we take it home with us, because it's all encompassing. So we have to be this voice of support. Now, we've taken Access for All up to 40% during the pandemic, which has been a massive commitment, because we've got to work out how we might keep going too as an organisation.
Correct. Yeah, because it's affecting everybody, isn't it? This whole situation. So to make that commitment is phenomenal. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just gobsmacked. So please carry on.
No, absolutely, Danny. Chip away. Because I'm like you. We're both singers. This is where it comes from.
I love it. We've both got 3 kids. We're both singers. We're both into business. Like, I'm here. Like, I feel like we're friends already. Like, we're just there.
Absolutely. We should probably be doing this in front of your big audience, but yeah, this is a great getting to know you session. But I think that passion's there. You know, I learned a lot of my craft on this stage. A lot of business work I do, I relate it back. Is it from my time at INSEAD or my academia, or is it actually growing up in a corner shop and actually learning my craft on a stage? Because if you play Elland Working Men's Club, I'm older than you, and I did the Working Men's Club circuit. Maybe you
I did the Working Men's Clubs right up until before the lockdown. I was still singing. They were still waiting for the bingo when I was singing, and it is soul destroying. But you still have to turn it up, and I think that's why, like, for my business, it's been so successful, is because you turn it up for your customer, and you deliver for your customer, whether they're there or not. Especially when you're a singer, but you learn a resilience during that time.
For sure. And I used to be on stage thinking, please not Mustang Sally.
Please not Build Me a Buttercup.
Please not Mustang Sally tonight. And then I had the great fortune of working with some of the greats, Candy Staten, Martha Reeves. And I got to know these ladies, Jackie Graham, one of our brilliant UK soul artists, Andrew Roachford. And I talked to Andrew about singing Cuddly Toy, and Candy Staten about singing You've Got the Love, and Martha Reeves singing Dancing in the Streets. And I'd say, how do you do it? how do you sing those songs with so much passion and enthusiasm, time after time?
Yep.
See, that's a craft and a skill right there. You know, they're telling that story for the first time every night they go on that stage. And I think there's so much cohesion between what we can do in business and those lessons learned as that singer, and finishing promptly on time for the bingo dabbers to be out and woe betide if you go into that.
If you don't, slot. You get booed off.
Right. So, you know, and I'm married to a drummer, which really helps as well, because I don't have that situation at home where I can come in and think I've had a great day in the office, look at all these things I've achieved. You know, I'm back down to earth with a you know, bang. And I still sing now and again when I get pulled out as an emergency fill-in. And on stage, I am the grafter, I'm a singer, and the drummer behind is the manager and the boss, and that's how it works. You know, these things are great levelers. And I've always thought we do too much of the Cinderella thing in business. It's all about, I came from here and I got up here and join me on this journey. And I see all these things that worry me about, you know, and believe me, there's some brilliant examples of this too, but subscription models for small businesses, startup, you're going to hear from someone who's made $1 million by this. Now,
oh, hang on one sec. We lost you for a second. Are you there?
I'm back.
You are back.
Sorry.
You were just saying about subscription models.
Yeah, which there were some brilliant ones, but there's also some ones where this is almost like the Cinderella dream, you know, make $1 million, do this. But you're being taught by someone who maybe has done it once or twice, you know. I think it's really important we get grounded. We start truth telling. We start being honest. I used to go on stage and just, when I do my seminars and the particular ones about me and my career, I just talk about the hard yards. I talk about that gritty side of the hill you've got to climb up. And I also talk about making sure that you're leaving some way from the next person to get up there too. You know, we need support, collaboration. And I think on a week like this week, when we can't ignore what the atrocities, the Black Lives Matter, we've got to talk about authenticity, because to me, that is going to be the be-all and end-all of your career. Sorry, B, there we go, Queen B. The be-all and end-all.
Got it in there.
It's got to be authenticity, and we've got to be truthful. So, you know, I hope anyone who's seen me on the train, on a plane with a bit of drool coming out my mouth, having a quick power nap. I admitted on one of these things last year that I had car naps. Worst thing I ever did. Just people went, "You're the car nap woman." I was like, "Yeah, car naps are good."
Any kind of naps are good. I'm a teenager, but you can hang me on a washing line and I can sleep.
Wow, I envy that. I don't have that going on. But we've got to be authentic. We've got to be real about it. You know, I've been fortunate. I've traveled around the world doing the work I do. It has been, I can't even tell it. We've all got our stories in terms of what it's taken to do that and get there. And believe me, there was no shortcuts.
Right.
But I have been so wary that if something really lovely's happened and I've had an upgrade on a flight or something like that, I don't take that picture. I don't post that social media. That's not the messaging I want out there. The messaging I want out there is, these are the things I'm doing to be collaborative. These are someone's voices I want to amplify or talk about. This is someone brilliant I've met. You know, it's not about us. The
trappings of success. And one of the things I talk about, Kate, is success however you measure it. So for me, success is more time for my kids. Success is being able to move house, and not to a flashy gaff. It's just somewhere that's bigger that we can fit into. So it's not about the trappings of success, because once you've taken the picture, you can go and stand in front of a rented Lamborghini and tell everybody that you're successful. Or you can go and help change somebody's life with the service or goods that you offer. That's your success. Right. That's the good that you've done in the world is your success. That's the bit that you should be shouting about, not the here's me brand spanking. I mean, that might be your version of success, whatever. But from an authenticity point of view, and from being able to draw more people to you point of view, they're not asked whether you've got the latest handbag. They're asked about how are you going to help. And that's the bit that I think, you know, we should be shouting about. So so can you tell us a little bit more about so Access for All specifically, what does that look like? What does that project look like? How do you help?
So it's meant to be a day a week of anyone who engages with our organisation, because we have freelancers who work for Insight with passion as well as full-timers. Right. And we're a small business, and day a week's meant to be donated to passion projects that you care about. Could be charities, could be community projects, could be startup businesses. And we've helped all of the array, like I say, over 1,000 small businesses in that time. And it is just going and lending the same expertise and voice that we would, but relevant to the sector or the size of business we're working with. And we have to be so on the ball to do that, because when you're in one of our clients, I mean, don't get me wrong, they are really on the ball when it comes to budgets, but at least they have a budget. At least they have a team. At least there's a lot of people that are perhaps going to collaborate and do something under your guidance.
Yeah.
When you work with a micro business, there is one of one.
We're just working out my bedroom.
Yeah. And I want to tell you what it's like when you're in big business, and I've made mistakes in big business. We all make mistakes, and that's how we grow. There is a pit of your stomach feeling when you've put the wrong order through, you've chosen the wrong fashion line, something's not worked out with a franchise. But when you've got an Access for All, which is 20% back, someone in front of you that's had a legacy business handed down to them from their parents, grandparents, great-grandparents since the 1800s, and they're going to be the generation that potentially that business could fail in. And they are in tears talking about that emotional situation point they're in. My goodness me, you know, that there is nothing more humbling. And can you, I mean, can you turn around that business? That's the one I want to bolster on my CV. I mean, we have to work under NDAs with a lot of our big clients. That's really challenging, because there's things that are in your house that I want to go, you know that, you might bought that because of our work. But I'd love to tell you more about those small businesses we're helping with. Now, Access for All is at capacity, as you'd imagine, at the moment, but that doesn't mean that we can't. Anyone who wants to, you know, please do write into us. You just apply through the website. We'll see if we can help. We might be able to refer you to other partners. There's amazing other people who do this. Like there's Tina Bowden and Tony Robinson, who are great. Ruth, who we met through. A lot of people who will support free of charge and impartially small businesses. But I think it's really important to get that impartiality. When we have something that's ours and we've created it, it's very difficult for us to take a step back and look at it.
You're too in it, aren't you? You just
in it.
Too much love and too much hate sometimes, and too much, like, you've got too much skin in the game to be able to hover above it and see what's actually going on. How are those cogs turning? What's going on with it?
For sure. So having that impartial conversation is really important. The challenge is sometimes that conversation is offered by a financial institution or someone who's got an ulterior motive. And that might lead you down the right path, but it could quite well lead you down the wrong path. Or you might see one of these gurus. Like I say, there's some brilliant ones out there. I think we've got some on the speaking list today, but there are also some ones where you just need to check the credentials. Are you wanting to emulate this person's success? Are you wanting to emulate their success? Yeah, but, you know, do you want to do that? You know, you see, the thing is, by Danny, I'm a geek girl, right? I am a geek. I am a chess-loving, analytical, number reading, absorbing of all the data girl. And, you know, I was bullied horrifically at school, so maybe I don't call it out as much as I could, but I watch. I have two ears and one mouth, and I use it in that order, and I'm always aware, and I will definitely do right by anyone I can. And I might not have a direct public conversation, but you don't know how many calls I've made to people going, I am telling you now, be careful, beware, check twice, don't just take my, you know, I will do as much as I can to support each other. What I really feel frustrated about are the people that go out and it's all about the platform, it's all about the noise, but then the delivery. Because the delivery is the hard yards, the delivery is the hard work, the delivery is all those phone calls and emails you took to put this together. This bit, the show bit, it's a nice bit. This is the bit when we are singing Mustang Sally or Build Me a Buttercup, you know, we're in the groove and we're enjoying it. But the rehearsals and the lugging the equipment up 2 flights of stairs and the having to get paid at the end of the night, you know, these are the hard yards we do. And I just want there to be more realism and authenticity out there as this new generation of business people, entrepreneurs come through and start reassuring some of the wonders that are out there in business, maybe not fully fledged in a wing flight yet because they're nervous, because they don't believe in themselves as much as they should.
So how have you found because it's the elephant in the room for everybody, and especially in business. Like for me, one of the legs of my business was singing to keep me grounded. So I have a fantastic business online and public speaking business and all of this sort of stuff. It's great, but a whole leg of my business got straight cut through, and it can't sing any. Well, I can sing, but I don't really want to sing that much online because it's hard work getting the quality right on Facebook and all that sort of stuff. Now, how have you found the reaction of small businesses from the start of lockdown to now, and now as we're looking at things opening back up again? Because you've really got your finger on the pulse with big businesses and micro businesses. How's it feeling out there for the people that you deal with?
You know, it's the seesaw that you would expect. We've got in small businesses, the agile, the nimble, that have been able to identify an opportunity and they've shape-shifted into that opportunity and they're going for it.
Yeah.
And I love them. I love them. It excites me. It's the thing that makes me, you know, as well as my kids and the coffee, it's, oh, yeah, look at you. Well done, you.
Go on.
Love talking about those businesses. And in the bigger businesses, it's the responsible ones. It's the one that have put people before profit and gone, we're going to play the long game on this one. We're going to do the right thing right now. And I'm in a lot of documentaries at the moment where last week was Tesco's. This week I'm in a documentary about Aldi, about how these big giants have handled the pandemic and who's behaved brilliantly and who's behaved perhaps, you know, a bit meh.
Yeah.
But the other side of the seesaw is we've got small businesses that hairdressers, beauty salons, just not seeing anything but
just dark
tunnel ahead. And we've got big businesses doing the same that haven't perhaps invested in the right areas, maybe taken too much cash out and not put the diligence into understanding this message. None of us are always right, but I think I've crafted my art right now in consumerism. I've crafted my art. I have done 10,000 hours plus another 10,000 plus another 10,000.
Yeah, all of them. When talking about experts, you're definitely one of them.
I know it. And you know, that is a 5 a.m. till 2 a.m. sometimes job. I'm not doing a Maggie Thatcher, I sleep 3 hours, but that's been my life, you know?
Yeah.
And I absorb it, I hear consumers, and I tell you this, consumers are going to have even more say. So even if you want to think, well, we're a massive brand with great success right now, if you don't keep building those relationships, if you don't keep adoring those customers, it can just turn on a pivot. Yeah. So this is going to be the change that we've seen towards online on fast forward, like literally being microwaved into submission. Yeah. It's going to be the businesses, I think, that are true in the core and actually feel like there's something you can get hold of as a consumer that succeed, both small and large. Yeah. And I think it's going to be the rise of the consumer, and long may she reign. You know, for me, there's two queens. There's you. Well, there's three. There's the actual queen.
There's Liz.
And there's my customer. And I want to know about how we change every day. We evolve every day. She fascinates me. He fascinates me. I'm in love with them. I'm passionate about them. I want to know more about them. And that is, if someone asked us simply what's the trick to our success, it's a lot of hours of having that mindset, of having that outside in thinking, and you need humility to be able to do that. You really need to be able to get your neon jacket on. I've worked as a courier, I've worked as a factory packer, you know, not just in my early career. Right now, if I take on a project, I'll be there in a week.
You know what you've got to know what the ground floor looks like, because otherwise how do you know what you're delivering as a business?
Absolutely, you've got to walk those floors. So I think it's scary times ahead. But I think the more you know who you are, the more you're true to yourself. And so there's two words I say: authenticity and respect. Those are the ones I'm carrying forwards. And the good thing is, if you are those to start with, it's going to be hard yards, but
if you dig in the right way, exactly. If you've already overcome some degree of adversity, then you know it's just adversity. How do you get through it? If you remain tenacious and you remain, like you say, if you're thinking about your customer all the time, what I'm finding is, particularly for venues, they're trying to solve a problem that isn't actually there anymore. They're solving instead of trying to look for solutions to the problem that's here now. So, for example, like venues looking at social distancing, how do we make that? What do the propositions look like now? Because the customer's problems are different now than they were 3, 4, 5 months ago. They can't solve the customer's problems in the same way as they did 5 months ago because their problems look very different. So I find it exciting. It's scary, but exciting to see who's coming through. And a lot more people are looking less at the big names and looking more at support. This has been a real leveler, hasn't it, for a lot of people, this situation. And I can see, as a consumer myself, I want to support those smaller, authentic businesses that love what they do, that love their customer. I want to support them. than a big faceless name. When these shops open up again, I'm going to go and shop there.
Yeah, and people have said to me, well, Kate, some of those independent shops, they're the ones charging £6 for hand gel. There's always going to be opportunistic. You can't make a breed of business perfect.
Right.
That's what happens. And also, some people say, well, they're 50p more than the shop down the road. Yeah, we're going to have to dig deep because their costs are higher, and therefore we have to cover the cost. And we're doing that because we know that if we spend locally, if we spend with independents, that money is going to do more in our communities, stay more in our communities. Those independent businesses. I could shout so many out right now. Brilliant businesses, Olive Made, We Are 59. I know some of these are watching. They just work like we do. But yeah. I know that they're also the guys that are the governors on the parents at the school committee. They're the ones that are out there, Heart Gallery in Hebden Bridge. When the floods are there, she's out there mopping up the floods, So, spend 50p more because it's going to do better work. Now, I love big businesses too. They're my clients.
Yeah.
But I am trying to help those clients work even harder to be more human and more authentic.
Right.
So, I'm hopeful that there's good work ahead for us. But what I'd like to say, in contrast to maybe some of the noise you might hear out elsewhere, is I guess if I had to, and that was the path that was ahead of me, change career again, shape shift again, do something that wasn't this and didn't have this stage. And I was out there serving you in a shop, but hopefully I've shown the humility in my life and I've got the attitude that I'm absolutely fine with that too. Yeah. I think it must be, there's that saying, isn't there, don't knock people on the way up, you're going to meet them on the way back down. And I think that's a showbiz thing too. Yeah. So, I hope that whatever lies ahead for me personally, I know at the heart of it, I'll always be doing as much as I can for my community and give back. And that's the sort of person I want to hear about. I want to hear about the yous of this world.
And you know what? And even coming here today and donating your time to us and our cause and what we're doing and helping. So the majority of our audience, for the most part, are businesses, small, large, medium-sized businesses. So having you along today, supporting for them to be able to hear what the work that you're doing and your take on the climate is so important. So thank you so much for your time today, Kate Hardcastle. You have been amazing, and no doubt this won't be the first conversation that you and I have. I've got no doubt in my mind. But thank you so much for joining us.
Good luck with the rest of the day. You're doing a brilliant thing. And thanks, everyone, for donating so far.
Thank you. Kate Hardcastle, everybody. How amazing is that, you guys? Oh, shall I take a breather? I've got 5 minutes. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to stretch like this. I'm going to stretch like that. How are you doing? Who needs to get up and have a walk around? I'm getting in a position where I'm getting about ready for a wee. But I'm going to wait. I'm going to hang out before I go to the toilet. Do you know what I'm going to do? Wallace, are you there? I wonder if he's put his T-shirt on yet. Wallace, have you put your T-shirt on yet? He'll say no. How are you all doing? Wallace, why have you not put your T-shirt on yet? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
It's comfy.
It's comfy. You should be repping, my friend. You should be repping. How are you doing down there? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm all right. Why do you keep bringing me on the screen?
Yeah, please stop bringing me on.
All right, then bugger off. That was Wallace, everybody. He is downstairs fielding all of your questions. He is fielding whatever you guys are coming to him with. He's doing an incredible job down there, making sure that everything runs smoothly. From a TV point of view, how is it looking out there to you guys? Are we looking all right? If you have found value in the things that we've spoken about so far, what I want you to do is go to virginmoneygiving.com/thebigfestoon and go and donate some money. We have a big target to hit today, you guys, and we can't do this without you. I want to make sure that you're sharing this. Please, if you've got a group, make sure you're doing the watch parties. Wallace, can we have a little bit of an update? How are we doing down there in terms of donations? What we're looking at? We have broken the £10,000 mark. We have broken the £10,000 mark, which is just phenomenal. We are, and so we did £200 in the last half hour. So £10,581 and 28p. It's a very specific amount. Where's the 28p? Someone's emptied the piggy bank. I need to tell you about something as well, everyone. Just before we have our next sponsor on and our next guest. Our next guest is Alice Living, by the way, who is a fitness influencer, author. She's absolutely phenomenal. What was it? What was I going to say then? Before we have our next guest, I can't remember what I was going to say. That's all right. If that's the first F up I've done so far, then I'm doing all right, aren't I? We've got our next sponsor waiting in the wings. I can see you, Jenna Rigby, back there from MindFit. She's waving at me like this. I'm going to bring her on in just a couple of minutes' time. I feel like I should change my top. No one's donated the £500 for me to change my top on screen. Nobody wants that, do they? Just as an FYI, these streams today will be in 3 sections. So we are just over halfway through section 1. We're not having any pauses, but we will be moving from one stream to the next, and we will be doing that after Superstar Radio DJ Stephanie Hurst. So just as an FYI, don't worry if you've got a duck out. Have us on in the background like the radio. I know you guys are working. It's a Friday. What we haven't done is a shake your bums. It's Friday. If you are going to dance to a tune on a Friday and you're going to shake your bum, what are we shaking our bums to? I want to know. I want you to put it in the comments. So just as an FYI, what's coming up in the beginning, for the next couple of sections, we have got Alice Living coming up next. Directly after Alice Living, we have got Alex Fox, which is, she is Radio 1's sex education expert. We are going to be having some fun together. I'm not going to tell you how. We're going to be having some fun together at 10:30. At 11 o'clock, let me get the lineup up. Who have we got at 11 o'clock? I can't remember who we got at 11 o'clock. There's so many of you. I've forgotten. I cannot lose my train of thought already. What's going on with this? Somebody go and check it. Oh, he'll shoot me for not remembering. Is Brad Burton's going to be joining us at 11 o'clock, the UK's #1 motivational business speaker. At 11:30, we are blessed to have the UK's first government-appointed domestic abuse commissioner, Nicole Jacobs, is going to be joining us. Then after that, it will be Stephanie Hurst will be joining us. And then we will be moving to another stream. So just bear that in mind. All right, so just so we keep on time, I'm going to bring our next sponsor into the stream. Are you ready, Jenna Rigby? She's doing a dance backstage. Jenna Rigby, hello.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm I'm so happy to see you at this point in proceedings. It's nice to see a friendly face because we've been friends for almost 20 years.
A long time. We are old.
How do we get so old, Jenna? My God. Okay, so let's not waste any time because I want everybody to know about what it is that you're getting up to. Tell us about MindFit.
So MindFit is my online mindset program for women who want to lose weight in a more long-term solution type way. So it's for women who want to ditch fatty diets, stop looking for quick fixes, and talk about lifestyle. Because being fit isn't necessarily being a size 8 or a size 10. It's about being fit, not just healthy. It's about healthy nutrition. It's about being mentally healthy. Yeah. Because there's a negative connotation with weight loss that people just see it as a punishment, and that's not what it should be.
No, and the work that you do, one of the things that I love about the work that you do is you do a lot of the work up here. So you're a qualified life coach. We've worked together in training for years. Like all of these things, NLP, all of these things that you've put the yards in, haven't you, in terms of your training around mindset. So it isn't just about, for people that want to lose weight, for people that want to get their heads in the right space. And often when you look after what's going on up here, the rest of it falls into line. It doesn't necessarily have to be about losing weight, but being healthy as an all-round is so, so, so important. So the fact that you work on these things is just amazing. I know I'm always in awe of you. You're like Superwoman to me because you're a mum of 5.
Yeah,
because you're amazing. I was going to say you're crazy, but you're not, because your kids are just absolutely gorgeous, and you do all of the work that you do within GlamFit as well. How do you fit it all in?
I think that's part of kind of who I am, and that's the reason why I started this, is because I want to inspire other mums to think that it's not game over when you have kids. You know, you can still be the best version of you, and most of that is mentally. It's not about what you look like on the outside. I mean, yeah, you want to feel good, you want to look good, but you have to master that mindset before you can even start with anything else. There are just too many mums who are desperate for quick fixes, and I just change all of that, and I want to just help women who have had kids, who don't love the body, to focus on body acceptance and self-love and how you can get yourself healthy inside and out.
Amazing. Jenna, that was our 2 minutes, but along the bottom you can see how you can get in touch with Jenna and how you can get involved with MindFit. Jenna, I love you. I will see you later. Take care. So that was Jenna Rigby, everybody. We are now ready for our next guest. I am not letting up on our lineup. I am not letting up on the quality. I am not letting up on how incredible these people are. And our next guest is absolutely no exception. So please welcome into the big festoon, the glorious Alice Living.
Hi.
Hello, my angel. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm so good. I'm so good. And I'm so blessed and honored that you have decided to join us and support us today as we are raising money for Women's Aid and Gallup. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
My pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
So taking a little bit of time out of your busy day, because things have been pretty busy for you since the start of lockdown, right?
Yeah, it's not been too bad. I mean, like, I haven't been crazy busy. Usually I spend most of my days running around London, so it's actually been nice to be in one place. But I've definitely been doing a lot of teaching and filming of like fitness content. I think, you know, this is a time when people are definitely looking to do more exercise and they're more interested in exercise, as we aren't able to get out and move as much as we used to be able to. So I've definitely tried to be, responsive to that and make content that people are going to be able to use to train from home and still feel good in themselves.
And one of the things that you've been doing is you've been doing live, like, fitness classes. Me myself have been doing the stretching exercises and what have you that you've been doing over on Instagram and Instagram Live, and it's lovely to see you doing the fitness exercises, and you've got these like lovely like windows and the light streaming in, and you've got the music playing, and I was doing this yoga with you the other day, and I was like, this is it. I need to be doing this more often.
And it's so nice because it just makes exercise so much more accessible. You know, if you can stream to thousands of people just from my own living room, and you've got thousands of people at home doing the same thing and not having to, pay a penny, it just makes it so accessible. And it means that people like you and anyone else who tunes in is able to sort of feel good in themselves and do something from a qualified personal trainer, and then get their movement in for the day.
And so we talked yesterday, we spoke to each other about what we were going to talk about during our little slot, because there are so many things that we can talk about. We could talk about fitness, we could talk about the books that you've written, we could talk about the columns that you write for. You do so many strings on your bow. The hundreds of thousands of followers that you have. There is such an appetite for health and wellness right now. And that's just only going to grow the more connected people get to themselves, the more that they realize actually that you are the vehicle. You're not going to go anywhere without putting the right petrol in that vehicle. You're not going to get anywhere if you're not running that vehicle out as you need to. But one of the other things that I would love to talk to you about today, especially today being what it is your work with Women's Aid, because you're an ambassador for Women's Aid, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. And I'm very proud to have that role. And I think they're an incredible charity. And I've worked with them for a number of years now on various different projects. I've run a half marathon for them, which I hated. And so it's been a really rewarding role. And I just think I'm so happy that you're supporting them today, but they really do so much incredible work. And particularly at the moment as well, their services are more in demand than ever. So it's really important that they get the funds that they need to be able to continue the vital services that they have. I think, one of the things that I definitely noticed, so when I went to visit the charity, their based a little bit further away from me. So I did like a day trip to go and visit them, which I've done a couple of times. And whenever I go, I'm always blown away by the energy and passion of the women that work for the charity. And, you know, a lot of them are volunteers, you know, especially in the helpline. They are, you know, giving up a lot of their time for free, and spending a lot of time having to do a really difficult role, which is listen to situations that you wouldn't, you know, wish on your worst enemy. It's really, you know, there are a lot of really tragic cases of you know, domestic abuse all over the country, and to be on the end of that, listening to those must be really hard. But, you know, they do it time and time again, and they are just so invaluable in terms of how they support women through abusive relationships, and to be able to come out the other side and see that there is life after abuse, which I think is so important. And, you know, I love the fact that they have their survivors forum as well, which is a place where all survivors can come and communicate and be able to talk about their experiences and share. Because I think one of the most important things that I've definitely recognized is in talking about your experiences, it means that you can offload and relate to other people and start to connect the dots in terms of, like, you know, how you might have got into that situation. And it's just so important to be able to talk to other people who have experienced similar things. So yeah, they're incredible, and I'm very lucky to work with them.
There's a lot of power, isn't there? That when you're experiencing domestic abuse yourself, it's really hard to put your head above the parapet and even consider that anybody else is having that experience. And there's a lot of power, isn't there, when you start having the conversations. It's like there's light bulbs that go off, and it's been like this all morning as we've talked to people about this. Yeah, the way you go, oh, me too. Like I thought that was just me. I thought it was just me that would get knocked up dead quick. I thought it was just me that would, you know, be completely loved bombed by this guy. You know, the lovely behavior that was used as leverage for the not great behavior. And when you start to see there's an incredible power when you start to join together and you realize that yes, it's definitely not acceptable, but there is life on the other side of it. And you are a testament to huge success on the other side of surviving your situation. You know, myself survived my particular situation, and the fact that you're an ambassador, you get to show these people that are experiencing it that you get to fly anyway, you get to pay that strength forward. So how did you get involved with Women's Aid? Did you approach them? Did they approach you? Like,
so how did that come up? My situation occurred when I was really young, so I was only 16, and so it took me a long time to sort of process those emotions and come to the point where I then felt comfortable enough to talk about it, which I think is really important. You have to sort of, before you're willing to talk about things publicly, and also with having a public profile, there was also the concern for me that, you know, I'm still fearful sometimes when I'm walking down the street and I think, oh my God, what would I do if? But sometimes you have to just be brave and put your head above the parapet and say, do you know what, I'm going to talk about this, because I think in doing so and in having a public profile and whatever, it allows me to reach so many more people and be able to spread that message. So yeah, I got to the point where I decided that it was something that I knew that I wanted to talk about, and I reached out to them and met with them. So I didn't become an ambassador for a while. I went up to visit the charity. I sort of sat with them and talked through a lot of things that they're doing. You know, they have so much work in terms of what they're doing to change policy, which is so crucial, obviously, to supporting and protecting women. And they talked through some of the things they were doing for that. I've met with a number of other survivors. So Rachel Hambleton, someone that I just absolutely adore and have met when I was there, and others as well. And it's been a really rewarding journey, like I said, but yeah, so I reached out to them just because I saw that the work they were doing was so important. And at the time it was amazing. They only had like a couple of thousand followers on Instagram, and to see how much they've grown now and how much support they have, you know, it's amazing to see. So yeah, I'm very proud of them.
Amazing. So if you, and it's cool if you don't want to talk about this, it's fine. I'm not don't think I'm putting you on the spot. So you had your experience very young, and for a lot of people, and it happens to all ages, it happens to all genders, but in terms of statistics, between the ages of 16 and 24 is actually the highest concentration of people in that age group of people that experience domestic abuse. And often that's because when you're 16, you seek that kind of validation. If you look at the media and what the media shows to us from a very young age, you know, we're Disney princesses, and any film that, you know, we'll have been exposed to as we were growing up was very much about getting the guy, and when you've got the guy, it turns out the guy isn't the prince. it's really hard to get out of, isn't it? It's a really hard situation to.
Well, and I think as well, when you enter into your first proper relationships as a teenager, unless you're told specifically what is, this is what constitutes a healthy relationship, these are the kind of behaviors that you should be mindful of. If someone, is checking your phone all the time, wanting to know where you are all the time, those were things that I wasn't necessarily made aware of. So for me, it was very much that, I sort of got into this relationship, and exactly as you've said, that sort of period of like love bombing where you're like, oh my God, they must love me so much. They want to know where I am all the time. They want to know what I'm doing. They want to know.
I care about you.
And they spend every minute of every day with me. And that then quickly turns into quite a toxic environment. And it's only sort of, and I feel like I realized very late that actually that was toxic, and that it wasn't that they love me so much and whatever. And you're absolutely right. One of the things you touched on earlier, which is that kind of like undulating period of highs and lows. So it's not that things are terrible all the time. It's that you have real highs, then kind of within real lows where, you just think, oh my God, I need to get out. But then you feel so trapped that you can't. And I think, for me, definitely one of the things, one of the reasons why I spoke out was because I do think it's really important that young girls particularly are really educated on what constitutes a healthy relationship. It's so important that young girls that are entering into their first sort of experiences of relationships understand, these are things that are perhaps red flags that you should be aware of. And if you do feel at any point, because it's a time when you are trying to find your independence as well. I think one of the things that one of the reasons why I probably stayed in the relationship I did for so long was because I wanted to be I was fiercely independent. I didn't want to rely on my mum and dad. I didn't want to tell them that I was having trouble. Yes. And it's so true for so many young girls. They're like, they kind of think, I can handle this, because we're at an age where you just want that kind of independence. But actually the number one thing that I needed was for someone to come in and say, this isn't okay. And that only happened, way too late, when things started to get really, really bad. So, I just think really educating young girls on what constitutes a healthy relationship, what are the things that you should be aware of that might be red flags, and then who can you speak to if you are concerned. And obviously Women's Aid are there, but there are so many other charities that are also supporting, that kind of thing, and being able to help young women who find themselves in difficult situations. So I think it's really important.
Yeah, Emma Roscoe's just saying awareness for young people is crucial in empowering them to have healthy relationships. Alice, every morning at 8:00, I go live here and invite people to come in and have conversations. And what we've had, the likes of Dave McPartland from Britain's Got Talent, he's a head teacher at a local school here. We talk about everything always comes back to key skills in schools isn't necessarily just maths, English and science. It's not necessarily academia. And if we had in place those real soft skills, like this is what I'm loving relationships. The mechanics of sex is fine. Like, that's all right. We work that out. The mechanics of sex, the mechanics of relationships is fine. And it's always done by some really awkward person as well. I don't know what your experience was, but ours was our biggest, smelliest, most awkward science teacher. That's who we are teaching us.
But I also think one of the important things is that if you lay the ground rules of this is what's right, this is what's wrong, this is what you should be concerned about, you will carry that through for the rest of your life. Yeah. The chances of you then falling into one of those kind of relationships is much less if you are really empowered with information as to what really is not okay. Yeah. And I think it's important as well that the kind of the information is as up to date as talking about things like gaslighting and coercive control, because it's not just what I would have thought was abuse, which was physical.
Yes, smacking you around.
It can manifest in so many different ways, and we only really see one kind of abuse in the media, for example, on our TVs and whatever. So in our heads, we think to ourselves, well, that isn't me, because that's not what I'm experiencing, and I'm perhaps not experiencing violence, but for most people, it doesn't always start with violence. It's other things. It's the gaslighting. It's the coercive control. Yeah, absolutely. And I think so those things are also really, really important. So if we can start to be talking about those in schools, I think it will be an amazing, amazing change, and hopefully will prevent so many people from falling into difficult situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that getting it right then. Boundary setting is another one. Like, and like what's really great is the talk around consent. There's lots of talk around consent in schools now, but actually boundary setting on a more wider, like what are your hard boundaries? What happens when you meet those boundaries? What do you do?
And that's important for friendships too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Family, you know, we all have to decide what are my boundaries and be really comfortable in setting those out with people. You know, if you enter a new workplace, if you're entering a new social environment, it's not just about, you know, physical relationships. It's also about, you know, friends and family, and being able to really protect your own well-being by saying, these are the things that I'm happy to stand for, and these are the things that I'm actually not. And if you cross those boundaries, I will have to say, you know, these things are things that I'm just not comfortable with. So yeah, I think that's really important.
And being able to own those outcomes as well. So if you've met that boundary, you're saying, no, this is not right, then to escape or to leave that situation is still okay. In fact, that's the self-care that you're sharing with yourself in that moment, is to exit out of that situation, or to get out of that. You know, you don't have to be complicit in a conversation if you don't want to be complicit in a conversation. You can leave the conversation. Actually, I don't want to talk about this. I don't have to justify it either. I want to leave.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I was just trying to see what some of our incredible audiences say. We've just got over 100 people watching, which is dead nice. I know you're used to so many more people watching, but like for me, we're doing all right.
The only thing I can say is our buzzer is going on our door, so I might have to wrap up.
It's all right. We're gonna wrap up anyway. So
Sorry, I feel so bad. And we've got a car being delivered today when you're renting a car for the weekend. They keep buzzing on the door.
Girl, go and get your car. It's all good. Alice Livy, thank you so much for joining us. You are an angel.
I really appreciate it. And also, I'm so grateful for you doing this for Women's Aid. I think it's just absolutely amazing, and keep spreading the word. And yeah, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Go and get your bloody car. I'll see you later.
See you later. Have a nice day.
Bye. That's Alice Livy, everyone, dashing off to go and get a car, because that's what it's like, lifestyles of the rich and famous and all that. So hello. How are you all doing? Isn't this just amazing what is going on right now? The conversation around getting those boundaries in place. This is a conversation that needs to happen for boys as well as girls. And we're talking in binary right now. It needs to happen for our children at school. It needs to happen. Boundary setting for our boys, boundary setting for our girls, boundary setting for our kids at school is so important. There's so many of you out there like, oh, hang on a sec, what we're saying. Joanne, this is something I have a passion to create for year 7s, the go-to girls. Yes, we need to educate early, and the year 7 transition is so hard. I feel you on that. Poppy is in the middle of that. It must be the strangest year 7 in the history of year 7. Are you all feeling good? Are you all feeling good? Joanne Smith, it's unbelievable how normal teenage girls think it's okay to send nudes and that their boundaries are not important. Yeah. How crazy is that? It's frightening. As a parent of Poppy's just about to become a teenager, you know, Daisy's 10. No, she's 10. She's had a birthday. She's 10, and her awareness of this is scary. It's frightening how much she knows. She's a very savvy young lady. My eldest niece is 14. You know, she's now got a boyfriend. And, you know, to think that, I'm glad that she has us as her parents. Us, I say us, because me and my sister parent our kids together. I'm so glad that she has us, because, you know, we aren't scared of having those frank conversations. But there are so many people out there that don't. And, you know, part of the work that needs to be done is definitely within that core skills shift that needs to happen in schools right now. Right. All right. Shall we have a little bit of a recap, a little bit of a breather? What's popping right now? What time are we on? I've got a treat for you in 10 minutes time, by the way. We have got the absolutely wonderful, I can't think of all, she knows all the good words. She called me a wonder bean the other day, and I'm like, I'm here for Alex Fox and being a wonder bean. Whenever I message her, she says things to me like, I hope all your house plants lean towards you like you're the sunshine. And I'm like, I just love the lady that we have coming up for you next. We are going to enter on into a little bit of naughtiness. We're going to enter on into a little bit of sexy talk in about 10 minutes time. I hope you were enjoying the day so far. If you have had any value so far, please stop what you're doing and use this little space, this little gap that we've got to go and donate. Go and donate, because the change that you have the opportunity in your hands right now in watching this, not just for yourself, not just for, you know, the other people that are watching, but by donating. If I think about the services that I accessed when I needed them, I wouldn't be here doing this for you guys were it not for those services. So think about it. What are you doing if you're chucking a £5 in the pot, or you're chucking, you know, a £10 in the pot? What are you doing? Are you saving yourself the cost of a bottle of wine or whatever, and you are paying forward? You know, if I think about how much would it have cost for an independent domestic violence advisor for me for an hour, right? 50 quid, something like that. I don't know how much they cost, but that £50 changed my life. Absolutely changed my life. I wouldn't be where I am now not doing it. Joe Swan, we've got some media. Can we just shout out Chocolate PR, by the way? Chocolate PR and Joe Swan and Joe Maloney and the team at Chocolate PR have absolutely smashed it out of the park for the big festoon. There's loads of celebs supporting you on Twitter too. I don't look. I've shared the hell out of it. Please make sure you are sharing, by the way. The hashtag is the big festoon. We've currently got 100 people on right now. Right? If you were to go to a seminar that had all of these people on, let's have a look who we've got coming in. Alex Fox coming up next. We've got directly after that, we've got Brad Burton, the UK's #1 motivational business speaker. I myself have paid a couple of £100 to go and see Brad speak, Brad speak at events. You know, he regularly speaks to thousands and thousands of businesses all the time. That's his job. He's the UK's #1 motivational business speaker. He's going to be talking to you about networking. He's going to be talking to you about how he has completely changed his business around since the start of COVID. Danny is rocking the official Big Festoon t-shirt supplied by Black Label UK, everybody. Everyone who's got one of these, please share them. Please tag us. Please tag Black Label UK for supplying us. I've also got some other t-shirts that I'm going to be sharing with you throughout the day today. I'm just waiting for an opportunity to go and get changed. I reckon Alex is definitely going to hold some space while I go and have a wee and change my t-shirt. We've been going now since. I can see you in the back. There, Alex Fox. I see you. So we're going to be talking in just a couple of minutes' time. About all things sex and relationships and lockdown and lust and loneliness and all those lovely L's. Alex, I need a wee. Can I go for a wee? Will you talk to everybody while I go for a wee? Everybody, can you do me a favour and give this woman, this beautiful human being, an absolute rapturous a round of applause by means of hitting the love button like this? And I don't mean in a sexy way. I mean in an actual way of hitting the love button. Wow, welcome onto the screen, Alex Fox, everybody.
Hello, you Wonder Nuggets, you big bangarang. Danny, go and train your spuds, you beaut.
I need to go and drain my spud. I'm going to leave you. Are you ready? I trust you with this audience.
Totally fine. You go and flush. I'll make them blush. It's all fine.
I love you. I'll see you in a second.
Not a problem.
Oh, hang on. Wait. I need to remove me. I need to remove me from the stream to do the stream. Bye.
All right. Let's have a little natter and chatter while Danny's having a tinkle and a winkle, shall we? It's a really bad idea to hold on to a wee for too long, people, by the way. I used to live in a caravan, and going for a wee in the middle of the night was a horrible experience, but holding on to it for too long gave me the VIP of UTIs, and it was not a luxurious experience. Now, while Danny is off doing her ablutions in the WC, I have the wonder and honour of talking to you about all things sex and S&M and BDSM and what else can I think of? BV, bacterial vaginosis, the entire A to Z of sexual stuff. I'm actually going to introduce you to a little friend of mine. This is Val Var, who is my vulva puppet. She also doubles as a neat travel pillow, and yes, she has accompanied me on many a train journey to Manchester. Val is a teaching aid that I use in some of my work because lots of people who have been through traumatic situations or had bad experiences at school where they just weren't really engaged with scientific diagrams or biology textbooks, or who've had poor medical experience, or for whatever reason find that standard clinical drawings of the body just do not work for them. Something squishy and squidgy and velvety and luxurious like Val is a lot less intimidating to lots of folks. So I use Val to talk about lady parts or vulvas. Some people who have vulvas do not define as ladies, and that is A-okay as well. So I thought I'd just take you through all the bits and bobs before we get really down to business with Danny. Lots of people use the word vagina to mean their downstairs area, when actually they mean vulva. Vulva is everything that you see on the outside here. So you've got your outer lips or outer labia, your inner lips or inner labia. You've got your clitoral hood here. Most people have. If I just, with Val's full permission, just pull that back, and you can see the clitoris there. The clitoris is actually, now this P that you can see on the outside, this little magic button here, this nubbin that so many of us love doing the rubbing for, is actually just the tip of a much larger iceberg, not an iceberg lettuce, or trust me, that would be a wonderful way to get 1 in 5 a day. No, what I actually mean is the bit that you can see, the bit that's visible, we now know, thanks to research that was only published as recently as 1998, is part of a much bigger structure that actually extends deeper down inside the body. It's hidden away. There are 2 legs that go down this way and 2 bulbs. We call them crura and legs. That actually, it's quite difficult to demonstrate actually. I'm just going to stand up and show you. They run, morning everyone, they run down and back behind your labia. And that's why we now think that some people receive pleasure through inside stimulation to an area that we used to call the G-spot and now call the G area. So now you know. The bit you can see on the outside, just the tip of something much bigger, a secret, a wonderful secret that more of us need to know about. Other parts of Val, this little rose here is her urethra, which Danny is currently putting to good use by going and having a pee. And this textured part inside, some people do say that if they are stimulating that G area, which is about 2 inches up inside the vaginal canal, I love that phrase, always think of narrow boats in mine, towards the belly, not the back. Some people say that that actually does feel like a slightly different texture inside the body for them. So now I've given you a quick biology lesson about what some of you might have between your legs. I want to talk to you a little bit about some charity work that I've been doing lately. Now, hello, she's back.
I'm back to talk to us about the charity work, because the interesting thing is, I'm just going to shout to Wallace. Wallace, have we got the right sponsor for the right sponsorship logo for this segment? Wallace, where are you at? Because some of the work that you're doing around this, some of the work that you've been doing around the charity work has actually helped the sponsors of this particular slot. So one of the reasons why these people, this family, have sponsored this slot is because you have massively impacted. So it's Kim, my friend Kim Fox.
Oh, hi,
Kim. So you have massively impacted a really scary situation for her to the positive, where she's had an appointment brought forward based on information and advice that you've been giving as part of, I hope you're going to talk to me about the Eve Appeal.
Yes, I was. Now, I know that we are here today primarily to talk about Women's Aid.
We'll talk about all of it.
Yeah. These things are often intersectional, though, aren't they? You know, there are lots of good causes and things that we need to talk about. So lately, I've been working with the Eve Appeal, who are a gynecological cancer movement, and they've been doing a campaign called Get Lippy, which is all about using these lips to talk about those lips that I have just been nattering about on your stream. Yeah. And the Eve Appeal are trying to tell people that they're trying to raise awareness of the signs of gynecological cancer. There are actually 5 different types of gynae cancer. You've got vulval, which is on the outside. You've got vaginal, which is in the little velvety passage that I've just been demonstrating. You've got cervical. The cervix is like the little foamy spongy donut area that separates the vaginal canal from the womb itself. Then you've got womb, and then you've got ovary. And a lot of people don't realise that some things that they might notice going on with their body could be early signs that it's time to nip to the GP and get checked out. Some of those signs and symptoms include things like you've just been for a wee. If the way that you are urinating or the frequency with which you're urinating changes, or if you're finding that your back passage is causing you issues, and the amount that you're going for poo is changing, or that you're experiencing pain, those things can actually indicate a problem in your gynecological region. And a lot of people assume that if there's something going wrong with your bowels, then the issue is your colon. They think it's there must be something going bum with your bum. But because these things are interlinked, that's not
funny. You know, when you get your period, often you need a period poo, and it directly affects what's going on all around that pelvic region, doesn't it?
You got it. And now the period poo is a phenomenon affected by a number of factors. Some people think that might be to do with different hormone levels. When you're on your period, the whole of your pelvic area tends to swell up. It gets a lot bigger. And of course, that then pushes on the back area. So it pushes on your colon and your intestinal area. That can cause your pooing habits to change. So yeah, don't panic if you're having a shit time. But it's just one thing that it's worth keeping an eye on. Other stuff can include abnormal bleeding, if you're bleeding at different times. Now, a lot of people actually don't really know their own menstrual cycles. They don't know the rhythms of their own bodies. So one thing that the Eve Appeals Get Lippy campaign has been trying to encourage people to do is either use an app or keep a journal to get to know what your normal is. You know, how does your body fluctuate? What is standard for you? Because not everybody operates according to the usual 28-day cycle. Other stuff to look out for: persistent abdominal bloating. It might be gluten, it might be something else, so don't just cross it off as a dietary issue. And a soreness or a change in the skin texture, or a lump on the outside of the body that you can see, or otherwise just inside, which you might become aware of when you use, say, a tampon or have sex, or that you can feel. So I've been trying to just let people know about some of those signs and signals, and encourage them to use lockdown to have a look down there and get to know themselves, so that they are aware of when something might potentially be awry.
Yeah, and like I said, so Kim's actually watching now. So Anthropos Electrical, the company that has sponsored this particular slot. Kim, I was going to say, we're going to talk about some electricals. I hope we're going to talk about some electricals. You said you brought some toys for us to talk about. I'm so excited. I'm here. I love a play. So Kim has managed, like I said, Kim has managed to have an appointment brought forward off of the back of hearing some of this information that you've just shared. And it's just absolutely wonderful that you are doing the work with the Eve Appeal to raise such awareness. And if we bring it back into context with the Big Festoon and raising money for domestic violence and domestic abuse situations, often getting checked out is something that is restricted for people that are having those experiences. You know, their perpetrator might not want them to go and get checked out by the doctors or what have you, because of the situation that they're in. And by having access to assistance and being able to sort of find safe places to go and check, or knowing what to do yourself to check, or knowing the signs and symptoms yourself, will help, you know, keep you healthy, especially if you find yourself in those situations, right?
100%. There's a couple of issues here that I've really been thinking a lot about. For a start, this has been rolled out a little bit more during lockdown, I believe. There is a push to allow people to do more self-testing at home. You can already self-test for things like HIV and chlamydia, and there is a push to try and develop cervical smear tests that you can do yourself in the privacy of your own house. And I can see the advantages of that, because it's discreet, it's a lot more convenient if you're a busy person that doesn't have the freaking time to go and a surgery.
You don't leave your bedroom ever.
Exactly. For people who are embarrassed, and you shouldn't be, but let's be honest and frank, lots of people still are. Our bits and bobs are still very stigmatized and taboo to talk about in lots of ways. If you are embarrassed about going to see a specialist, then that is, that it's an interim measure. It's better to have some screening than none. However, I really worry that when people go for routine checks like cervical smears, it is an opportunity for them to talk to their doctor about other things that might be on their mind, other health worries, other psychological worries. As you say, if a doctor does see any signs and signals that perhaps someone is in an abusive situation, then that kind of in real life appointment with another human being can be a lifeline to start to get somebody out of a situation. A lot of people are worried about going to cervical smears if they have been through an abusive situation, if they associate that kind of thing with trauma. And a lot of people, if you have, I'm going to speak really frankly here, and I hope this is
please, no, we must.
If you've been in a situation where you've had to go to A&E or go and seek medical help because you have been hurt by a partner or abused or been through some kind of traumatic situation, and that link between going and getting medical assistance and that being a horrible, frightening thing in your life can be really, really strong. Lots of women who have been through traumatic situations then face more trauma because they leave health issues because they don't actually want to go and see a doc. It's something that it's really horrible for them. There are places that can help. There is a foundation called the My Body Back Project, which provides cervical smears delivered by medical staff who are trained specifically to help people who've been through sexual or domestic trauma. They can do things like allow you to insert a speculum if you're nervous about having someone do something to your body in that way, and you can do it yourself. They're not gonna now. No doctor should hurry you through a procedure like this, but they're specially trained to be just a little bit more in tune with why you might be freaking out a little bit more than your average person. They can do things like allow you to bring your own lube. They have things like Val, my vulva.
Yeah, loving Val.
So yeah, check them out. If you're somebody who's maybe been putting off looking after yourself because somebody didn't look after you in the past, there are resources there for you. Eva Peel can help with that. Joe's Trust can help with that as well. And I can help with that. Say hi. I'll do whatever I can.
Oh, amazing. So, okay. So we've talked about the elephant in the room. We've talked about that sort of stuff. Now
we can talk about the trunks as well if you want, Danny, you know.
I'm here to talk about the trunks. I'm here to talk about it all. I wanted to talk to you about specifically how people have been experiencing relationships in lockdown. Like, for example, like me and Wallace, bless us, we have been in the house and in the house bored, but with 3 kids, 1 4-year-old hanging off us for the past, well, we're in week 12 now. It's getting difficult. Are lots of people finding that? Are lots of people finding that's a situation? Like, I can't even find ways of getting creative anymore. We've got to wait till the middle of the night.
Yeah, you're not alone in not having seen Wallace's grommet for a while. Absolutely. It's been really interesting that people have reacted to lockdown and to the pandemic in terms of their relationship with sex and intimacy in really different ways. On one hand, you've got your lockdown Lotharios. Some people, when they're stuck under the roof, their libido has gone through it. Some of the reasons for that are maybe even subconsciously, they are becoming more aware of their own humanity and the fact that life is short. And so they might feel more of a compulsion to do the things that are on the fuck it bucket list, to go and procreate. It can be quite a feral, basic instinct to think the end of the world is near. I need to go and get laid.
We need to sow the seeds.
Exactly. And I might not be conscious of that. For other people, there is what I call the apocalypto effect, where they think, well, we are all going to fucking hell in a handcart here. The world is burning. If I'm going to go down, I may as well go down swinging, you know. they resort to hedonism. They want to party, they want to go crazy, and they want to have sex. So for those people, it's that party in your pants mentality. Then there are people who seek more sex and more intimacy because it's comforting, and it can be a real escape as well. We are all stuck in our homes. We've been here for a long time. Any kind of physical action that can make you feel like you are someone else and somewhere else can be very, very appealing, which is why
it's so appealing.
If you look at the trends in sex toy sales, which have really risen actually for most companies, things that are associated with role play or taking on a character or some kind of play acting and drama and pretending that your reality is not real, that has been massive. Bondara, who are one of the online sex toy retailers, saw an over 4,000% increase in sales in a 10-piece beginner's bondage kit. And it was partly people going, well, we got time on our hands.
We're bored in the house and we're in the house bored.
Yeah, exactly. Don't twiddle your thumbs, fiddle with your plums. Let's try something that we've always wanted to do but never had the time. But it's also people going, God damn it, I just want to do something that makes me feel like all of this isn't happening.
Yeah.
But the flip side of all that, those people who are getting down to doing the do during the pandemic are all the people who, like you, for a variety of reasons, it is just not happening. Their libido is up left, even if they can't go anywhere. Yeah. Anxiety has a big part to play in that. If you're worried about your income, you're worried about your business, all of that entrepreneurial work that you've done, you're watching it potentially crumble. Right. That is not exactly an aphrodisiac, is it? You know, that can make your desire to do anything X-rated go absolutely AWOL. Yeah. Ditto, like worrying about your health or the health of your loved ones. If that anxiety tips over into depression, if you've got the blues, that ain't good for your pink bits.
No.
Having depression and, ironically, taking antidepressants, a lot of SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, to give them their very cool name.
Godful, that.
It is. Well, it's a godful that means that you might not be inclined to have a godful of Wallace if you.
I'm never inclined to have a godful of Wallace. I still laugh about that. That's not right. I love you, Wallace.
One of the side effects, ironically, quite depressingly, of antidepressants is that they can make it harder to orgasm and lower your sex drive. And a lot of people are depressed at the moment and are seeking help for that, which is the right thing to do. But sometimes you solve one problem and you create another. Why it's important to talk about. Then you've got folks who are expected to hold down their job and become homeschooled at the same time. Like they're busy trying to do maths lessons with their kids, trying to do the maths on their business, trying to just run the home that they're in. By the time it reaches the end of the day, you don't want to get busy because you have been busy.
I have been busy enough. I don't want to be bouncing around the bed. That's what I want to sleep.
Exactly. You've been bouncing off the walls all day. When you go to lay down, you don't want to get laid. You just want to get rested.
I do. I like the thought of it. Like, I love the thought of it. He's my husband and I love Wallace. But honestly, working the hours is just crazy. So many people are finding themselves, especially if they're trying to save their business. So, you know, they're working super, super hard on it. So what could be the ways around this? Like, I wasn't expecting to ask you I'm interested for me. And so many people are interested out there. Like, what are the ways around this? How can we get creative about this? How can we as a sexy community get around this situation?
Okay, let me make some suggestions. One thing, by the way, that might reassure some people is at the moment I'm getting a lot of questions about contraception because it's harder to go and see your GP or get to a clinic at the moment. Lots of people are worried about, if they're on the pill, running out of their normal supplies, or if they've got a long-acting reversible contraceptive like the implant or a coil or an IUD that's coming to the end of its life and they were due to have an appointment to have that switched out for a new one. They're thinking, well, I can't go and get that done now, and they don't want to have sex because they're worried that it might make a baby at a time they do not want to bring a child into the world. The Faculty of Sexual Health have actually recommended that there is a buffer zone with some of those long-acting contraceptives. Some IUDs, for example, you can safely use for 12 years. We usually only recommend 10 for certain models, but it's perfect. In fact, you can afford to push your luck. They have like a little bit of a...
It's not like when the day happens, that's it.
Precisely. Yeah, exactly. So if you're stressing about that and that is affecting your sex life, don't worry, you can afford to chill. If it's the pill that's worrying you, it might be useful to know that if you have the money, and I understand that not everybody does, places like Superdrug, you can actually order certain pills online and they will be sent to your door. A lot of clinics are doing that as well. You can phone up and have a consultation on the blower when you'd usually go in and get checked. Those services are pretty oversubscribed at the moment. There's sometimes issues if they need to take your blood pressure to check that everything is fine. But there are provisions, okay? And of course, there's always condoms. So if contraception concerns are stopping you getting some loving, then hopefully that's giving you some reassurance. If you're just out of ideas, well, my first suggestion is bedtime stories, okay? Bedtime stories, they're not just for the kiddos. I've got my Nancy Friday book here. I'm
going to take notes now. Let me get a pen.
Oh, God, don't give yourself another job, Danny. You rest those fingers, okay? I've got much better things for you to be doing with more notes. At the end of the day, if you and your partner are just absolutely knackered, he's knackered, he's too knackered to use his knackers, consider just reading each other a page or two from an erotic novel, or you can Google. There's loads of great sites online that can give you erotica. If you're Googling as well, you can search for something that maybe tickles you and your partner's pickles if you're into a particular thing, you know. Just sit down maybe with a glass of wine or a cup of tea at the end of the day. You're not doing anything super physical. You're just reading to each other. If that turns you on and helps click you out of business mode or mum mode and into intimacy mode, then great. If it doesn't, then it's wound you down. You know, it's a still moment together. If you're not into reading, try audio erotica. Have you ever listened to any? I
haven't listened to any audio erotica, but I'm open to suggestions at this point.
You've got the headphones, Danny. Okay,
we've got the cans.
Yeah, you have. There's a really brilliant app called Dipsea, Dipsea, that allows you to search stories, again, according to what you're into. If you fancy something that's more romantic and love-based, or something that's maybe slightly more taboo and naughty, then you can search stories along those lines. They do ones that are themed around girl-on-girl stuff as well. So they're very LGBTQ friendly.
Cool.
Girl on the Net, who's a friend of mine, who's a sex blogger, she does some brilliant erotica, and she often has people with different accents on there as well. So it's not just somebody with a cut-glass
plummy accent.
Ooh, yes, talking to you about your
that might be someone's bag. I mean, it's all good, but
oh, you would. Honestly, I have so much love for the northern audio erotica out there.
Is there northern? Really, I need to hear some to understand that better.
Oh, there's people talking about the chest hair in Manchester. Really, it is out there. I love a regional accent. Mine's coming out a bit now, actually. 15 years in London have wiped mine out a little bit, but you can hear my Manc accent coming out.
You get it by osmosis, don't you?
Exactly.
We've had a question actually. Lindsay's asking, any advice for someone who is not in a relationship, not engaging in sex with anyone else than themselves?
Yeah, that's me. I am so home alone right now that I should change my name to Kevin. I'm single and ready to mingle, and I've been trying to do, I have been fairly successfully doing virtual dates online, and we can talk about that in a minute if you want. But also it is just me, myself, and I. And at the moment, I haven't met anybody who I've had enough of a connection with, or really trusted enough to do much of the online virtual sexing. Although, goodness knows, I am ready.
You're ready for it.
Yeah. So at the moment, it's just me and my hands dealing with my glands. And in the same way that it's important to keep your partnered sex life interesting, keeping masturbation interesting and experimenting with new things is actually really important, because if you become too kind of used to pleasuring yourself in the same way, while you won't do any physical damage, you can't desensitize your bits, okay? You can't program your clit to only
one way of getting there.
Yeah, exactly. But you can kind of, your body can become used to a particular action, particularly if you are using quite strong toys, or you're holding yourself in a certain position, or you're quite intense with yourself. Your body can get used to that full-on form of stimulation, and then it can mean that comparatively gentler forms of stimulation or different approaches can stop working for you, because you formed like a little bit of a habit. You've formed a rabbit habit. It happens sometimes. So lockdown is actually a really good opportunity to experiment with new things, to explore new ideas on your own. One thing that's a really good idea is a guided exercise called body mapping.
Okay.
And this ties in with another exercise called sensate focus. Okay. So body mapping involves really slowly, and set the mood if you want, romance yourself, put on
things going on and some smellies and
whatever gets you there. The scented candles aren't everybody's cup of tea. Some people are like, oh, swerve me with that shit, you know. I personally, I'm all about the music. I love a sexy playlist. It's Miguel all the way. Yeah.
I was going to say, what's on your sexy playlist?
Some really embarrassing stuff.
You don't need to share it. That's okay.
You know what? I'm going to open it up right now because I've got Spotify.
Let's get sexy. I want to know, for those of you that are watching, what are your sexy songs? I want to know. We've got Brad Burton waiting in the wings. I can't wait to hear what his sexy song is when he comes on in a bit.
Right. My playlist is called Playlist to Play Dirty To. I'm trying to find it. I hope I accidentally erased it. Good luck. Playlist to play. Here we go. There's definitely some embarrassing things. Oh, one thing I love to do is if there's a sexy film or a TV series or something that I've been watching where there's someone I fancy or the atmosphere of it turns me on, the soundtrack can be a really quick way of getting your head in that zone. So for me, there's a lot of music from Game of Thrones and Blade Runner as well.
Or like for me, like Power or something like that would be like definitely that whole like situation's quite sexy. I get that.
Danny, in my mind, your like G you up before you get on stage playlist and your G you up before you play with your G spot playlist are quite similar.
Do you know,
Queen Bee can get her buzz on.
Do you know what? It's not like that at all. Like, you've got me wrong, sister. Like, I want to relax a bit. I want to like take some time. Everything else is like super full on. I'm like, just wait.
I've got.
Honestly, say Sade. That's his sexy music in his mind.
I've got a lot of Jamie Boone on here and some DJ Shadow and Massive Attack and things like that. So yeah, whatever gets you in the zone. And then your body mapping exercise is you are taking yourself through every part of your body. Don't just make a beeline for those genitals. A lot of people treat their privates as though they're playing darts and their hand is going for a bullseye and they forget about the rest of their body. Your body is a buffet, okay? You make the most of the whole of it to satiate your tastes. Have a little mix from everywhere. So you want to start feeling the entirety of your body, the places that you wouldn't usually touch, and pay attention to your responses.
what feels nice, what feels strange. Some things might actively turn you off, and that's really important to note as well. Like, why is there a reason why that is making you feel unsettled or unpleasant? That is, all of that is very useful sexual knowledge to have. So try body mapping. Sensate focus is a theory that kind of says that if you get better at tuning in to when everyday pleasures feel lovely, when you're having pleasurable experiences, then that amping up your awareness, increasing your mindfulness towards pleasure can help you in your intimate life, whether you're playing alone or with a partner. Right. So things like, next time you're in the shower, notice how the water feels on your body. When you're applying your body lotion, like, take a moment to actually feel like how that feels. A lot of us do we do stuff in such a rush. We're so hurried and flurried, and we're just like go that we miss those everyday pleasures. If you can start forming habits where you're savoring those moments, the way you're like, your perfume smells great. It's not just about tactile sensations. It's what
it's not just the spray of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's what you can see, what you can taste, what you can hear. The more that you can work on switching your body on, the more you're likely to be turned on in a context when you want to be. So try those two things when you're on your own. It's a really good time, again, if you have the cash, to try a new sex toy. Now, are you a sex toy fan, Danny?
I am a fan.
Tell me what's in your treasure chest.
We don't have a treasure chest. We have two. We have two toys, and that's it. It was a game changer. Me and Wallace went to Ann Summers, and it was the first time we'd done this together. We were getting bored, and we said to each other, we're just doing the same things all the time. It's a chore to do it. We just know what's going to happen. It's really professional. Frank and Rudy, look, he's giving them names. I went to Amsterdam in January. And I thought, I want to invest something like for the bedroom, either just for myself, because we don't get time together like on our own, or for us together. And it's tiny, this really small, the softest kind of silicone I've ever come across.
Like some feel like marshmallow now, don't they?
Really, really soft. And it has all the different settings. And I put it on my nose and it made me sneeze like straight away. I was like, right, it's mine, buying it. It's like 80 quid. I'm here for it. And when we went, when I went to Amsterdam, I came back and Wallace went, "You've just spent £80 on a sex toy, haven't you?" And I went, "Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have." And it's absolutely like changed my life.
I feel quite strongly about this because I think everybody should have access to pleasure. And the fact that some sex toys are so expensive is really tricky. I run programs on my Instagram where I regularly give away sex toys in competitions, but I also have a policy where I try and send things to people who are on low or no incomes, or who are students, or who are, for whatever reason, don't have a lot of ready money. They don't have a lot of cash to splash, but I think they still deserve something nice for their cash, you know? The difficulty is that a lot of the technology, like rechargeable toys, a lot of the time spent developing really new, groundbreaking, game-changing stuff, like what you're talking about, does cost money, and it's tricky. It's tricky. I try and make sure that when I'm giving advice, I don't just talk about sex toys, because I recognise that not everybody can afford those things, you know?
Yeah, but like you say, like just affording yourself the time to connect with yourself, and that has so many other benefits, not just from a pleasure point of view, but from a boundary point of view for yourself, knowing yourself better. When you know yourself physically, you know yourself in your head as well. But I'm so Alex, we have run out of time.
I've not got to show you my
You've left me wanting more.
Ceramic dildo, or my womanizer, or what else did I bring? I've brought a wank egg with me. If people want to know more, they can find me on Instagram as well. Like, go get some freebies. Get some freebies. Bat on the camera.
So everybody go onto Instagram, go and follow Alex Fox. Alex Fox, you are a wonder bean, and I absolutely adore you. And I know, again, this isn't the first conversation or the last conversation that we're ever going to have. I'm sure. You are an angel. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining us for the big festoon.
It's been a pleasure. Good luck with everything. People, please put your hand in your pocket. Donate if you can. All right. This is such an important movement, and it's one that's really close to my heart. Actually, I've not had a moment to talk personally about this, but a lot that I do and my motivations for talking openly about sex are because I had some healing to do myself that was in a distant way connected to traumatic situations in the home. So I would love to see us just power through that 50 grand mark if we can. So
Alex, you're amazing. Huge love. Thank you, my darling. Alex Fox, everybody. Off she jolly well pops. And onto the screen now is our next sponsor. We have Just One. Hello.
Hello.
Oh my goodness me. I'm so happy to see you. I've not been able to talk to you all day. Oh, how are you?
I'm great. I've got goosebumps. Like, this is actually happening, and it's just been an incredible morning. I knew it was going to be, but you know, when you just see it unfold before your eyes, it's just like this is actually insane.
Oh, I don't want to get emotional. I'm about to Brad. I'm not getting emotional. I'm not. It's not happening. No. Right, Joe, tell us about what it is that you guys do. You've sponsored a slot today, but you've also worked. You have been my right-hand woman through this whole process, from conception to fruition. Where we are right now, we're now over £10,000 in the bank. Tell us about what you do.
Okay, cool. So I run Chocolate PR, and it's all about empowering female entrepreneurs to share their message. So the work that we do is basically around helping women get more visible, raise their credibility, but through sharing their stories and sharing their impact that they want to make. So very little of it is about actually the business side. So much of it is about sharing the values of the people that we're working with, of illustrating what they're all about, which is why I've just loved this, because it just brings you to life of what you stand for. And that's what we're doing. We're illustrating what you stand for. And I'm excited to sponsor Brad's bit, because I know he's all about visibility and really like taking it on and getting known. So this is what we want. We want for entrepreneurs to really get their voice out there when it's in a busy market and really own the message and the story. So,
and by using PR, you can really help reach more people and help more people, which is why we work so beautifully together. It's about reaching those are the people that you know you can help by utilizing your story, your PR, what it is that you do. You can reach more people, help more people. I've got to go. I love you. And we're on to the next one. Right, that was a word from our sponsors. And now we are on to a personal business and speaking mentor of mine. He is incredible. He is the world's, the UK's number one, I say fuck it is the world, the UK's number one motivational business speaker, and also the founder of For Networking, which is one of the leading networks in the whole of the UK. We're going to have some fire right now. We're going to bring him on. Brad Burton, everybody.
Boom. Listen, Dana, wank eggs, mate. Serious. You know,
it's like having your dad on when you're talking about roots.
Mate, we never got to that. I'm like, wank eggs. Anyway, kid, listen, this is amazing, kicking ass. And I'll tell you this lady there, right? In my world, I encounter a lot of people that talk, right? Talkers and doers. She, there you go, is both. Like, genuinely, we've been looking at this from afar and going, sensible. So Joe and I will be having a conversation after this. We wasn't even going to have it right now because there's no point. You've been focused on this. But listen, you're kicking ass. Let's talk.
Let's talk. Brad, first of all, thank you so much for joining me. I know things are so busy for you right now. Like in the last couple of weeks, the last 12 weeks, you have done a virtual tour of pretty much every town, every village, every person this year in the UK. You have completely pivoted everything you've done from the word go to where you are now. And I, as your friend, as one of your mentees, have sat back and watched in awe at your tenacity. Tell us a little bit about 4N and tell us a little bit about what you've done over the past few weeks, because I am just...
Mate, listen, it's been a blur. So 14 years ago, I started For Networking off. I looked at the business networking space and it was like up its own ass. I mean, it was, you had the loony left where nothing quite happened. It was all very nice, Shablas and vol-au-vents. And what do you do, young lady? That's very nice. Here's my card, any referrals? Then you had the hardcore, right, where's your referrals? Where's your leads? You've got to attend, you've got to bring visitors. And I'm thinking, where's the mainstream of networking? Anyway, I started phone networking off. Nobody gave me a chance. And actually, if you think about me, I'm just a northern lad from Salford. Proper, right?
Proper.
And proper. And
I can't even do it.
Yeah, I'll teach you next time. Proper. Anyway, so I started my business off, 25 grand in debt, no income, nobody gave me a chance. And it was the first time really in my life when I started having a proper glimmer of success. That was 14 years ago. And then all of a sudden, we've got 5,000 meetings across the UK. We've got this amazing £1 million plus business. And it's like, just like a success. We kind of changed the way that business networking was done, because prior to us coming along, it was kind of old-fashioned and fuddy-duddy. We've come along and made it cool, made it accessible to anyone. And then COVID comes along. So when you're running 5,000 meetings face-to-face and you've got like brewers, fairs and pubs and restaurants around the UK, and now you're saying, well, listen, you ain't coming anymore, it's like shit.
And that's overnight. That was overnight. That was, you kind of felt the rumblings, but it was instant mobilization from your team.
So we had to get into war mode, and you know, really the business fell over. So, and it's just like madness to see that what an impact something that's got nothing to do with you can have. So what happened was we changed it and took it online. So we launched phone networking online, and it's just worked. Like, I actually went probably 12 weeks ago when this all happened. I did an appeal. I said, listen, I'm going to be as honest as I can to everyone who knows me, knows my straight batter. We are now in a fight for survival. And what happens over the next few days is going to dictate whether the 14-year organisation collapses or it continues. And like I say, 3 months on, it continues. We've got an amazing amount of love from people. And it's just been great to see almost that Dunkirk spirit that we've had, because it's been the shit sit in the pan. And it's not only from a business perspective, you know this, right? Yeah. It's from a financial perspective. It's from a mental perspective. It's from a physical perspective, an emotional, a spiritual. You know, and I've been hit on all fronts on this one. You know, as anyone who knows, you understand it. This week has been, for me, I've been in bed all week since last Saturday, right? I'm a guy who's just driven, full of energy. This is the first speaking thing. This is the first thing that I've done in 6 days. There's no way in this world, by the way, of letting you down.
I love you.
No, listen. Let me explain about Women's Aid. So I've actually lived with my mum in refuges, right? And like, people don't know that. My dad was a tyrant. Like, my mum left him, and I'll tell you the story about this. I know you've got a similar story yourself. My mum saved up £1 a week for 6 months in order to leave me dad. That was in 1973. Nobody knew this. He didn't know this. And then he'd smashed the house up one day, and she went, you know what? I'm gone. And then he's on his knees begging her to come back, and she'd gone. And we lived in women's refuges for about 3 years apparently. So, you know, for all me being big and boisterous and this, that, and other, I completely understand. I was brought up by a woman. My mum was a single parent. She brought me up and she fought for me. And it's funny because a parent's aspirations are lived through the children. And it's funny because at Christmas, it was December, Christmas Eve, just gone. And my mum said to me, "Fat, stay down." This is my mum. Right?
Come on, Burton, there she is.
Mama Burton, right? My mum said to me, drunk, right? I got this, you know, it's Christmas and you got like posh brandy, right?
Yeah,
proper posh brandy, right? So just with this mum, oh, I don't like it. Next thing, watching Paul O'Grady, right? The dog program. He's crying over the dog. Oh, there's a dog that's laying up. And it's Paul O'Grady. I listen to his show. And then 45 minutes later, he's saved. He said, oh, I'm going to go and have another tot of that brandy. Goes in the kitchen. Next thing, I'm in the brandy going, posh bottles make noise. Glug, 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 glug. And I'm thinking, she's put like half a pint of brandy away here. I thought she didn't like it. Anyway, she's shit-faced now. My mum's shit-faced. She says to me, true story, shit-faced, she says to me, this was in, just gone. She says, you do know that you was an accident, don't you, Brad? I went, oh, I didn't, Mum, no. Yeah, you was an accident, yeah, because I got pregnant with your dad and there was a 9-year difference between you and your sister and I wasn't sure if I was going to keep you. And she said, you was a happy accident because you was the best thing that ever happened to me. You give me purpose. And look at all the lives that you positively impacted now as a result of that happy accident. And when we look at everything, including this COVID situation, no matter how volatile it all is and no matter how difficult anyone's life is, and it is right now, I get it more than ever before, trust me. I get the fight that we're all fighting. I thought that this thing was going to be fought on the wards of the NHS, and it is, but it's also being fought here. Yeah. It's also being fought here. It's been fought in our households, our homes, our hearts. But we will get through it. We will get through it. It's about hope. It's about determination. And as long as you've got hope and determination, and you're surrounded by people that have hope and determination, we will get through it.
Yeah. So mobilizing was, and I keep going back to this because that's what it felt like right at the start. Like, because I'm a mentee of yours. I'm part of the Now What Club, which is like your private members club. Yeah. And as being part of that club, we kind of get to see the inside and the inner workings. It's your safe space as well.
That's right.
So being a member of that and being part of that business family, and that's what it is. It's a business family. We got to see just how tenacious, because you are known for being tenacious. That's, it's kind of the word on the street is that, you're a tenacious kind of guy.
Yep.
But the whole team mobilized instantly, and you had to get to grips with the technology of moving 5,000 people online straight away. What did that look like? So what did you have to do to make that happen?
So here's the thing. I would be lying to you if I said I knew. Right?
You don't fucking know how we've got anywhere.
Right, mate, I'm making this up as I go along. This is once you realise this, that no matter how elaborate anyone's strategy is and how clever they think they are, they're making it up. And the only time you realise whether your strategies worked or not is after the event. So that week was almost like just autopilot kicking in, a fight for survival, right? A fight for survival. And we said, I can't find it, but I had a blank piece of paper. I got a blank piece of paper and I said to myself, what does this make possible? I see it. Stay there.
Go on.
Right? I got a blank piece of paper, and I suggest that every individual does this. I got a blank piece of paper when the shit was hitting the fan. I knew this was going wrong, and I wrote on the top there, look, 4912, what does this make possible? Right, and I dated it there, 25th of the 3rd, the Future Business Networking. This people is as weird as it gets.
You timestamp things as you go, don't you? So that you remember where it is. Because when you do move as fast as what you do, and this business does move fast, you do have to timestamp it just so you can recognise
mate. And this is the thing, is I've been guilty of the past of moving so fast I didn't even know what I've done. So I've had to do that to go, okay, and I can kind of breadcrumb my trails back. So what happened is this. We got a blank piece of paper and said, right, what does this make possible? Okay, it makes possible for a fresh start, okay? It makes possible for a fresh business. And what we ended up doing is we ended up writing all the things that we needed to do specifically. Mm-hmm. And then what we did, we allocated them. Right, there's 50 tasks. What are you going to do? Choose 10. Brr, right, they're yours. Brr, go and do them and come back. And it was like, listen, Queen Bee, right? Queen Bee. Worker bees. We need to go and do is go pollinise your shit and then come back. Right?
Yeah, that's it. It's like it is. It's you're mobilising your troops. So go out and everyone do that thing.
Do your thing.
Large as that, do that bit, and then come back, and then as a collective, it all kind of came together.
Exactly. And what ends up happening is people they focus so much on the big picture. But what I do is I say to people, concentrate on the small picture, and the big picture will paint itself. Right? So if you've got 50 tasks that we need to do, if we split it between 5 of us and we all go and do our 10 and we come back, will that have moved us forward? Yes. Right, that's what you need to do. So many people are focused on the big picture, and it's demoralising. It's demoralising. The big picture.
You're bottom of the mountain, aren't you, like this?
Right, and you think this is bullshit. So what you've got to do is you've got to do one step at a time. By doing one step at a time, you're good. It's when you start, and this is where a lot of these motivational speakers, and you're the same, I'm not that guy. If you want to go and get yourself straddling a frigging Learjet, wrong person, sorry. Right, but if you want to find a level of contentment, devastated. You think, you know what, fucking Brian on Bolton with your Learjet, but if I can be on it, you know what I mean? Devastated. He's on order. Cancel it! but the thing is with it, like I say, it really is about knowing where you want to be, like a GPS. There you go. So when you go in a car, if I'm driving from Somerset to Scotland, right, I know what I get to Scotland, but I've got to go via the M5, M6, M8, whatever. Mm-hmm. But so many people just want to jump to there. It's impossible, and that's where and this is what I'm against, as you well know. I'm against these whole certainty salespeople. These people that sell certainty, disgusting. Yeah. You know what? Join my enroll in my thing, and you become a millionaire masterclass. And people are doing 10, 15 grand, and you can't afford it because they believe that by doing so, they've been offered the door to unlimited wealth or success. Not right.
Yeah, and the thing is, and we talk. A mutual friend of ours and one of your mentors, Cros Crosley. You can't skip the steps. You can't sell certainty. You can't say, here's the way, I'm enrolling this course and you're going to earn thousands and thousands of pounds.
No, but hang about that. People do that, right? Yeah. The people, listen, those exist. So why do they exist? They exist because people are stupid enough. And actually, and what ends up happening is they end up spending the money and they're now embarrassed. So they don't go loud on social media because they're embarrassed. So what, you just swallow it, 15 grand. Oh, I learn it as a lesson. It's fine. It is what it is. Boom.
Yeah.
That's what ends up happening. And it goes into the next person. And the other thing that these people do is they sell these courses so expensive that people go, why are they selling them so expensive? The reason it's so expensive is because they must work. It's not the case. Not the case.
Yeah, and doing anything like that, when you work with anybody, you've got to do your due diligence. You have to do your due diligence. Just like I watched you for a year before. For a year before I was like, actually, no, this guy's got the things that I need to know. I need to go and like be friends with him or find out a way to be mentored by him, and came along to now what, and the rest is history.
Mate, no, it's not history, because here's the thing, right? If you look at what you've done, you came along. I remember speaking now, 150 people there over at Aston Villa. I'm thinking, who is this girl? Got no idea. And you was on your own. I couldn't understand it because you just opened the room. You know, when somebody walks in, you go, boom, superstar in the making. And the only one who didn't fucking realise it was you. And I've seen that. No, but I'm going, like, here's this girl there because she's obviously something. And like at the time, you was like, no. And we had to chat. I went, what the fuck? You're not doing this shit. Mate, this here. You talk about can't skip the fucking steps. You've done it as fucking best as you can. Put it that way. What you've done. You know, technically, as you all know, bees shouldn't fly. You've done beautifully with this. You've done beautifully with everything that you've done. And actually, what I love about you is you're making a positive difference. See, if you make a load of money on the way, great. My primary motivation is to make a positive difference. If I make a positive difference and I make a load of money, great. But some people are not making money at any expense. Fuck that.
Exactly that, and I think that's where you and I've got a lot of commonalities, not just in the kind of the way that we grew up and how we grew up, but the way that we think about can't do it. But the way that we grew up, but actually our outlook. If you're in the game to serve, then it will only get hit back to you. So you might as well serve. Wallace is in the background, bringing Wallace in. Wallace, do it.
No.
He's on mute.
He's doing that.
Get out.
Get him out. Tell me, what has been doing all the creatives for this?
It's everything you see that is not me speaking is Wallace. Everything. And that's how, you know, you say you can't skip the steps. One of the things that we've done is because we're such a little mini enterprise between the two of us, it means that I've not had to fork out thousands of pounds to get the website and all those things. Right, okay, so Wallace is my like right arm. He's essentially my pipper. Everything I've just said, I need this, and he goes right. He doesn't go right, all right. Then he goes fucking hell, what now? And then he goes and does.
The pipper says he's fucking hell. Now what? So going back to the business thing, you know, it was a difficult time, but you know, the thing is with anything, when you've got a shit hitting the fan, is speed in a crisis is what's important. Speed of action and making stuff happen. Panicking achieves nothing. Now, as I said before, and I've alluded, and those people who are on here that know me, it's been a tough one for me. I've actually paid the price of this fight of the last 3. You know, what you're seeing right now, you perhaps wouldn't have seen yesterday. Put it that way. I wasn't in a good fucking place. You know, I was flatlining, laying down in bed all day. Now, this is what you need to understand, and I've always said this, that your most powerful asset in your business, in your life, is your brain, right? And it's like a muscle. I go to the gym and I lift weights up, boom. There comes a point if I lift a weight that's too heavy, my arm's going to rip. You know, your brain's a muscle. It can only take so much before it says, you know what, I cannot take any more. And this right now, there's been a price to pay for so many of us throughout this thing. You know, if I knew what I knew now, and I'm a smart operator, this is the world that I'm moving. If I knew what I knew, right, this is what's crazy about it. It snuck up on me because I had no idea. If you'd have got to me at 1 o'clock on Friday, Saturday, and said, hey, guess what, Brad? In an hour, you're going to be like a 90-year-old in bed and you're not going to be able to move because of stress. I'd been like,
believe you.
1 hour later, boom, gone. So it's so important that we understand this, that you guys and girls, you know, you talk about how I've done it. Listen, anyone can fire a gun, but actually what you do beyond that is it's so important beyond the war that you look after yourself. So please, people, use this opportunity from someone who's talking to you, right? Who's not a hippie, right? I'm from Salford, Manchester, Papa. Listen, Wallace, you're going to be out of a cockpit, mate, until you can crack it. If you can work it out, it's going to be online.
Like a wanker.
Wallace, the way to do it, I'll give you a little tip, by the way, right? We'll come back on that subject.
He's backstage doing it like that.
Wet your hands. That's the easiest way to pull it off for people that
It's funny, we were talking something similar with Alex just previously.
And I was about to say that screen capture is going to be online. There you go. But so anyway, going back to the point, it's so important that you look after your mental health, people. I promise you, no matter how important your business is, making money, paying your mortgage, I swear, it's so far down the fucking pecking order of your mental health. And this is so important that you maintain it and actually you don't frit it around on shit that doesn't matter. I mean, I get online. Have you had any haters yet?
No, not a lot, and I know they're coming, so I'm quite ready for them.
100%.
I'm ready. I'm totally ready for them, and I also know the things that they're going to say. They're going to say I'm fat. They're going to say I'm loud. They're going to say I swear, they're not going to tell me anything I don't know.
Listen, same goes for me. That's why when I come out on stage, and you guys have seen me on stage, I come out and say, just put your mind at ease. I'm from Salford, Manchester. I do have a shaved head, do have tattoos, but don't worry, I'm not a drug dealer.
Not anymore.
And I say that because I know that when I go on stage, people will go, "Oh, he looks like a drug dealer." It's like, "Oh, fucking hell, stop the fucking press." Yeah. So by doing that, which is in fact where we started off, wasn't it, Dan?
It was indeed. Hey.
Because I did a post or something to say
I saw you do a post saying you can't trust fat motivational speaking, and you can't tell me I can't do something. That's one thing you can't do. Although Wallace does say you can't make me a brew, and I don't make him a brew. That's the only exception.
Domestic. So no, the whole thing with this is it is important that you keep your mental health right now more than ever before, because this thing is almost like acid. Just there and there and there, and wearing you down so slowly and acerbically that you don't even see it. I did not see what was coming. I had no idea. And I consider myself to be a man of vision, a guy who's on everything.
And the thing is, the things that you teach, Brad, are around sort of your health, your family, and your success. And that's a tripod that you've got to have a mix of the three in order to have that success, whatever success looks like for you. And that's healthy.
Sorry, some people are focused on, fucking daft cars, that success. And actually, I promise you, where's your daft cars now when you can't even fucking go outside? And it's like, well, I've got a daft car. But the point is, I'm thinking to myself, this is fucking stupid, right? More than ever before. What have I got a daft car for? So it's not like genuinely just sat in the garage doing fuck all. But I think this whole time is a time for us to all reconnect with ourselves, reconnect with our family, and realise that, you used to go and see your mum, you go, for fuck's sake, I've got to go and see my mum Tuesday. And it's like, fucking now you're thinking, I'd love to go and see my mum Tuesday. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what you've been getting up to loads, like, in the past few weeks, and you've had this period now where often what your body does is before you're ready to hit the wall in your head, actually your body says, no, we're going to have a rest now. So you spent the last week resting, and I know that you're building back your strength, and thank you for joining us today. But we're looking forward now, aren't we, to coming out of lockdown, and we're looking forward to this new normal, because it's not going to be the same for anybody for a long time, if at all. What does that look like for you? What does that look like for 4N? What does that look like for, I don't know, Now What does that look like? Because I love coming to your events. Like Now What Live is one of my favorite events in my social media. It's in my calendar.
You spoke in the last one a year ago, it was, Dana.
Yeah.
In Blackpool, which was just, it was lovely, wasn't it? It was fucking amazing. Cool. So I think, for networking, 4nonline.biz is the online element. That's going to continue 100%. We are going to be going back to face-to-face networking. When? I've got no idea. Yeah. As soon as sensibly available, we're going to do that. I think with everything that's been going on globally right now, I think the world's up for a change. I think Black Lives Matter, and no one can deny that. My granddad's black, my dad's mixed race, so people wouldn't say that about me. So I've had an insight into that world, but never more of an insight than I've had in the last 10 days or whatever it is. It's been disgusting. Quite
and it's been the first time we really entered the fray as well, and actually just kind of really sat on the spike, which is what we need to be doing right now, is to be sitting on the spike.
It's a true story. And actually, I've got mad respect for police. They've got a tough job to do. What I've got less respect for is people that bully and use a badge to go, actually, I can hit you, but you can't hit me because that badge gets a fuck. Anyway, it's a completely different subject. However, what I believe is I believe that the whole thing is changing for the better. The whole world is changing for the better. What we've got right now going on in the world is almost diabetes for the planet, right? And somewhere along the way, you remember you just said you're going, fucking fuck this. But that's what the body's doing. The body's saying, fuck this, Brad, you can't have it. I think that's what the world's doing. The world is fucking bolting right now. It's buckarooing and saying, anger fucking about.
Go to your room and think about what you just did.
Serious. For the last fucking 200 years, you know. And I think that's what's going on. So the world is going to change. Full Networking will be back. I'll be back on stage, which I'm really looking forward to. I cannot wait for that first stage. You know, we are going to be doing a Now What Live online. We thought, should we do it? Yes or no? I'm going to be doing Now What Live online, which will be amazing. And look at what you guys are doing here. It's just fabulous.
There's no reason why you can't just create that kind of, you know, the event and be able to interact during it as well. Like, you know, a lot of my inspiration comes from you, and I'm so grateful for all the help that you've given me. And
you know something? So this is what's great. I would rather have massively strong fucking allies. Right, this is what I've always done. I've been that guy. I never go, fuck that, close them down. What you need to do is, I've always gone, fuck it, let's have a big gang. Let's have a big gang. And what you're doing is wonderfully positive. If you like, I get approached all day long. I have not back fucking speaking on stage with these names that you don't know straight away. I'm not interested because they've got reputations. Here's what the thing is. What I always urge any individual to do, whoever their guru is, fucking type their name and then type the word scam after it on Google and press return and then just fucking watch. And then you do the same with Brad Burton, scam, and see how many fucking references come up. 0. I've been in this business for 14 years, not one. Yeah. There's not one reference of scam. You know why? Because I'm fucking good at the internet. I've got a good lawyer. No, but, you know, because I'm not a scammer. I'm a guy from a working class lad who's done fucking more in his life than I ever thought was possible. And my whole goal now is to show other people that they can do more in their life than they ever thought possible. And it's like, make a positive fucking difference. You know, I talked about daft cars. I've got a daft car in my garage. If I go and work fucking really hard, I could have 2 daft cars in my garage. What the fuck is up? You know, more than ever before, the thing that we all need more of that we can't buy is time. Yeah. Time, people. And this is why it's so important that you use it so fucking sparingly and so well and appropriately.
So just before I let you go and let you carry on with your day, Brad, how do we find out more about 4M?
Yeah, please.
I'm not going to say Google it, but like
I get it. Listen, do check out 4nonline.biz. And if you're in business and you need business appointments, we run, last count, 81 groups every single week, which is like a Zoom platform of bringing people together. So there's all sorts of theme ones there, whether it's computer games, whether it's a women's only group, whether it's coaches, businesses, whatever business owners come together. And actually, more than ever before, the world is not going to be going back to the old way. This is the new way. If you need business networking, come and give us a try. And I'll tell you what, I'll even make it a deal for you. If you book onto one today and you honestly don't think it's any good, I'll give you fucking money back. It'll cost you $5 plus VAT. And if you genuinely don't think it's any good, email pippa@bradburton.biz. Subject, I didn't think it was any good. Give me my money back. And I swear to you, I'll give you your money back.
Amazing. So you know what to do, you guys. Make sure you go and check it out. I can't recommend it highly enough. What a
Can I just say something before I go? Before you throw me off, we've just about put 200 quid on for you guys based on 4 Networking. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so very much. I really, really appreciate it. That's going to take our total up so much. Thank you so much, Brad. Thank you very much, sir. You know what I think of you. You're all right, dude. Really.
Well, keep flying, kid.
All right, I love you, mate. I'll see you soon, Brad. Brad Burton, everybody, thank you so much. There we go. A little bit of a firecracker to take you over into the morning. And let's take a breath. There is the only person I have come across who speaks faster than me. He is crazy, but the good kind of crazy. You do need a bit of Brad Burton in your life. He is wonderful. Do go and check out 4 Networking online. They've done all sorts of crazy things, some fabulous themes. You know, it's a little bit of something for everybody, and I'm proud to be associated. So thank you so much to Brad and team. Huge shout out to Pippa Hodge and all of the Now What Club as well. Hello to my Now What family. Right. If you have got any value so far, we are now 3 hours and 45 minutes in to our 12 hours. If you have had any kind of value at all, I defy you if you haven't. You need to go to virginmoneygiving.com/the big festoon and make sure you dig deep and go and donate. Time for a word from our next sponsor. So we've got the incredible, the world-changing Lisa Wynn. Hello, my darling, the legacy coach in the house. How are you? I am so pleased to see your friendly face.
Oh, darling, I've come to give you a cuddle.
I'm here for a snuggle. Thank you so much. How are you?
I haven't been able to look away. I've carried you to the loo with me since.
I had to leave you all here whilst I went for a wee while Alex took over a little bit earlier on. But yeah, I feel better now. I'm not going to drink much more water until we get Sam on. How are you, my angel? How are you?
I'm good. I'm so excited to be here, and I've learned so much already. Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about what you do. We've only got 120 seconds, which isn't very long, but what you do is incredible.
Okay, so what I do is I help people change the world. And the most important thing to start with is your own world. And for me, not that many years ago, I was a good 80 grand in debt, in the most miserable marriage with a daughter who is severely suicidally depressed.
Yeah.
And these days I get to be one of those multiple six-figure people.
Oh, look at them with the multiple six figures.
I know, no. I've only just learned that term. The reason I say that is because it's been an amazing turnaround for me. I'm off house hunting this weekend for my dream house on my own without the miserable marriage, happy kids. And the fun thing is I get to help other people to change their own world so that they're ready to change the whole world.
Absolutely. And one of the incredible things that you do is you speak to people who maybe not even want to change the world, but have a legacy, really leave an imprint within their businesses and the things that they do to really leave an imprint on the world and leave the world in a better place than they found it, which is just what the Legacy Creation Tribe is all about, isn't it?
Yes. Totally. So changing the world doesn't have to be, you change everybody in it. It's about making a positive difference to the extent that you want to do right now in your life. And of course, that will vary as you move through your life.
Yeah.
So, I would love people to come and join us in the Legacy Creation Tribe.
Yes.
Even if you don't know how you want to change the world, we'll help you decide that. And we're going to help you get to a stage where you do feel able to make a bigger difference if that's where you are.
Fantastic. So you can find out how to get hold of Lisa on lisawin.com, just across the bottom there. Lisa, I love you. I will speak to you after the event, because I'm now going to bring on our incredible next guest. So we are so very honoured and blessed to have this lady join us. I'm not going to give her any more of an introduction. I'm going to talk to her about the incredible work that she does. Please welcome onto the big festoon, the UK's first government-appointed domestic abuse commissioner, the fabulous Nicole Jacobs. Hello.
Hello. What a nice introduction. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you are so welcome. Thank you for joining us, because I know things are particularly busy for you this week, especially with all the things that are happening in Parliament. So to afford us even 10 minutes of your time is just such an honour. So thank you for joining us, Nicole.
Oh, thank you. And, it's really important for me to reach out to inspirational people like you and the kind of networks and people watching this. And just so that, number one, they know that they have a domestic abuse commissioner, and also just to be able to spread the word about what's happening good and things that we need to improve.
Yeah, absolutely. So the UK. So you're going to be asked this all the time, and I'm sorry if it's a tedious question, but I want to share you with so many of our audience. You're the UK's first government-appointed domestic abuse commissioner. What does that involve? I mean, that's going to involve a lot.
It does. So it's I was appointed in late September by government, but I'm not party political. So essentially, it's this interesting thing that government does, where they've done this with the Children's Commissioner and the Victims Commissioner, and there are others. There's a Modern Slavery Commissioner, for example. But when I think they realize they have an area that really needs particular focus and kind of the voice of lived experience, and they need a little bit closer influence to government, they appoint an independent commissioner who's there to advise, but also to hold government to account. So it's this oddity of being appointed by government, but really there to be quite challenging if necessary, but also to give good advice and really hold government to account in terms of what they ought to do.
And it's bringing the survivors' voices and the victims' voices to the government as well, because often, not everyone is as vocal as I am. And to have somebody to represent us as survivors, the things that we need for people that, you know, even if they're experiencing it, they're surviving. You know, if they're not dead, they're surviving.
Yeah.
So to have somebody be able to hold the government accountable, to be able to advise, have an expert in the field. And you've worked in the field of domestic abuse for a long time, right?
I have, over 20 years. So you can tell from my accent, probably. I'm from America originally.
Okay, whereabouts in America?
But I'm Alabama, down in the South. So I worked there for about 5 years, but in domestic abuse. And then came over here over 20 years ago. So I've worked here most of my career. And it is true. It's about... I'll give you an example. So during this COVID period, every Monday I start the week with a call from all of our national helplines in England and Wales. So there's the national helpline, there's a male victims helpline, there's LGBT helpline. And the idea of that is to really make sure that government very quickly understands what are the patterns, what's happening in terms of volumes of calls, help seeking web chats, you know, all of that, just to escalate things very quickly to government so that there's the chance that they can respond faster and also with a really accurate picture. Because what we've seen during COVID is some of the police figures are fairly stable. But I mean, my guess would be that is because people have such limited options with lockdown. And so it's been good to compare and make sure government knows in very quick time these much bigger increases in calls to services. And so that's the kind of thing. And then my week is literally chasing around in different government departments. I might be talking about family courts 1 minute, I'll talk about criminal courts the other, children's services, funding, additional funding for charities. So my job is to make sure that we get as close to the ambition we have to make sure that all of that is fit for purpose for people who are subject to domestic abuse.
Absolutely. And it's such...
So I'm learning. I try my best.
We're all
learning.
I'm still learning. Especially with it being a new appointment as well. Like that, you know, there's been a cry for an appointment for a long time. You know, we've needed representing. And what do you think finally brought that about? It just got noisy enough for it to be...
Yeah, I think it was a combination of that for sure. You know, there's, you know, there are, I think maybe with social media and the combination of some of the charities who do such a lot of frontline work having a voice and wanting that. But also, I think as we have politicians who really understand this issue better, I think we now have a raft of politicians who really understand the breadth of what domestic abuse and violence against women and girls means. And I have to say, Theresa, it would have been when Theresa May was Prime Minister, she initiated this domestic abuse bill, which has my position in it. And in fact, that bill hasn't even passed Parliament yet. And yesterday I spent my day giving oral evidence to the bill committee. So so it's for anyone listening, it would be great if you would let your MP know that you've got your eye on the domestic abuse bill, because right now, more than any other time in the last couple of years, they literally will be amending that bill line by line in the next few weeks. And so if you want your MP to know that you care about, say, migrant women being included in the bill, that you want to see a breadth of really good services for domestic abuse, those are the types of messages MPs need to hear right now.
So they know to go and talk about it, because if it's not on their radar, if we're not shouting about it, it's the same for everything that's happening. Right? If we're not talking about it, closed mouths don't get fed. So if we don't share and we're raising awareness, or we talk to our politicians about it, how do they know that it's important to us as a community that we get those services and we get that help, right?
That's right. And I think with, domestic abuse is one of those issues that people kind of it makes logical sense. Like, unless they have a friend or a family or they're going through it themselves, they don't know some of the really key facts, which are, the fact that our services are not funded properly. And, you know, that there's all sorts of obstacles for people to get legal aid, and, you know, that it's tough. It's a really tough road. And so sadly, I think people are quite shocked by that once they but of course, in our normal day-to-day life, you know, luckily there's quite a few people who may not know that yet, which is great.
It was really interesting.
Yeah, they haven't experienced it. The minute they do,
it's a shock. It's a shock to the system, like most things. You know, people are waking up in lots of different ways right now, and not to change the subject at all. I put a status out. I was just saying this morning, yesterday, saying if it's safe to do so, and there's going to be a Survivors segment a little bit later on today. If you want to participate in the Survivors segment, please make yourself known by putting a little B in the comment. And what was beautiful was that people felt safe enough to come forward, but also equal part shocking was how many people came forward. And the message, and it wasn't just how many people came forward, how many people got into my inbox that was like, it isn't safe for me to do so, but I want you to know that the work that you're doing is incredible, blah, blah. And it is so much more common than people who don't experience it realize. And I think that's why the work, you know, that you're doing is so important. So thank you on behalf of Survivors. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Well, I try my very best, and I always want to do more. And I always feel like, you know, even yesterday at this bill committee, I sat down after my hour and thought, oh, I wish I had said that, you know, I should have said this, I should have said that.
Yeah.
But in any case, I am trying, and I think it's great to work together as much as we can. And networks like this, I've found that's just a huge particularly during COVID. You know, people who are getting together on social media, big networks of people, and like what you're doing, kind of getting it out in the open, talking about these things. Because what will happen is people might say, oh, I was participating in this event online yesterday, and then unbeknownst to them, their friend or their neighbor will tell them, oh, I've been through that. Because you and I will know that happens all the time. You know, people are often afraid to talk about it, and then, you know, it's only when it comes up and we kind of get these issues out in the open that people will say, oh, I've been through that.
When they start to say me too. And there's again, we was talking to Alex Living, who's one of the ambassadors for Women's Aid, that there is this strength that when you do speak about it, someone goes, oh God, me too. And there's this strength that comes from being able to have that shared experience. We get to lift each other up. And so on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for being the first, and thank you so much for representing us and being fierce, because it can't be an easy job doing what you're doing. And my dad was in politics, like I get it.
It is. It's fun though, because I think, you know, you feel like you're making sure you're getting things into a conversation that may not otherwise be there, or into a decision, or, you know, so it's challenging, but it's also really motivating. Because you just know, we all know there's so much to do. And I mean, I was obviously reading up about you. You are very inspirational too.
Oh, thank you.
And I think the idea for people to, you know, particularly who might have been through domestic abuse, who really feel that they've had such a lot of their freedom curtailed, and, you know, ambitions curtailed, and just that kind of inspiration they would have through, you know, a kind of listening to you, networking with you, I think is really, really important.
Well, thank you so much. And I know you're super busy, so thank you so much for your time and joining us for the Big Festoon, Nicole. And we wish you all the love and the luck, and however we can help in any way, please let us know. In our little corner of the world, we're here.
Thank you. I'd love to meet you in person someday. So we'll make sure that happens when we can do that.
Let's do that. I'm sure we've got lots more to talk about. So thank you so much, Nicole Jacobs.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. All right. So that was Nicole Jacobs, and we are not stopping there. I've got a real treat for you next. When we're talking about domestic violence and domestic abuse and the support for domestic abuse, we're not talking about it from just a government point of view, but I really wanted to bring to you some of the grassroots work that is happening right now. And as a result of that, I am so blessed again and honoured to have the fabulous Helen Gowder joining us from SafeNet. Hello, Helen, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello. First of all, I apologise. I am so sorry for the mix-up on times. You must have been cursing me earlier on.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. Not a problem at all. I mean, I'm joining you today from my workplace, so having a cup of coffee and a little chat with you. And I'm basically here on the front line, as you've said, providing support to domestic abuse survivors and victims, based in Burnley, but SafeNet delivers services across Lancashire and Greater Manchester. And apologies if I repeat anything. I've just joined you, so I'm not sure what the discussions have been.
Don't worry, it's all right. We're going to talk about what you do. We're going to talk about what SafeNet's all about, and also what I wanted to talk to you about is the online initiative that you guys have created that's helping people all over the UK. So tell us first of all, Helen, tell us a little bit about SafeNet.
So it's essentially what we do is we deliver safe accommodation in communal refuge settings and also in safe houses in Lancashire and Greater Manchester. Mm-hmm. So we have currently at this time over 100 families who are living with us who have escaped domestic abuse. Mm-hmm. So that's women, children, predominantly women and children, but also male victims. We deliver a male victim service here. As you know, domestic abuse is increasing at an alarming rate. And I think in the last, over an 8-week period from the beginning of lockdown on the 23rd of March to the 17th of May, there were 32 confirmed domestic abuse homicides in the UK, which is around about twice the amount that we would normally see in that period of time, which is 2 per week. So obviously this is a really pressing issue. So in the refuges at the moment, we're dealing with the more serious and dangerous aspects of relationships in lockdown. Yeah. I know you were speaking earlier, someone was there for a few minutes when you were speaking about relationships in lockdown. But obviously where abuse is present in dangerous homes, those are further where people are further restricted by lockdown, stay-at-home measures. Those dangerous situations have become worse. There's been a higher level of more violent and damaging domestic abuse incidents in homes.
Because it's like a pressure cooker. There's no escape from that being watched. There's no escape from the control. There's no escape that even if you try to escape, there's still the pressure's on. So for the perpetrator's point of view, they're under a pressure cooker too. So as soon as any kind of lid is lifted, you can understand that the violence would be exaggerated, or the experience would be exaggerated, but just because we're in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's different. It's important to differentiate between normal family stuff that's going on for everyone that are dealing with the difficulties of new conditions and being around your family and friends or whoever's in your household all of the time. I mean, we all find that difficult, don't we? But I think it's important to distinguish between that and where real abuse is happening in the home. And usually that's the situation where abuse is present, has been present and is present currently. But the added conditions are restricting people from accessing any help. The usual routes into safe refuge are not there in the same way. So ad hoc communications in schools with health visitors, with people who normally would pick up on the abuse and help that family, help that woman escape, it's not there. So
the flags aren't there like they normally would be, because no one's going anywhere to see anybody else.
And as you've already said, the victims in the homes have not got any freedom to try and get help. They can't make phone calls. They're being monitored all of the time. So it's like a double whammy, really, in terms of not being able to get that help. So what we've been doing, obviously we've had to adapt our services. We're having to deal quite creatively with that. We've put, obviously, in our refuges we have to have social distancing measures in place. We're delivering device-based support interventions, so one-to-one sessions and group work, which
so when you say device-based, do you mean like on a mobile phone?
Or have a tablet or on a phone, so we're having to find new ways. In what we're doing now, we're having to find new ways of communicating out. So we're using tech methods to do some of that stuff. I mean, things are changing all the time. We now all new referrals coming into refuge services are now being tested on site. They may have to isolate in their unit for a day or two until a result is returned, things like that. But now with the recent sort of option for small groups to meet. We are looking at how we can create some outdoor rooms in each of the communal refuges that we operate, so that, I don't know, 6 distanced chairs in a group, small group, so that residents can meet together safely. They can connect, they can have social activities, children can interact, have activities and spend time together as best they can. And obviously all that stuff is really essential for our residents too, for their mental health, for them to recover from the trauma that they've experienced. So there's a lot going on in refuge services, and obviously we've had to develop some new services, as you've already mentioned. So we have additional safe houses that we've opened in. We are part of a larger group of companies, the Calico Group, and we have a housing association based in Burnley, and they've been able to supply us with a number of additional safe houses, which means that we can have space for those residents who may need to self-isolate, quarantine, for residents who are shielding. So there's all sorts of other things that we have to think about in terms of a communal setting. And the live chat service, which you've mentioned, we launched that several weeks ago.
Tell us a bit more about that, because that's not just helping people in the Northwest, is it? That's has the capacity to help people nationally.
Yeah, so if you were to go to our website, which is www.safenet.org.uk, we have a live chat online service in operation 7 days a week. And the point of that is to reach out to victims and survivors who've been unable to access safe refuge during lockdown, or who just need to start that conversation, have some emotional support, get some practical help. We can help create safety plans whilst people are living in homes that may be dangerous, and we can help them start to make a plan to leave that home and to escape the violence if that's what they need to do. So there's a whole range of things. We have trained, experienced practitioners staffing the live chat service, and we obviously encourage anybody who feels that they might be in an abusive situation, or and people don't often recognise when they are in an abusive situation.
No, it's one of the reasons why we've had the guests on like we've had to help people, if anybody out there is experiencing any of these, that they can kind of get to grips with that a little bit. And if they've identified that they're experiencing any of those behaviours, then maybe they can access some of these services in that realisation. Because I think that's it's like anything. Realisation is the first step towards recovery, isn't it? As soon as you realise that what's happening, it might not be right, but actually this is what's happening. You've given Voldemort the name. You start to be able to take its power away.
Yeah. And I mean, that people are starting to understand more what coercive control is in a relationship, and it's it's the essence of domestic abuse. A lot of abuse isn't about physical violence. A lot of it is, but it's about control and power. And I think people are starting to recognise what that is, and also see that that's something that they might be experiencing, and looking for help around those issues. There's a whole range of different ways. I think all domestic abuse services now are looking at how they can be more creative to reach out and provide those really essential services to keep women and children and men safe. Obviously, I mentioned that we also deliver services to male victims, which is something a bit different for some people.
I wanted to ask you, and I don't, please tell me if I'm asking the wrong question. If so say for example, like I had people that were really clear with me, that were like, Danny, what is happening, what is occurring to you is this is a domestic abuse situation. And a lot of what they did was like, why aren't you leaving? You need to leave. I'm going to stop speaking to you until you leave. And if you know somebody that's going through this, as opposed to being a victim yourself, what advice have you got?
So, essentially, we have to make that decision for ourselves, don't we? No matter if anybody telling you what to do makes any difference.
No, not a blind bit.
No, because you have to come to that sort of place yourself. But I think the best that family and friends can do is always to be there, and don't cut off any communicate. Don't make threats about not being there in the future for people. Everybody's got to work at their own pace. Sometimes we have women coming into refuge multiple times and returning, and it's not for us to judge what other people do. It's for us to keep them safe and support their decisions. And, you know, I've known women, I've been in this job 25 years, so I've seen a lot of changes and a lot
you know, some things.
Yes, and we do have a situation sometimes where women will utilise safe refuge services as a respite care situation. So if they know that, if they can see the build-up happening of violence and abuse, then they may leave the home for a period and go into a refuge service. They may decide to go back to that home. But, you know, you've got to put this in the context. If you know, if somebody said to you today, right, I'm going to pick you up from your life and I'm going to drop you in Glasgow or Essex or wherever.
Because sometimes you've got to go to where the space is, right?
Yeah, but people don't always choose that option. People might say, well, why should I change my life? Or I can manage this. Or this is quite normal for me, or whatever. And that's their choice. That's up to them. If they decide that they want to stay, then the best that we can do as a service is provide the safest safety plans and options that they can utilise if they want to use them. But essentially, you can't make somebody do something they're not ready to. But I have seen people who've left multiple times and then eventually they have made the decision to leave.
Yeah, and it's again in that awareness, isn't it? Oh, yes, I'm really sorry, Helen. The sound is really bad. I don't know if you can hear. It's quite crackly. So I might have to cut the conversation short. So I'm just going to pop Helen backstage just for 1 second, just because that the sound wasn't as clear as what I would like it to be for everyone to hear. But please, if you are particularly in the Northwest where SafeNet operates, I think it's safenet.org. I'm just going to bring Helen back in for a second just to see if we've got some better sound. Are you there, darling? I think it's frozen.
I'm here, yes.
She's here. Really quick, let's see if we can get this in. How do we, is it safenet.org, is that right?
Yes, www.safenet.org.uk.
Yeah. Amazing. You can find out about all the incredible work.
Yes.
Right, amazing. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that we're losing the connection, but thank you so much for joining us, Helen. The work that you do is incredible. Thank you so much. So that brings us towards the end of this particular section around the services that are being provided. Not just from a government point of view, but all the way down to grassroots. You can see Helen there working she's on the front line. She's at work today. She is there supporting survivors and just doing the most incredible work. So thank you to SafeNet and all the work that they do across the Northwest. And of course, thank you to Nicola Jacobs, who joined us a little bit earlier on, who is our Domestic Abuse Commissioner. And she advises the government and helps lobby the government to help make sure that they've got the information that they need to make the decisions that they need to help survivors and help the provisions that are out there, such as SafeNet. If that has not driven you to donate, you are cold and heartless and you need to sort yourselves out. What I want you to do now is, in knowing you've seen the face of people that are providing these services from a grassroots point of view, you need to go right now to virginmoneygiving.com/thebigfestoon or iamthequeenbee.co.uk/thebigfestoon and go and donate right now. That is what you need to do. So let's have a little breather. Let's gather ourselves. I want to make sure that you are sharing this. Are you sharing this? You best be sharing this. Flipping out. We've maintained around 100 people on the live for the entire of the 4 hours and 15 minutes that we have been live so far. But what I want you to do is I want you to be sharing this. We want to be using the hashtag #TheBigFestoon. Who's on Twitter? Let me know. Who in the comments? Don't just be a voyeur, by the way. Please do join the conversation. But please be using the hashtag #TheBigFestoon across Twitter, across Instagram. Please be tagging me in your stories. I can't check my phone because I'm gonna have to catch up on all of this like later on. We've got the incredible Gwen Baird who's looking after our Twitter for today. So shout out to Gwen for doing incredible work for us for Twitter over the course of today and just getting the word out there. Thank you to everybody who's donated so far. Wallace, are you there? Wallace, the current total? The current total is £11,248 and 78 pence, and I can't help but get upset every time I see the number on the screen. We've got a long way to go. We're not even halfway through. We've got so much to do today. We've got so much value to give. I want you thinking, there's 100 of you out there. If you were to go to a seminar and you were about to go and see the lineup that I've got lined up for you into this afternoon on stage, what would you pay? What would you pay to go and see this lineup? Because you certainly wouldn't be rocking up for free. You certainly wouldn't be rocking up for free. How much would you pay? We've got Lisa Johnson coming up, Dan Meredith, Sophie Austin. We've got Natasha Hamilton, Sherry Teagan, Sam Barefoot, Natalie Anderson. We're not even halfway through this lineup. Elaine Lucatis. We've got the incredible Emma Salem, I think, has popped in to say hello in the comments. Emma, are you there? I'm sending you so much love. We'll see you in a little bit. Frida Shaffi. We've got Jenny Powell. We've had Caroline Strauss, and I think we've done all the morning ones. Angelica Mallin's going to be joining us. The formidable Carla Ballou's going to be joining us. We also have Dr. Ranch, Tessa Sanderson. But next, hang on a minute. We've got a pop-up from Joe Swan. I will offer, now then, we've got a little bit of something going on here. 94 of you online right now. I will offer a free PR clinic worth £250 up for grabs to anyone who donates during Steph's slot. They will go into a prize draw. So the way that I want you to do this is I want you to make the donation, take a screenshot and tag Joe Chock PR onto your Instagram stories, or DM Joe Swan directly on Facebook. I think that's the best way to go about it. Is that right, Joe? Just let me know in the comments if that's what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. So in order to win, so we've got a bit of a raffle going on during this section. What I want you to do is go to iamthequeenbee.co.uk /the big festoon, donate, and then take a screenshot, and then go onto Instagram and tag Joe Chock PR and me. Tag me in because I'll feel left out if you don't. Joe Chock PR into your stories. Or if you don't have Instagram, directly message Joe it's only during this half hour. If you don't donate during this half hour, you cannot participate in this competition. So you need to either stories, do a screenshot, make the donation. Make a donation. Every one of you. 146 people on right now. Make a donation. iamthequeenbee.co.uk /the big festoon. Take a screenshot, put it on Instagram, Joe Chock PR, and then you will go into a prize draw. We'll try and get another £1,000 in the pot. Let's do it. Let's do it. Joe Swan, we are on it. Bringing on our next guest. I had a gorgeous chat with her last night about taps and cats and all sorts. Give her a round of applause in lieu of it. The like, the love button, the share button. Stephanie Hurst.
I love that. What was it? The taps and cats. I was talking about.
We were talking about taps and cats.
Taps and cats. I've had a tap problem in my kitchen. Hi everyone. Hello.
Hello, my angel. Look at you, Steffi, with the good light.
Do you know? I found out in my house there's a nice place for lighting, and it's I had an extension done on my house years ago. And I was doing an Instagram live. Oh gosh, when was it? About 2 or 3 months ago, something like that. And I'm stood here, propped against the wall, thinking, "This is all right lighting, isn't it?" I didn't even realise this was like a good lighting spot, so I stuck camera here because I don't need to put any lights on.
This is gonna it's a revelation to me. This is gonna inform any house choice I make in the future. I'm gonna have to go around with my mobile phone to see where is the good light for selfies. Where is the good light for selfies? And you have found it. It is beautiful. You're bathed. You're like an angel in a bathed glow right now.
I think whenever you go and view a house these days, you've got to kind of stand there on your Insta story and go, "Is this a good place for life?"
Are we good? Are we Instagram? Are we choosing this house? We need to make a decision.
Oh my God! How narcissistic have we become?
Well,
unreal,
do you know what? So, but I do love a good selfie. I can't help myself. Oh
God, you can't beat
it.
It's you are doing amazing. What is it? 11,500 £11,500.
11,500. More stuff like this.
This is truly incredible.
Let's talk. Let's chat.
Right. Okay. Sorry if the cat meows as well. I've got a very vocal cat called Kenny.
I love that.
I've spoken to him since he was a kitten. I've spoken to him and he answers me back. We have a full-blown conversation.
And
so if you hear him meowing, he's very vocal. I have a full-blown conversation when I come down in the morning and speak to her. Good morning, and he'll meow back, and
Just have a chat and a brew with Kenny in the morning.
Hearing meowing in the background, I do apologise.
It's just joining the conversation, which we're encouraging everybody to do in the comments as well. So, Steph, hello, my darling. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am absolutely thrilled to have you on our lineup.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here as well. And you know, when I was asked to do this, when you sent me a lovely little video, a lovely little personal video asking me to do it, and I was like, absolutely. And domestic abuse is something that's close to my heart. My mum, when she left my dad, was with a guy who beat her, abused her. She was just in an horrific state. And then I brought her back here, and she lived with me she died about, which was pancreatic cancer. It's not connected in any way, shape or form. But she came here to recuperate. She was just in a mess because she found herself in this relationship, which was, to start with, loving. And I mean, to be honest, my dad and my mum shouldn't have been together.
Right.
And they were fine. They were just opposites.
They just weren't made for each other.
I never saw any. They just weren't made for each other. I mean, they bickered and stuff like that. I never saw them hit each other or anything like that. There was nothing like that in my childhood. But my mum got herself into this relationship after being with my dad, and it was abusive, and it was I can't even find the words to describe how destroyed she was after it. So and a friend of mine works closely with Women's Refuge as well. So anything to do with domestic abuse and women's aid, and we can raise as much money as we can, that would just be incredible.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be incredible?
Well, it is. I mean, you've done 11.5 grand today. Just you've been on since what time this morning? 6 this morning?
8 o'clock this morning. I was just putting my face on, but like having a breathe and a nervous poo at 6:30 this morning is what I was doing.
Oh, nervous poo. I would do that before a big gig. Before a big gig, I always go for a nervous poo.
Have a clear out, get it done, so that you can't shit yourself on stage. Then can you?
Exactly. Let me grab my brew.
I'll grab your brew. Do you know what I could do? I feel like I need a hot drink. In fact, look what I did. Look at this. It's a B&M's Own, a massive big vat of water to keep myself hydrated. Because I'm posh. In a stolen Carlsberg Export pint glass.
Going to be running off to the toilet.
I'm gonna after this. Just as an FYI for everybody listening out there, when we get to the end of Stephanie's half hour, we will be switching streams. So there's not going to be any break, but we will be switching streams. So don't anybody go away. Stay on the Queen Bee Daddy page and just refresh, and we'll be joining you after we've finished having a chat. But Steph, let's talk about you, my angel. So you are a fabulous radio DJ. Oh God, we've got to talk about you now.
The cat disagrees. The cat disagrees.
Meow.
I want to meow is that I want to be on radio since I was tiny. I want to be on radio since I was about, I think, 6 or 7 when I first got my first radio. Because I think radio is one of your first freedoms.
Yeah.
Because one of your very first freedom is your bike. Do you know when you get your very first bike?
Yeah.
And you can go to Endett Street and you feel like you've gone on holiday.
That's it.
And then you get a little bit more, I don't know.
Adventurous.
You get a bit more risk taking. You go, exactly, you go to 2nd and 3rd Street. It's like you've proper gone abroad. And then you get your radio, and your radio is when you can kind of pick and choose what you want to listen to, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I started tuning around the dial, and I really fell in love with this thing called radio. And I used to record charts as we all did on a Sunday afternoon.
Yep.
So although my tapes are full of
play and record at the same time.
Pros, yeah. Although mine is none of the songs and all of the DJs, because I was obsessed by radio and DJs and all sorts of stuff like that. And then I just wanted to hear talking and learn how you got from one song to another. How did you get from A to B and link them together with something? And I was
that's a
fascinated
craft and
by
a skill
that.
in itself,
the
isn't
adverts,
it?
the jingles, the music. Yeah, it is. I guess it is actually a craft in itself, and I think it's the basics are the hardest thing to learn in radio. We can all talk, we can all have conversations, and I guess the radio broadcaster has changed over the years, because a lot of them, when I was growing up, had mid-Atlantic accents, and I think now it's better just to be yourself.
Is that
I think it's
right? Radio what?
Anyway. Yeah. Although when I hear DJs on the radio go, slide into my DMs, I genuinely want to punch my radio. Slide into my DMs. Really.
I'm just going to slide.
So yeah, although I did say that once on the radio, I took myself off and had a word with myself in the car. But I've always wanted to be on the radio, knew from a very early age. Was very lucky to get into my local radio station in Leeds, which is next to ITV Yorkshire. It's called Radio Air.
Right.
And I got in there when I was about, how old was I? Oh gosh, 12. I went in answering phones and making tea for mullet-haired DJs and stuff like that. And essentially just hung around like a bad smell and didn't leave. And I offered to make tea for every single person in that building. Because I always say to people when they first start out, they say to me, what's the secret? How do you get noticed in this industry? Just make a good cup of tea.
Make them a brew. Because
I think making a cup of tea helps you engage in a conversation. It starts a conversation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, and that they might, because I've had a conversation with you then, say to you, oh, could you just do this on me? And if you're really good at it, they'll go, well, they're quite good at this. We should get them to do a bit more.
Yeah.
So I did a lot of that. And eventually, after making loads of tapes for the boss, one of the DJs was ill one night and I got to cover the overnight show. And that was it. I was on air at 16.
I love it. I love that kind of story. And there's
now, for some reason, I can't hear you. I don't think you can hear me.
I can
no
hear
idea
you.
why. You can hear me.
I can hear you.
Out.
Take your pods out,
and they're
babe.
fully charged, and I don't know why.
Oh, there you are. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
now?
now?
Normal thing.
Coming in your ears.
I wonder why I can't hear you. I seem to have lost your sound, but you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Right, comments. Can you hear me?
Do you know what? This has been slick all morning. I've been watching all morning. There's not been one problem. And then
we knew it was
good
old
radio broadcaster comes in and sound goes wobbly. Let me just try audio.
Hello. Testing 1 2. Oh, she's dropped off. She's got to jump back in. Right, how are you lot doing? We have got 185. This is the most I think that we've had on so far today. I do not know what is happening to my hair. How are we all doing, everybody? I know some of you are dropping in and out as you can. Thank you so much for your donation so far. I can see Steph's backstage. Here she is. Hello, Angel. She's back. Can you hear me?
No idea what happened there. I've got you now, but I couldn't hear you, so I think I was just talking aimlessly.
You wasn't. I was enjoying it.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, got on the air at 16 and I've never been off really.
Yeah. That's it. Just in the ears of the UK ever since you were 16.
Making people's ears bleed. I should really go to prison for crimes against radio. And then ended up doing the national top 40 on a weekend to like 8 million listeners. And yeah.
And I think do some telework as well, right?
Just worked on Lorraine. Yeah, I pop up. You see, the thing is with television, I love television. And I've been obsessed about television since I remember seeing Blue Peter do something behind the scenes at Television Centre when I was a kid. I'm like, I want to work at Television Centre. I want to work in TV. But I love the anonymity of radio. I love the fact that with radio, there's no TV sets, there's no glue, there's no makeup. You just go in and it's theatre of the mind. Every show is like a field of unpicked flowers. Whereas whenever I do TV, live telly doesn't take ages because I roll up, do it. I was on Jeremy Vine on Channel 5 a couple of months ago, well, a few months ago before lockdown. And that was lovely because you kind of go in, you do it. Whereas if you're on location and you're doing stuff, it seems it takes forever.
It's long, isn't it?
I don't mind. It's nice and the end result is brilliant, but I love the immediacy of radio.
Yeah.
You'll speak to people like other broadcasters, like Chris Evans, for instance, who's done a lot of television. He'll always say his first love is radio because it's immediacy.
Yeah.
So television, and there's a lot of telly around. Telly's changed a lot in the last decade.
And the difference, how do you find the difference between television and radio that way? You know, is the stations that you work for, that you've worked for, is it as it has always been, or are they keeping up? You know, how is that going? Because we were talking about. Sorry, what? I was going to say we were talking about television being quite hard to get into because it's quite a slow process getting everything to air, which is why things like what we're doing now, you know, going live and live streaming, that's become a whole movement, hasn't it? What about radio? Is it, again, with the immediacy of it, you can really keep up to speed quite quick, right?
Yeah, I like the fact that I can be really reactive to something that's happening. Whereas with television, I think there's scripts, planning, auto cue, all sorts of stuff like that. And that's brilliant. And I love it. I get a real buzz when I do telly. I absolutely adore it. It's got to be the right vehicle. I've probably turned things down in the past that I probably shouldn't have done. But I've gone, it doesn't feel right for me to do. There's bits of reality television that's come my way and I've gone, it just doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right for me right now. So I've not done it. So, but of course, the more stuff you do on screen, the more it increases your profile. There's a real fine line of what you do. But I didn't want to do the wrong thing, and then that would be damaging to my career or I hate the word profile, but
it's just it is what it is. You know, half of what you've got to do within the media is manage your brand in a very, very similar way to how I do things and other people who work in the online space. There is very much a brand protection that we've got to do. You know, the way that I do things is
it's true. You are a brand. Every single one of us is a brand. If you run a hairdressers on the high street, if you run a greengrocers, if you run a little art craft shop or something like that, whatever you do, you are a brand.
Yeah.
And I think we have to get into that headspace of putting ourselves out there as a brand and making ourselves look attractive. Because the thing is, we're all like magpies. All of us individuals, those human beings, are like magpies. We're attracted to nice, shiny, bright things. That's why when a new phone comes out, whether you're an Android or an Apple or whatever, it's shiny and you're like, I want it. You want the newest, shiniest thing.
Yeah.
And I think we're attracted to things that are bright and shiny. So if you've got a bright, shiny, attractive brand, there's more chance that you're going to get, and it looks nice.
Yeah.
You know, I was on Beauty Bay website last night because I'd run out a couple of bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And I was just looking at their website and how it's designed. And I was like, it just pulls you in.
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
the images, the artwork, all of the cosmetics or whatever, they're all shot on really, and they're probably shot on green screen or with a green screen behind or whatever they can. I'm not great on Photoshop.
But they're made to look to draw you in, aren't they?
They're made to look to draw you in. So, but going just back to radio's changed a lot. There's more radio stations. A lot of the jobs aren't there. It's probably one of the hardest industries to break into now because
I was just thinking that as well, because like you've experienced this firsthand since the start of lockdown. The whole of the entertainment industry has. There's been a huge shift, hasn't there, in radio offering and how
I think before lockdown and after lockdown, just the industry changed. It happened in America about 25 years ago, something like that, where ownership rules change, which means that owners can own lots of different radio stations, but they only have to have one live show from that area. The rest of it can come from one network centre. So say, for instance, you may have a station in, say, for instance, Yorkshire, where I'm based. You'll have a station like Radio Air, where I started. They have the breakfast show, which is live. The rest of it comes from somewhere else, from one of their broadcast centres. So you've got one opportunity to break into your local radio station. Whereas when I was there was a breakfast show, there was a morning show, there was a lunchtime show, there was an afternoon show, there was an evening show, there was a late show, there was an overnight show, which I did. A big load of you took us out there.
I was going to say you did the nighttime shift, right?
I did that. I did the overnights. Yeah. So there was 7 opportunities on weekdays to get in, and then you got again your weekends. And there were different DJs on Saturday and Sunday, but again you got another 7 shows. You got 14 opportunities on a weekend to get another show. Whereas those opportunities have completely gone now. And I understand why, because the money that was there in radio years ago isn't there now. The industry's changed, it's had to evolve. If you go, well, it's changed and I don't want to be part of that anymore, well, great, but actually I still want to be part of it and I've got to evolve with it. I think in lockdown, I think it's been brilliant to see our broadcasters have actually used technology to broadcast from home. Where a lot of my Facebook feed and friends and stuff, you just see them all at home with their little microphones.
Yeah, just like we're doing now, kind of. But
doing their shows at home. It was brilliant.
Being on the radio.
Whereas I didn't. I've gone into BBC every single day and done a show.
Just get out of the house.
I'm terrible because I go into work. Where's my box? Oh, it's over there. I can't bother to get it. I go in with my gloves. I've got gloves. I've got cleaning stuff. I've got wipes.
Eyes are on.
Literally, I completely, totally deep clean the studio before I go on air. I've got my mask. I've got everything. I don't come into contact with anyone. We've got a one-way system around the BBC. It's it's a weird, strange old time to be going through. And then we had a podcast as well.
I was going to say, one of the things that you've done from the start, you created a podcast series, didn't you, with a couple of presenters? Yeah. Tell us about that, because I've been listening to that and I bloody love it.
And sadly, it's ended. We did the last.
I know.
We did the last step.
You've left me begging.
See, I always operate under the the less is more banner.
Yeah,
so
right.
Because I don't want people to go on board now.
Yeah, so you don't want it to taper off. Finish it and then think there's a conversation to be had for future ones. Sure.
Yeah, on my radio shows, I've always, when we've got a really popular thing going, if I've been at, because then you've got opportunities to bring it back later.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's called Well, This Is Weird. You can get it wherever you get your podcast. The last episode was actually this week, so it's current. And two of my friends, my best friend Debbie Mack and one of my other best friends, Scott Hughes, who does the Breakfast Show on Radio City in Liverpool. Mm-hmm. Debbie was on Key, The Hits, all sorts of stuff. She does stuff on Greatest Hits now. She's a voiceover. I think she's the voice of Ryanair and Matalan and all sorts. So you'll hear her
the voice of Matalan.
She's got a massive recognisable voice. You'll hear her adverts here, left, right, and centre. And we've all got a little tiny home studio, so we all connect up and we just talk about how we feel during lockdown and some of the things we've seen, some of the funny things we've spotted online, some of the funny little TikTok videos or things that have happened, or how we feel ourselves in lockdown. Yeah. And it's been really good, and the feedback we've got from people is just incredible. We didn't expect, we genuinely just did it for laugh.
Yeah. I think that's when you can do your best work, though. When you're just doing it we're just going to have a bit of a crack and we're going to play with this. Actually, some of your best work comes when you play, right?
Yeah, exactly. I've not gone. I've just gone to get a tea.
It's all right. Get your breath in.
So that was the idea of it. And it's just had thousands of downloads. And I'm like, really?
I was one of them. I love it, and I love the concept of it. Like even the title, "Well, This Is Weird." That from the start of lockdown, that's probably what. Other than
we all said it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is weird, isn't it?
Well, this is weird.
A bit weird.
It's not so weird anymore. I think we're used to weird. We're just like riding the weird roller coaster now. But
unprecedented didn't work.
Oh, well, these are unprecedented times. Doesn't really trip off the tongue.
Unprecedented. How do I spell unprecedented? No. So yes,
I can't say that with a drink in me.
You get unprecedented. So it's been really good to, and also I think for our mental health as well, because it's all well and good going to the gym and working out and making your body the best it can be,
right?
But it's this thing inside here. You've got to look after this. This is a muscle in itself, this grey matter. And if you don't look after that, I mean, I did a piece on the air the other day about running and the fact that running has helped so many people during this unprecedented time. And I know that GPs have started to prescribe it. This is pre-lockdown. GPs have been prescribing it for the last few years.
Because it's free running.
Fitness, it's free. It's free.
I don't run to the toilet though, Stephanie. I'll be really honest with you.
I mean, I was smacked off my head on citalopram for years. Honestly, literally.
Have a run.
God, you want me? I was dripping citalopram. And I sorted myself out and I ran a lot and all sorts of stuff. And now I don't take any antidepressants at all or anything for the last 6-7 years.
Right.
But anything is achievable in life. Anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's been around inspirational people like yourself and other people you've had on today. No, but it is so. And it's trying to get as much information as you can. And also, one of the best things that ever happened to me was not being around negative people. I spent some quite considerable amount of my life with a few people that were really negative. And I started to become pessimistic, negative, because their personality.
You are what you surround yourself by. This is a great quote by Jim Rohn, and I'm going to paraphrase. But if you look to the left and the right of you, you are the average. You are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And if you're spending time with people who, like, if I'd have said to the people who I surrounded myself with 12 years ago, do you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to create this big celebrity online event. It's going to be incredible. I'm going to raise shit tons of money. They'll have gone, ow, are you going to do that? And it wouldn't have been, oh my God, that's amazing. How are you going to do that? Like, tell me more about it. Let's work this out together. Kenny's having an issue behind you, look. He needs to do the door. He was trying to reach for the door handle.
I almost say that. You said something really powerful then as well. Hang on. What's up, Ken? Come here. Oh,
we need to have Ken. Look at this beautiful, beautiful pussy. Look at this beautiful.
What's up with you? He is just this gorgeous thing.
And we were laughing when we were talking last night, weren't we? Like, one of the beautiful things about British blue short hairs is how they look, but also the fact that they don't care where they lay down.
Like that.
They're just not.
They literally just lay wherever they want.
My sister had one. It was called Dougal, and he would, on the stairs, he would like position himself. I'm sure my sister was sure that he had it in for her. He would position himself. He would just lay down on the stairs. So in any trajectory, that's where he would be.
It does. But you're right about that quote about your shadow. You are your shadow.
Yeah, absolutely. And whoever's around you, that's, you know, which is why I actively go and seek out the people who I find inspirational, people like you. And we were saying last night, you know, it's so epic that, you know, you've come into my life and we get to talk. Like I told you, like, we're friends now. I tell people that we're friends, and then we're friends, and we never know how it happens. It just happens. I
think everything happens for a reason as well. And if you're watching this today and you're going through a really tough time, you know, I have bad days. Danny, you have bad days. We all have bad days.
Yeah, I've got bad days.
And I also think as well, it's important to have bad days.
Yes.
And hear me out on this, because I think if everything is good, you wouldn't realise that everything was good, because everything would just be good. You need a bit of yin and yang in your life. You need occasionally a bit of, and I don't want to swear on this, but a bit of shit, because
you can swear. You're on a show with me. You can swear. Oh, you're not allowed. That's all right. I can swear.
Well, it's not that. It's just not classy during the day. Young ears are around.
We can drop a buck or a bugger in a daytime. It's all right. I'm a rebel.
I know. I think it's just because I think maybe past Watershed in an evening I might drop a little bit here and there. But yeah, so I think you've got to have the occasional thing that upsets the apple cart, because that makes you appreciate the good stuff. If you don't appreciate the good stuff, you will take it then for granted.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You can never take anything for granted.
And there's a lot to be said for sitting in your feelings and just allowing it. You know, there's especially, because I work a lot in the personal development world, and you hear people say, oh, you've got to keep it high vibe, and you've got to keep it this, you've got to keep it. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't, because not every day is a great day. Some days you have shit days, and that is equally, like you said, equally as okay. And sometimes you've got to sit in your feelings. Sometimes you've got to take to your bed and eat a tub of Ben and Jerry's. Sometimes you've got to open a bottle of pop and a bottle of Prosecco and have a bottle of Prosecco. You've got to do the thing. Jo's just laughing. You're not swearing because she's BBC. Look, she's not swearing in the day.
Oh, look at that. She's BBC. We start that. I've not got my BBC hat on. I'm not. And the thing is, I'm not a staff. I'm not staff. I'm a worker or freelance. I've always been freelance my entire life.
Talent, darling, is what you are. She's the talent. So
they used to be on the microphone. I used to work at a station called Galaxy.
Yeah.
God rest its soul. Oh. And on the microphone, so you'd have, I don't know, CD1, CD2, whatever, da 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 da. Sound effects, mic 2, turn.
Turn.
Stop
it.
Said turn, and people used to go, why does it say turn? Because you are the star turn.
Because you're the turn.
It's showbiz. Turn. That's what they said in
working men's clubs.
Well, my dad worked in working men's clubs for years.
They go, oh, are you turn? Are you? Are you
turn? Come on,
I'm
going to Clubman's Guide with my dad. Going, we're on Gilderston Spur Working Men's Club Saturday night. Come see turn. Come on.
So before I let you go, because I knew this was going to be the case, we'd start talking and we're just going to run out of time, which is exactly what we've done. For anybody that is watching during Stephanie's segment today, Jo Swan from Chocolate PR, for anybody who's donated, she's amazing, right? Has offered a a PR session worth £250 if you donate during this session. So you've got just a couple of minutes left to go and donate. So not for everyone to just leave, but do go and make sure if you want that PR session, go and donate.
Jo really knows about PR as well. So if PR is something you fancy getting into or something like that, she'll offer a free PR clinic worth 250 quid up for grabs for anyone who donates during this slot. And they'll go into a prize draw as well. If you want to donate, you just need to go to virginmoneygiving.com/the big festoon. So virginmoneygiving.com/the big festoon. The last total was like 11,200 and something, wasn't it?
It was something ridiculous like that.
So if you can donate, please do. Domestic abuse, especially around lockdown, has been the figures have shot up.
Yeah.
In a real shocking way. I've done quite a few bits on the show about this as well. So and lots of calls towards the domestic violence helpline as well. People just trapped in relationships and situations that they just cannot free themselves from.
Absolutely.
So yes, if you can donate, virginmoneygiving.com/the big festoon, and it would be amazing.
And Stephanie, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you so much for our chat last night, our chat this afternoon. You are incredible and wonderful and awesome. And I look forward to knowing you more. And like, you know, they do the half one, just a half one. Give me a proper one.
Hang on, I'll put a couple down. There we go.
Look at this.
There we go. Big heart. Big heart.
All right. Have a great show this afternoon, sweetheart.
Yes, I'm on radio at 2 o'clock, but don't listen to me. Watch this.
Don't listen to Steph. No, listen to me. Thanks.
Watch this.
All right.
Keep going.
Take care, my darling. Thank you so much. That was Stephanie Hurst, everybody. Okay, so some explicit instructions coming your way right now. Everybody listening, here's what you need to do. I'm going to end this broadcast. And then I'm gonna switch studios because you know we're in TV, darling. I'm gonna switch studios, so there's gonna be another live stream that's gonna start like this immediately. So what I want you to do is I'm gonna end this broadcast. I will see you in less than 10 seconds. Stay on the Queen Bee Danny page or the Queen Bee Danny channel if that's where you're watching, and just hit refresh. You will see me and the incredible Sam Barefoot in just a couple of seconds' time. Stay there. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to end this broadcast. I love you. Keep donating. Keep donating. And thequeenbee.co.uk/the big festoon. Dig deep. If you are donating whilst I'm talking, you will be entered into. Make sure you screenshot your donation. Make sure you put it on your Instagram stories. Make sure you tag Joe Chock PR, Joe Chock PR, and me. Don't leave me out because, like, I want to share it too. I love you. I'll see you in a second.